never go my own way. My mind runs wild, and you know I love to play. I'm versatile, like every day. Keep up with my pace, clever is my middle name, yeah. Never got a plan when I'm dancing in the sun. Don't get in my face, cause I see through all those games, yeah. These claws are sharp, and you know I can't be tamed. You wanna know too bad, keep you on your toes like that. Wanna get close too bad, I'm elusive like a cat. You wanna know too bad, I'm not one to rush like that. Wanna get close too bad, I'm elusive like the You wanna know too bad, too bad, too bad. Wanna get close too bad, too bad, too bad. There's a magic in the desert night. Look up as the stars align. It's a mystery to define me, but my girls know where to find me. Aura loud, feeling like I got this now. I come and go like a mirage. Yeah, I'm there until I know. You wanna know too bad, keep you on your toes like that. Wanna get close too bad, I'm elusive like the You wanna know too bad, too bad, too bad. Wanna get close too bad, too bad. Too bad, too bad, too bad, bad, bad. Too bad, too bad, too bad. Color outside the lights, oh nah, nah, nah. In a world so black and white, dreams coming to life, oh nah, nah, nah. Yeah, I do what I like. La 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 la. Too bad, too bad, too bad, bad, bad. Too bad, too bad, too bad, too bad.
Новый день, как вчера, я острее ножа, задаю им стандарт. Мои соратники власть, моя сила как сталь, и меня не сломать. Под пулевым дождем пройдем огонь и воду, иди за мной. Единый город, я буду жить. Идем вперед, за братьев и сестер. Единый город, я буду жить.
Not a choice, it's a call, pay the price, stay the course, sacrifice, trade pain for safety. For Kieran, there's a plan, for the future it's told, it's a path, walk it bold, through history sorrowful, guiding light, sometimes burns, guiding light, holding the line.
Every day I wake up!
Okay. Oh, now it works. I could not figure out why it wasn't showing on thing, but it looks like it's fine. That's weird. Let's see, make sure this is. I guess when it was in studio mode, it just did not recognize that there was a window there. For whatever fucking reason. So, get rid of these gray bars, that's kind of fucking annoying. What you gonna do?
Good. I'll find something to do.
I think I need to redo this overlay. It's a bit very long. Okay. Alright, hello, Sir Nisk. The sound of, oh my god, sound is so loud. Holy shit. Let's down that a bit. Level 180, yes sir. Level 120. 120, but I am at 180. Actually, I need to uncap real quick. Just do a quick one here. I don't have any more. Yeah, so apparently they don't have an official client, right? But they have a like the Google beta thing, where it's basically an official emulator, essentially. The problem with that is it stutters to shit on stream, so it's not great. Alright, we can uncap later. I remember that. Yeah, it wasn't great. It's so annoying, man. Like, China has their own fucking thing. I don't know why we don't. What the hell, bro? Alright. Oh wait, you know what? Actually, hang on. I don't think the Discord link is in the YouTube side. Let me fix that real quick. This is so scuffed. Holy shit, brother. Let me just grab that link real quick. Okay. Yeah. As much as I wanted to start this game on main story stuff, there's an event going on right now, so we're just gonna be doing that. And I think it's a pretty good intro or test, I should say, to see if I can actually go through an entire fucking thing without dying having to read everything. So we'll see. Now. Let's do it. I don't know how to say this fucking word, bro. Medjehtiqedti Bound. Also, this might be a continuation of Pepe's event, which I did not fucking read through, I'm not gonna lie to you, man. So if it is, I'm just as lost as you are, it's fine. I want to get Bakars, bro, he's so cool. Look at him, look at this fucking guy, man. Holy shit. Alright, I think we just start. MEST1. The river brings back memories from home and surprise visitors. Hang on, how's this sound? This is kind of loud on my end. Okay, that should be fine. These lines aren't voiced, so you don't have to really worry about the music, I don't think. Okay. Begin. And so, Caracera, the singer of epics, the gentlest hero of Agamemnon, hung her harp upon the branches of the laurel tree. Its body made from the tallest firs atop Mount Himnoi, its strings made from the bravest bird and beast that roamed the Agnes Plains. When it played, all things in the land of heroes sang together, riding upon the winds in freedom. Wait, is this open? What the heck? Now Caracera hangs her harp by the laurels. The Outlanders have come from afar, said Caracera, clutching her knife tightly. They trample our lands, set fire to our homes, and let the rivers cease their peaceful flow. And they command all things to sing for them. This alone wrenches my heart. My harp sings only the tales of the heroes. Perisperea. Perisperea. Excited voice. While there is no specific mention in the records, historians generally agree that Padishah Amala most favored Athenius out of the 3 great nomadic cities that Sargon built for Minos. Sargonian and Minoan engineers took great pains to preserve its signature feature as the mountain-rimmed garden when it was moved to a nomadic platform. Today you will see the same mountains and rivers as Caracera once did. Upon entering Athenius through the mountain pass that Padishah made it a point to preserve. This is a route that I highly recommend, my readers. Oh, shut up. Just look at where your stupid book has led us. It's TT. And this big, heavy piece of stupid crap we have to carry, just the 2 of us. Oh, is it a beast wolf? Take it easy, calm down, no hitting. Like I wasn't tired enough after walking for days on end. You want to talk, girl. Why did you decide on a whim to travel separately from the group? I would be lying in the Athenian flower fields and drinking floral liquor by now if it wasn't for you. It wasn't on a whim. I told you my father used to tell stories about a place called Minos on the other side of the Agnes River, stories that left a deep impression on me. And I told you it was an invaluable opportunity for diplomacy with Minos. I wanted to go to Athenius via Caracera's old route and experience history. You have to experience history with this thing. It's got to be, what, over 50 kilos, with just the 2 of us to carry it? Are you trying to experience the Yanni's idiom where you bear a bundle of logs to beg for forgiveness? It's a bundle of thorns. The Yannis wouldn't appreciate you rewriting their idioms. That's not the point. Have you got anything in that skull of yours besides history books? He's a fucking nerd, bro. Alright, no hitting. I wasn't comfortable letting someone else handle it. This is the most valuable item in the Medjehtiqedti Museum's collection. An important relic to both Sargon and Minos. We came all this way to give it back to the Minoans, to build a new era of friendship between the 2 nations, so you haven't forgotten your mission. Yay. Clap, clap. You are lost, you are late, and you have missed your appointment with Astinimus of Athenius. Holy shit, I'm not gonna make it through this fucking event. Medjehtiqedti Mashire. It's so fucking over. Well, the rest of the mission should be in the city by now, using the normal route. I'm sure Benway will explain to the Astinamos. Benway, that noble who thinks his scat smells like roses. Are you just acting dumb, or are you actually that dumb? Stream's on time. Technically, I was 5 minutes late, brother. So, that's on you. Also, welcome in Evil. How are you? You see the look on his face when he learned he was going to be your assistant in the mission. It's like you've stolen 50 cards of pure gold from him. No, Benway is a very nice man. Taking on such an important mission so soon after I became the curator of Medjehtiqedti Museum made me... Anyway, Benway helped a lot on this journey. Fine, suit yourself. I'm just tagging along as a tourist. Let's get going before we collapse from exhaustion. Yes, see, we're almost there. Look, See, even TT's design, which is quite, like, fan servicey, you could say, still feels Arknights compared to, like, Enfield shit. Wow. This is actually kind of cool. I like this. So this is a nomadic city, I believe, so this should all actually be on a moving platform. Wow. Or no? I've read about a lot about Athenius, but to actually find myself here... Oh, there they are. I see fields of flowers, floral liquor, and flower cakes were saved. Maybe not, actually. Minos, the land of 1,000 Polae, separated from Sargon by a river. Here is Athenius, the first polis, the mountain-rimmed garden. As a city that TT has only ever known through historical records reveals itself, she lays eyes on a scene very different from the sands of Sargon. This soundtrack is so fucking nice. White walls, green fields, rivers weaving their way through mountains. Strange temples unabashedly announce themselves on the mountaintops and beside the rivers. If heroic epics are the rain that nourishes Minos, then these temples are the mushrooms that grow afterwards. No wonder this land has birthed so many famous plays, philosophers, stories, and legends, which not even the sands could bury. Why are you pushing me? I haven't even caught my breath yet. For days, TT has been placating her beast aristocrat companion, trying to wear a massive calm for this journey. Now, though, she's even more eager than Mio to get into this city. You see the ferry crossing down there? We're not truly in the city until we cross over. Hurry now. Greece exists in art, basically, yeah. It's kind of weird, because it's like a mix of Greece and Egypt, from what I can gather. Because, I mean, TT's design is clearly Egyptian, right? Or it's inspired Egyptian. Should I help? The river's freezing. I see the ice floating on it, but all you have is an oar. Oh, it's Vakaris. This guy's so fucking cool, brother. Look at him. Just sit tight. It's the Ithakos. And he's free. Holy shit. My luggage is not heavy. I can walk on my own. Like, this is some goddamn sauce. Look at this shit. You don't see this shit in Enfield, man. I wish we had this shit in Enfield. Let me ferry you up for a little bit. There's little else I can do for you. It has been 2 years since you experienced divine revelation, since our meeting. You taught us the knowledge you brought from the cities, built a village on the marsh that the Sargonians wouldn't bother with, farming the paddy fields and fending off the cold. We lived together. We were family. For the past 2 years, I've been trying to figure out why the divine revelation led me here. Now I understand. The Sargonians will appear on the riverbanks nearby. I can reach the place quickly by following this river out the market. Alright, this guy fucking hates Sargons, by the way. He has an ability in the base where if you pair him with a Sargon operator, he just loses morale really quickly. It's so funny. Arknights prologue should have opened with this Greek Egyptian stuff. I would have stuck with Arknights if I had. Honestly, this is the second, technically. The Egypt one was the first one. This is more of the Greece side of it. But no, the world building in this game is fantastic, which is why I want to start over and actually like properly read the story instead of the butchered first run through I had. I see. You believe that the gorillas can defeat the Sargonians, even though we've been losing for a century. Odds. I haven't received any divine revelations, and I can't tell the future. I can't even leave with you. But I will promise what I can. I'll protect our village, our houses, our farms, and our flower beds. Perhaps we can go to Athenius, where you come from, once you're victorious. I'll still be a ferryman, ferrying you to your workplace at the temple on the other side of the city as the sun shines upon the Delphi Canal. I've been imagining the scene ever since you described it to me. Are you listening, Ithakos? Minos is in for a cold winter this year, brother. Rose furiously. Fuck did a pen for this go? What the hell? I just realized this is here. Can I make this go away? Nice. The ferryman shakes his head. What was his response to Ithakos? For many years he still could not remember. There you are, Master Dantos. You're 10 minutes late. I've never been late before, Lycaon. This is the first time, Lycaon. Fucking NPC design, holy shit. I saw your chitin by the shore. I thought you might have dropped it yesterday when you left, or a thief might have stolen it, only to decide it was too cold and ragged to keep. Little could I have imagined that you had gone for a morning swim. So out of habit, I folded and stowed your shit, and cannot reproach me for it, for you had not informed me of your schedule. It is I who should reproach you, for the doctor has warned you to be careful. Thank you, Lycaon. Over the years I have taught you how to fight and parry, and you have handled my daily needs wholeheartedly. I'm not reproaching you, I simply have to leave early today, so tardiness weighs heavily on my mind. You're changing the topic again. Wait, are you going to the cemetery to visit Ithakos, my friend? He was only your age when we bid farewell. I never saw him again. I should say some words of comfort, but I find them beyond my ability. You should stay within your abilities. It's rarely your place to go beyond them. Goddamn, bro. The fruit farmers and workers at the first temple have been in conflict over boat assignment for days. They're asking the dockmaster, me, to arbitrate. This is what we should be putting our minds to. Let's go to the main crossing. It will be a busy day. One moment, Master Xanthos. The Astinamos requests your presence at the secondary crossing today to repair the boats that are broken down. No one Athenius uses the word priority more than Lydia. What else did she say? Nothing. Is the Sargonian mission due to arrive today? I think so. Should I be grateful or angry that Lydia still remembers me? She should pull all the teeth out of my oars or simply throw me in jail so that I should never get the chance to meet the Sargonian envoys coming to visit their old stomping grounds. Damn, bro, he hates these guys. Excuse me, can we get a ride across? Hey, it's TT. Too many people at the other crossings, we'll be late. Oh, she's Sargonian. You and your ambassador have been delayed by certain circumstances. I mean no offense, as that is precisely the case. I beg your understanding, Astinamos. The Minoan vistas are beautiful, while Her Excellency is young and curious. She is bound to commit some youthful indiscretions. I say again, as Deputy Chief of Mission as the man invested with the titles of the ancient and exalted Sargonian House of Anchipa, I am equally empowered to act on the Emperor's behalf. Like Nefertiti. I'm assuming that's what the name is based on, but her actual full name is something else, I'm pretty sure. I don't recall what it is. They'll probably say it at some point in the story. Of course, I have the utmost confidence in you, Kyrios Benoi. When do the Athenians intend to hold the ceremony then? What ceremony? The exchange ceremony. Our two nations formally established diplomatic relations at the beginning of this year. As part of our cultural exchange, we are repatriating our relics to Caracera, the founding hero of Minos, to Athenius. In exchange, we will receive the technical legacy that the Sargonians left behind during the construction of Athenius, Corinea, and Lacedaemon. Really, you have not forgotten, honored Astinamos. Of course not, Your Excellency. We stand now in the Astinamos' office, instead of elsewhere because of the non-aggression pact that was signed following the last major battle between our two nations in the Minoan borderlands. Sorry, I've been rather overworked lately. I'm sure you saw the vast construction sites and passionate craftsmen as you passed by the agora by the river when you entered the city. Yes, it's the rebuilding of the first temple. 1 in 5 Athenians are involved in the project. The first temple. As you said yourself, Caracera is the founding hero of Minos. Perhaps you've heard of her deeds. At the very beginning, she led refugees from scattered tribes out of war and plague, and brought them to a garden encircled by mountains. Those who followed Caracera built the first temple of Minos here, and thus began the bloodline of heroes. After that came Athenius and the land of 1,000 Pole. The first temple was lost to the fires of war, now it is being rebuilt by the people of Athenius themselves. I'm sure the significance is not lost on you. I understand. To obtain the stone needed to rebuild the temple, however, we've kept Athenius by Mount Himnoi for an entire week. In its apple season, fresh apples need to be ferried out through the crossings, while unripe fruit need plenty of sunlight. The quality of the apples will be compromised if the city does not move to an area with more sunlight soon. I'm sure you saw the fruit farmers gathered at the crossing. Yes, I did. People need to commemorate their heroes. The farmers need to ensure that their harvest is not ruined. You understand that an Astinamos does not have all that much power in the Minoan administrative system. I need the priest's approval for everything. I confess that I am rather overwhelmed right now. Perhaps looking for excuses has eaten up too much of your time. Your Excellency misunderstands. I'm of the younger generation myself. At a time when all the Centrum powers are actively seeking change, I believe smaller nations like ours must keep up with the times. Yo, Vanstein, how are you? Welcome in. The exchange of Caracera's relics for the data of the 3 Polis has been at least 6 months in the making. It is an honor to play a small part in facilitating the new friendship between Sargon and Minos after years of conflict. Minos, that's what the Greek place is called, right? We'll see about that. I suggest you and your mission take some time to see the city. The Athenian sites are spectacular, and I'm sure you'll find it well worth your time. Perhaps you could even visit the site of the first temple's rebuilding. After all, it is Caracera's relics that you are returning. Maybe this was ordained by fate. Minoans love drama and philosophy. We enjoy the rigor of preparation and logical deduction, but we also hope for pleasant surprises. As for the exchange, we will hold a formal ceremony in a couple of days. Solely for work, it's not even. Jeez, dude. Why are you in the stream? What the hell? By Minoan tradition, ceremonial occasions begin with a play directed by the priests, imploring the heroes to bless the occasion and ensure that everything goes smoothly. However, Athenius created the post of Vestinamos 2 years ago to reduce the burden on the priests and simplify procedures. Therefore, I've already assigned someone to begin preparations. I trust the aide and Grammatius here will make comprehensive arrangements for you during your stay. Seek him out if you have any issues. Hecademos. This fucking twink, bro. Look at this guy. I know what Ark is about. Right now, we're in the Greek event for Arknights. Breakfast. Ah, okay, yeah, fair enough. Here. Leave home with... Yeah, you should do the anime thing where you run out with a piece of bread in your mouth, brother. What could go wrong? Nobody of Minos, the blaring megaphone at your service during working hours. I have no use for some pretty boy, alright. I mean, it's been a long journey and I am tired. I'll wait at the hotel until the arrangements for the exchange ceremony are made. As for visiting the first temple rebuilding site, I will leave the opportunity to Her Excellency, the Ambassador. She is a museologist full of energy. I'm sure she'll be very interested. I'm gonna do soon. Yeah, of course. The Greek incest or employ wife. Yeah, exactly, bro. You understand. I will have Hecademos speak to the Ambassador Medjehtiqedti directly. I look forward to what pleasant surprise you have to offer us, Dynamos. I hope I don't learn you are stalling for time or hiding some ulterior motive. I could say the same to you, Kyrios Benui. Look out the window. The morning mist on the Delphi Canal is just beginning to dissipate. This peace wasn't an easy win. I hope we can all be honest with each other. Both would be clear. What a shame I didn't have the opportunity to see Kitty and Shire today. Young and promising, yet mercurial. What is she like? Yeah, the nodes in this game are a lot longer, but there's only like 8 of them per event. So, you know. It kind of evens out. Believes you've only just put one foot on the boat. Look at you. It's tipping. It's a boat. It's supposed to do that. Didn't you say you signed up for the yacht club when you studied in Max DC? I was too busy with my studies. Most of the time was spent either in the restoration room or at archaeological sites. I only ended up going there twice. Is this a wordy cutscene? Yeah. Yeah. That's a lot of Arknights, I'm not gonna lie. You're from Colombia. I had thought by your garb that you were Master Xanthos. And this guy's like uber racist, just in case you weren't here earlier. What? He's boat sick. Rare occurrence. I'm not. My legs are just tired from all the walking and buckle drill. What do? Take the luggage onto the boat. I'll go and get something. Take her into the cabin. The waves are not strong today and the boat should sail steady. The Delphi Canal treats those with good intentions kindly. We'll go to the main crossing once we've delivered her to see what that Sargonian ambassador. Can't let the Astinamos heads up go to waste, can we? I'll come with you, Master Xanthos. I must keep an eye on you. Bring the passengers' luggage first. They weren't listening to me. You're missing the point. They've got a vendetta against you. It's not too late to switch your nationality to Colombian, don't. Please be careful. This is very important. Hey, forget it. Let's get on the boat. You should hear Jacob talk about this game. I didn't know Jacob played Arknights. Shit. I could like to even for cutscenes giving away this game's age. Brother, this is 2019. Actually, it's kind of relatively recent for a game that has this sort of format. You know? Like 2019, technically 2018 if you're going by CN version. It's really happy. What is it? It's movie figurines from Rankwood that we're planning to sell here. We've even got ones from the latest hit, Lady DuPont. It's his main game. I didn't know this was his main game. What the hell? I've only ever seen his Arknight stuff. I mean, Arknights, his reverse stuff. Our quality's high, but the style difference is so whack. I believe it's because they have like a billion different artists on each. They basically have a different artist for each character. Yeah, some have multiple characters, but you know what I mean. There are no cinemas in Athenius. That's the point. You want to sell shoes, you do it in a country where everybody's barefoot. You say the Delphi Canal will treat those with good intentions kindly, Master Ferryman. The source of the Delphi River is on Mount Himnoi, flowing through the plains between the Minoan Mountains, past the former sites of Athenius and Corinthia, from before they became nomadic cities. We helped our warriors fend off the Iron Hooves of Sargonian raiders. has been turned into a canal now, but it continues to nurture singers and debaters and the culture of Minos. Yes, this Delphi Canal will treat those with good intentions kindly, except Sargonians. Alright, brother. Perhaps there are Sargonians who understand and love Minoan culture. The last Sargonian who introduced herself with those words was a sister of the Shanhansha, Mala, queen of the far shore. She burned every Minoan city with the 3 polis to the ground, closed the temple, spanned the place, imported Sargonians, and assimilated Minoan culture in every way possible. Damn, this is sounding really familiar. We brought the darkest age upon our country. She showed her understanding and love by bleeding the heroic blood of the Minoans dry. Is this ambassador from far away another shameless noble who seeks to be the next queen of the far shore by trampling Minos underfoot? Listen. Hiring anyone. Yeah, they have like a set retinue of artists, I think. Is it tipping again? Cat. Help. Never mind all that. Have an apple. It'll settle your stomach. So you had gone to get an apple. Thanks. Keep your eyes closed and don't look at the water. You'll feel better that way. I'll be fine. I want to see it. Leaning against the side of the boat, TT forces her eyes open. On reverse Let's Play on YouTube. Yes, yes. The sun is hanging high up. I thought that was the main thing, honestly. The morning mist of the Delphi Canal in autumn has completely dissipated, and the last cool touch of the wind brushes against her cheeks. I know the Blade of Vengeance and the decapitation of the Conqueror are core themes of Minoan drama, but I've seen more thought-provoking expressions as well. I'll see each and every one clearly with my own eyes. I came to Athenians to what? Look there. Even though I feel like I'm gonna throw up all my internal organs, I still... This river and the city, they're so beautiful. I think I'll love this place. I'm honored to hear you say as much. We're here. I wish you a joyful and safe trip in Minos. Yeah, so the notes are about double what Arknights are, but there's only like 8 of them per thing, so... Okay, this is a training node. That's fine. When in Minos. What is the mechanic for this game? This mode event actually. Welcome to Athens. The city welcomes on all, no matter where you hail from. Minoans love theater, can often be found reenacting heroic epics on the streets. Their passions may run a little hot, but you're always welcome to join in on the fun. I do have to join in too. Do I have to join in too?
Do my best.
Fucking forcing us to use Palace, dear god. I don't know what to do. I seem to need more SP to cast my skill too. You're so strange to street theater? Well, try filling these flower fountains with water and immerse yourself in the fragrance. Your heals activate the waterways and refill the fountain pool, so it's fun design. Let me give it a try. Let me try. Oh, our healer's gonna matter for this mode? It is. That's crazy. That one tutorial character. Fucking Melantha? Yeah, of course you do. God damn it. For some reason, she's just really strong for her level. When the water level is over half the pool's capacity, excess water will flow to adjacent pools with lower water levels. Healing aside, you can also live in the pools. Okay, these are just mechanics. We don't need to actually read this, do we?
Tremble in the face of true bravery.
Most of the street plans and reduce hit rate movements. Okay, so just debuffs. I gotcha. Rado.
What kind of battle will it end up being? I wonder.
Experiences once made on. Okay, cool. Oh. Wait, do I need to kill them?
Oh, heroes, stand together with us for the paramount power.
That's not good.
This is the place. Yes? Come on.
Mission accomplished.
A victory, just as planned. This is why we need high-quality equipment for our fighters.
She doesn't have the accent. Temples nearing completion. The priests are always busy while the morning linger in wolf dreams. None of these should be too terribly difficult. Fuck, it's definitely not going to be too terribly difficult. Alright. And watching on anniversary reverse broadcast, are they actually patch previews? Yes, the broadcasts are not actually broadcasts. They're just called that. They're just like patch notes, essentially. There's nothing to actually watch. Depressed man. Hey, look, it's me. I've been dreaming about the gorillas again, Cassandra. Oh wait, this is a really nice design. Why the fuck isn't she playable? This is the third time you've come to Endymion Temple to ask for a dream reading, Megas. You still dream of that night 7 years ago? Yes. We hid in the forest on that dark night, and Sargonians surrounded the wood hunting for us. We could not make a sound, let alone risk a light. We had to disassemble our weapons in pitch darkness. Screws, springs, originium components. I tied the parts of my arts units to my clothes and shoes, disguised as accessories. The fear had me so cold that I did not notice when an originium component had cut my palm open. I thought the wet stuff was sweat. Oh, brother's infected. When the sun rose, we walked past the Sargonians, disguised as lumberjacks from a nearby village, but about a dozen in total. We'd be dead if they saw through our disguise. They sized us up. For a moment there, I thought the game was up. In my panic, I tripped over a tree root and plunged into mud face first. The Sargonian laughed and rapped on my shoulder with the hilt of his sword, disdainfully, but I was happy. I knew we were safe. Global official waiting to tell the fanbase that Nate was the only ninja for the next patch. No, they've already put out the broadcast. Like, they basically already, said everything about it. I keep dreaming about it. Do you think you want to know if it's a divine revelation? Last year I saw with my own eyes how the heroes spoke their will through you on the Agora. You are the speaker of the heroes of Minos, and the only priest in Athenius who can tell a divine revelation from a normal dream. If the gods will that I take up arms again, then I will, no matter how much I fear. Please sit down, your legs are trembling and your face is pale. The heroes of Minos will not force their children back into a nightmare when they have already seen far too much of the horrors of war. You mean... I think you have misinterpreted the revelation. Wisdom and courage shine upon you and your friends in place of the twin moons who closed their eyes and delivered you in the morn, just as you woke up from dream to greet the beautiful Athenian dawn. Any characters, though? The what? Huh? I have no idea what you're saying. Doesn't even try to avoid characters. Not really, no. Never. I mean, I don't even bother trying because I know I'm not going to be able to. The virtues of the hero should be praised, but the pain that has lingered for 7 years has blinded you to the beautiful fruit that has ripened on the branches of fate. Take it, for it is the hero's blessing upon you. A blessing on an ordinary Minoan like me. The gods and heroes are once ordinary Minoans. Thank you, Cassandra. I'm beginning to understand. The fuck is this thing, brother? I've come to relieve you, Cassandra. Yeah, the art shift is really noticeable in some places, goddamn. Is it already time? So many visitors to the temple today. So much on your plate, not just for visitors to Endymion Temple, but also acting on behalf of the head priest of Karasera's first temple and administrative duties while the possession remains vacant. There's no need to worry about me, Folia. It's my calling to interpret Revelation and speak on behalf of the gods. You should know better than I do that the man's dream was mundane, not a divine revelation, to use more Columbian words. He may have post-traumatic stress disorder, I know. 3 completely different arts, like, actually, though, yeah. It's kind of funny. Why didn't you tell him? Divine revelation should be an honor for any Minoan, but there were only shame and fear in his eyes. He wants to receive guidance from the gods, but he fears that the nightmare is truly a revelation that he cannot refuse. If he believes in my interpretation more than he believes in himself, then I have a responsibility to make his life a little easier, if nothing else. I'll prepare some herbal tea with the soothing effect for him and ask a doctor to follow up. You have the afternoon off, don't you? You should stop spending it on the temple and focus on yourself. Thank you, Folia. You take so much weight off my shoulders. I'm so very sorry, Hecademos. I dozed off as soon as I reached the hotel. I didn't realize I could make you wait for a full 3 hours. Jesus Christ, brother. There's no need to worry, Kyria Mashire. That's her name, Kyria. Winning is part of the job for the Astininos Grammateos. You still look weak. Are you sure you want to visit the first temple right now? You can rest a little longer. Actually, that might be a title. I don't know what her original name is. If anything will bring me back to full strength now, it's Karasera's first temple. I understand the original site of the temple was where Karasera, the founding hero of Minos, first received divine revelation in the mountains. The first temple that she built there became the genesis of Minos. When Sargon invaded Minos, they rebuilt the 3 great polis as nomadic cities, but Caracera's war-torn first temple remained where it was. Now, after centuries, Athenius is rebuilding this temple, giving me the opportunity to see the historical building in its original form. This is incredibly exciting. We're surprisingly well-versed in Minoan history, and surprisingly honest. Unfortunately, the original plans of the first temple have been lost, and thus cannot be perfectly recreated. However, there is quite a bit of classical tradition in the way that they're building the temple. What do you mean? To revive the Minoan spirit, we must emulate the heroes who built Athenius and build the temple of our own accord. Before the referendum took place, these words by the original proponent moved everyone's hearts, and the vote on rebuilding the temple passed almost unanimously. No engineering blueprint, no staffing. Caracera's first temple shall be built through the passion of the Minoan people and the veneration of the heroes that flow in their veins. A living example of the Minoan spontaneousness that has driven so much artistic achievement. I don't know why I stumbled on that. Thank you, I hope it's completed soon. Rebuilding in the classical style, how interesting. The proponent of the rebuilding must be an ambitious hero beloved by the people. How can I describe that? Oh, it's Palace, god damn it. Why is he taking so much time to think? Did you ask a question you shouldn't have? Yeah, if I did, I'm sure Academos won't mind. He looks so nice, after all. Maybe he's choosing his words carefully with a Minoan love of poetry. Give me 3 seconds. Kitty, I'm a shadow. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Alright. That the answer? No, it's now 5 o'clock and my shift is over, brother. I'll answer your question tomorrow when I'm back at work. Enjoy your visit. You aren't even at the first temple yet. See the scaffolds? The street's a stone throw from the main entrance of the temple. I'm sure you can find your own way. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a drinking engagement with a friend. He'll kill me if I'm late. Goodbye. Bro is just like me. I'm out the moment my shift's over. Holy shit. You know, I was worried this Astynomos' Grammateus would just take me around to see mundane tourist sites, leaving me nothing to talk about when we get back. Got a way of smoothing things over for people, but you know that? If you ask me, I think the deferential-looking Liberian kid just enjoyed a 3-hour break. Well, no need to complain. There's plenty of time. Let's check out the surrounding area. This is Land of Heroes, after all. Maybe we'll walk out the door and straight into a heroic epic. I knew it. You came looking for adventure. I came to you when I left the Grand Bazaar because I wanted a sugar mommy with money. Little did I know you were such a trouble. Alright. Wait for me. Kaon. Caught you. Oh, so they know each other. Keep your distance. That's no way to treat your old preschool classmate. I remember you were much more passionate back when we participated in debate competitions at Theros Temple. Lie down already, loudmouth. Looks like you know that I've come to debate you, brother. Please. Don't worry, if you lose, I'll sing your defeat through a megaphone in standard hexameter. Besides, you're the one who gave me the nickname Blaring Megaphone. In return, I called you Eloquent Rock, Blaring Megaphone. So glad the 2 great Athenian debaters are here. We're saved. Come with. This is supposed to be. Oh fuck! It's supposed to be. I forget his name. Come with the papal parties making a scene in the temple, saying that the construction workers are delaying the quarrying to ruin this year's harvest by keeping the apples from sunlight. What about Pallas? People may have chosen to build a temple of their own accord, but she was the initial proponent. Why don't you talk to her to resolve your disputes? Pallas has been crazy busy lately. No one's seen her since last night. Maybe someone else needed her. When people heard about it, they were all excited to emulate the heroes in building a temple, doing as much or as little work anyone had time for. Who could have thought that things would get so chaotic, even delaying the city's move to sunnier climes? Please, find us a solution through debate, or at least find us a loser. I guess the 2 of us in a room naturally drives people to think of debate. Demosthenes unlocked, that's not thinking of. That's why I said keep your distance and keep quiet. How was I supposed to know? Just because you're smart doesn't mean you should skip the explanation and go straight to the conclusion. Actually, no, that's not right. I did come to debate you. Everything works out. I'm busy. Always the same excuse after all these years. How in terror did you win that debate championship with such a bland tongue? Thank you. You won't muddle your way out of this. For years you've been running before I can finish the word debate. Don't forget that there's still a competition we haven't settled. Come on, who are you arguing for? The fruit farmers or the temple workers? You know me long enough to know that I don't lie. I'm going to the new Oripathy clinic to get medicine. Can you move? I didn't realize how many fucking watches this guy's wearing. Look at that. Oripathy medicine. Didn't he pick up some last Wednesday? Is he getting worse? I need to find out. That's right, Oripathy here is still pretty much a death sentence. The quick farmers and our guys are about to come to blows. Who's going to solve our problems? We can't just pull some random soul off the street. Oh, look, it's some random soul off the street. Look, man, so many people here in the temple. Looks like the Athenians are really excited to rebuild it. I feel like joining in myself. Excuse me, sir, are you looking for someone to help? We fighting? We fighting. Alright, so basically we just put down W and that's game.
I'll make you shriek so loud the stars will hear you.
Mechanics? Who fucking needs that?
Got me.
Speed this up a bit.
Use the prey. You are the one who woke me.
Did you try to pull for chaos? I don't really think I need him. Like, he's Lakshano. I'm running a fucking Discord team, bro. I don't need Lakshano. Getting gunned down by a random terrorist. You know, sometimes that happens. Like, it's not a problem. I could have gone for a thematic team, except there's no goddamn Minoan operators. There's a lot of Sargon ones, though. John Arknight. It's John Arknight, brother. Also, how are you, Ray Bear? Welcome. His voice doesn't sound like the racist. I don't know if it's Chung or not. It's just Chinese man, right? Like, I don't know if that's actually his voice actor. Arknights or Arknight? Arc, as in like an arc. It's a portmanteau, so it's an arc and knight as in like a knight, right? Are you moving or not? Right, because basically the moving cities, the nomadic cities are essentially arcs for civilization, since catastrophes come down and just wipe everything out anyways. So that's essentially the gist of it. Are you moving or not? No. I see somebody play Arknights. That's because it's a lot of goddamn words, brother. Like, each note is like 20 minutes long. What a passionate debate. I can feel the heroic blood in their voices. They're not actually saying anything. They're just yelling at the top of their lungs. I don't even know what they're saying. The dispute over Athenius' route has been brewing between the fruit farmers and temple builders for ages. In the background, but never saw someone do the things, like the actual events, yeah. It takes a while. Embarrassing, really, to make a random tourist off the street try to solve our dispute. Couldn't even tell half of what they're saying. You said you wanted to know what they're saying. Stop looking for trouble, TT. Cups of water every 5 minutes, is that wordy? Yeah, I need my voice to not give out, brother. This random tourist off the street has an idea. And this is coffee, this is not water. I need something warm. Don't just wander in there, things could get rough. I'm making it to these shorts and I want to kill myself. I hate editing. Brother, I hate editing in general. Okay. It's the reason so many videos take so goddamn long to make. The craftsmen rep and the militiamen arguing on behalf of the fruit farmers are not budging in the slightest, their faces red with anger. They fail to notice a pair of pointy black ears poking out from beneath the stone table. Imagine drinking water. I mean, you're Polish. You drink anything but water. The tiny feline girl leaps out and grabs their hands with a grin, bringing them together in a handshake. Caught off guard, the two reps lose their balance and topple onto the stone table, staring at the jolly intruder. Who brought this girl to the temple? This is no place for children. So you're so unreasonable. Even an outlander is embarrassed. You're a disgrace to Athenians. Two, but shorts especially. Wait, short? Oh, I guess because you have to do like a lot of editing. I don't even fucking bother with shorts, brother. That shit's annoying as hell. Stop adding fuel to the fire. Listen, this girl is Minoan business. Listen, girl, this is Minoan business. We don't need some foreigner telling us how to make up. Who said anything about making up? The only way to solve a problem is to face it directly. How long do you think the peace would last, even if you made up here and now? Besides, when Minos do as the Minoans do, the heroic epics and fantastical stories of Minos are full of ancient wisdom. You don't need me to tell you how to solve your problems. They say the mere mention of heresies, the greatest Minoan warrior, sent enemies fleeing in terror. But he never raised a hand against his fellow Minoans. If someone insulted him, he would challenge them to arm wrestling. Settle it with a contest of strength, eh? Sounds good. It spares us a sore throat. You aren't done yet. There's another legend about a silent hero who was once a bold and passionate youth surrounded by flowers and adoration. As fate would have it, he learned a forbidden secret, knowledge that no one should possess, so he kept silent for 30 years. We know legend of heresies, but who's this silent hero? Did you just make him up on the spot? That would be biased for the farmers, wouldn't it? It's the militia versus the farmers. They're both somewhat, like, oops, actually, you know, capable, physically capable. It's been told my father used to tell me. It's rather obscure, but it's a really good parable. Explaining the screen and composing that net, yeah, that's a pain in the ass. I don't fuck that shit. Jesus. So it's an armor so much. One extra condition, you only get to talk if you win, no matter how pissed you might be. Have fun and back to work, yeah, good luck. Never heard that rule before. Are you poor with words or weak of limb? Enough talk, let's do it. Alright, the inaugural First Temple Arm Wrestling Tournament is on. Go. Oh wow, the militiaman looks lean, but he's got skill, and he takes round one when the big guy loses focus for a second. You shut it, loser doesn't get to talk. That is a weird fucking design, brother. Well, apples can't get out with all the stone piled up at the crossings. The orchards are all in the mountain shadow, and the apples that haven't ripened yet don't get any sun. The whole harvest is going down in dumps at this rate. 1-0, round 2. Hey, all those muscles ain't for nothing. Looks like calling marble is good exercise. You can't move the stone until the apples are out of the way. Besides, the building of the first temple was inspired by the Minoan heroes. Who's gonna take responsibility if the work's delayed? You? I don't even know what I'm looking at with this militia guy. So what I'm seeing here is some fuck-ass helmet. What is this helmet supposed to be? Like a bug or something? Shit. And there's like cameras up here, what? Or night vision? I don't know. Apple harvesting and hauling stone, I see. We're not sure how fun to watch, but things will get less interesting when they start getting tired. Why did they stop? They realized that arm wrestling isn't about determining a victor, but giving them an opportunity to hear each other out. Looks like a giant flag. That's what I'm thinking as well, yeah. When your regular ears stop working and even simple things become complicated, much less long-standing disputes. Thoughtful than you look. But how do you solve the core problem that you've got emotion out of the way? Looks like a draw. Young lady, call me TT. Not like we screwed the fruit farmers on purpose, TT. We've got a lot of hands in the rebuilding, but they only acquire stone when they please, where they please. I brought 15 tons of marble down the mountain by myself yesterday, and it's still far from enough to use this. We understand, but the apples don't care. Increasing quarrying efficiency while getting enough sun for the apples. Why don't we meet in the middle then? Make them too tired to fight, yeah? What do you mean? Just remove the peak that's blocking the sunlight. Oh. Some middle, that's the craziest thing I've ever heard. It is intriguing, though. Out of personal curiosity, I studied the urban planning and natural environment of Athenius on my way here. The peak that's in the way of the sunlight is only a secondary peak with soft soil at the top and a large marble layer underneath. It would make an excellent quarry. And you can get sunlight to the orchard by leveling a peak without having to change the city's route. Is that even possible? The fruit farmers must join the quarriers. Adding more hands is the quickest way to increase efficiency. We'll also need to get the craftsmen scattered across the mountains together. Compensating for small peak. You can carry 15 tons of marble a day all by yourself, and leveling the peak is not impossible. The rebuilding of the temple was a collective decision of the citizens of Athenius. We certainly won't complain, if we can solve the sunlight problem at the same time. I'll go talk to the farmers. Problem solved. Well, thanks to you, TT. Don't mention it. It looks amazing, even in its incomplete state. Now I'm even more curious about the one running this project. Speaking of which, we still have a problem. What is it? The original proponent of the first temple project, Pallas, went missing last night. She's drunk as fuck, brother. Joyous for both of us, but now eternal peace is yours. Well, yeah, TT's off on this like grand vacation, and this guy's just depressed. The breeze in the mountains of Harian, the rivers of the Agnes Plain shall shine in your eyes no more. Neither shall my heart know the tranquility of night and leisure of day again. It's been 7 years, Ithako's old friend. Santos Ithako's. The tall warrior places the cyclamen flowers before the white grave marker. His movements are light and gentle, but several white petals still fall upon the ground. You're late. I'm simply passing through, on my way to a burden beast ranch with a view. You can find all the excuses you want, but you know you can't let it go. Neither can I. You haven't once visited the Endymion Temple in your 5 years in Athenius. First and last time you came was when you brought Ithacos' bloody chitin. I don't need the guidance of the heroes. But you continue to dream the same dream. You blame yourself for sending Ithacos across the river to the battle where he died. The river runs only in my dreams now, since the Sargonians built a dam upstream. It brought the melting snow from Harius peaks to my homeland, and it brought him. Ithacos was one of the few true friends that I had, one who was never concerned for who I am or what I can do. His family was tormented by the fires of war, and his father lived most of his life as a broken man, but he would not accept the same fate. His eyes were bright and eager when he received divine revelation. Whatever the outcome, he found a friend and a brother in you. Did he ever visit you in your dreams, telling you not to mourn him anymore? It's your place to interpret dreams, and mine to mourn and remember. I will soothe my rage in my own way. The war is over. Sargon has signed a non-aggression pact with us, and this visit by the Sargonian mission is a symbol of our new relationship. I know that. Lydia made a point to put me in my place. The first Astinimus in Athenian history are elected by popular vote, empowered to handle diplomatic matters and certain public issues independent of the council and the priests. She's caused you a fair share of trouble, hasn't she? The Endymion Temple has not been affected yet, but some fringe clerics and the roles of their temples are being marginalized. Besides, Caracera's first temple is nearing completion. There should be a ceremonial play organized by the priests to call the spirit of Caracera into the temple and grant Minos her protection. Another play is being organized by the Astinimus' office. The Astinimus purported to assent when I discussed this matter with her a few days ago, but she was evasive when it came to the program we choose. To her, the priests and their ceremonies are just props to promote Minoan tourism. Your insistence on using canonized classical drama will only be seen as an act of aggression by the priesthood. Understand that reform is inevitable, but some things will not and cannot change. Lydia's little power plays on the administrative side are none of my business, but I won't stand idly by if the Sargonian visitors have ill intent. I'm no hero, just an ordinary infected, and I don't need the guidance of divine revelation, but I still dream. If I tell you that I dreamt of a river running red with blood, as Ithacos did 9 years ago, how would you interpret it? Santos. Excuse me, I have work to do at the crossing and an apprentice waiting for me. You're really too kind, Titi. Not only did you solve our dispute with the fruit farmers, but you're also helping us look for Pallas. It's nothing. Besides, I want to be the one who came up with the temple project face to face. This Pallas was last seen at the crossing. Yes, she was sitting on the dock, drinking and muttering in the direction of distant Mount Himnoi. She's helped us with so many things since the rebuilding of the temple began. Although she doesn't hold any positions in the temples of Athenius, and Cassandra from Endymion Temple is the one in charge of the responsibilities that are above board. Pallas was the one who took care of everything behind the scenes, from the division of labor to procurement to smoothing things over with the right people. I say, it's certainly concerning that someone so reliable would go missing all of a sudden. Ah, well, it's not the first time. Almost forgot to ask, what does she look like? A small fort lady, always seems like she's half asleep. She wears a little flower on her head. A little flower, the kind with 2 leaves, petals so red you can't see the wrinkles. Yes, how did you know? Does it look like that? Craftsman turns in the direction that Titi is pointing to see a small red flower swing gently in a pile of apples. Yes, it does. But that's one of the apple farmers' fights, isn't it? What's a flower doing there? There's something inside. Duck. Useless. It's as though the crate has just woken up, sending ripe apples pouring across the docks, falling through the clear waters of Delphi Canal. Before it slides out from the bed of fruit, rubbing her eyes at the sudden influx of bright sunlight. Pallas. Guys, no need for the boat. We found Pallas. This is Pallas, the people's hero, the proponent and reliable supervisor of the rebuilding plan. Not quite what I imagined. Titi approaches the young woman on the ground curiously. He examines the horns for signs of battle, trying to determine her weapon's construction, whether it is able to support unique originating arts. She even has urge to reach for the mysterious little flower to see if it is a boon from the known heroes. But TT senses nothing unusual except the sweet scent of apples. The young woman seems to have woken up. TT leans in to hear what she's muttering. Mount Timnai, the western peak, level it with the sunlight. Tell the farmers and workers what's missing. Yes, apple cider should be served. I think the peak is solid sunlight problem, so she came to the same conclusion I did. She's thinking about rebuilding a temple even in her sleep. Who says a hero has to be big and brawny? How could I forget that I'm in Minos, not Sargon? Were you? We meet at last, Palace, for first proponent of the rebuilding of Karasara's first temple. I'm Medjehtiqedti Bound. Jesus Christ. Ambassador from Sargon. Medj. My friends call me TT.
Phew. I've managed to live up to the
Say it, brother,
reputation of
please. I
uniform
cannot
once
read this
more.
shit. It's fucked up. I have no idea if that was it. It definitely wasn't. It definitely fucking wasn't. Absolutely not. Bro, please. One has to stop at some point, even on our path to that end, but sometimes we don't even realize that we have reached the end. Let's kill SP Cossack, it's fine. As long as there's a choke point, it's fine. Yeah, I want to see if I can put together a lore team. Let me see. Well, you can't sort by who's Sargonian? Oh, she's Sargonian. Technically, not a lot of them. At least not that I have. Perfumer is. Fucking no, man. Oh, there we go. Perfumer's been knowing, actually. Same thing. It works. Oh, funny mayonnaise. He's Iberian. Oh, yeah, of course. Yup. Yes. I don't even know if this team will work, we'll see. Opens is not. Sarkaz. No, he's just a floaties in. Bubble, I guess, technically. Close up. It's fine. It's fine. When he's got too many characters to go through. I mean, most of them are like low stars, so it's. And can this actually play the fucking game, though? Are there any vanguards? I need a vanguard. Holy fuck. There are no Sargonian vanguards. Alright, we're cooked. It's fine. Oh shit, update happened. Alright, well. Alright, let's go back. He didn't save it. Fuck it, I'm not doing that again. I believe I have like 200 plus characters on my Toa Gacha and selecting a party is a pain every time. Yeah, at least in this game, like, you can just get away with doing really basic shit. I have Palace, I could have thrown her in. You got the workers and farmers to calm down by having them arm wrestlers heresies did. You're a clever one, TT. You already found the solution last night. You just fell asleep in a pile of apples due to exhaustion. Shame about the apple cider. You were planning to treat the workers and farmers and get them to work together after they got a little tipsy, weren't you? Correct? But it's being put to good use to treat an honored guest. No better medicine for boat sickness if you're still feeling it. Yeah, Moss. Oh, why is she looking at us like that? Damn. Yeah, Moss. Oh, so sweet. This is good. Please, tell me honestly, even though we had the same idea, was it perhaps inappropriate for me to interfere with the rebuilding of the first temple? Because you're the Sargonian ambassador. Because Sargon was... Let's answer this question. Did you think the White Mane King's conquest of Minos was necessary? No. Even though it distracted Sargonians from internal strife? The Empire needs to solve its own issues. Blaming it on innocent neighbors is a sign of incompetence. Although I probably wouldn't be so frank back in Sargon. Fine words. Have another drink. Yamos. I didn't think a woman so carefree and whimsical would be so pointed when discussing history. As long as your answer comes from the heart and not concern for your own safety, I think we'll become very good friends. Priestess Palace. This is how you address a friend. Then, just Palace. I believe one must not forget oneself no matter where one goes. Pepe, a friend of mine back in Sargon, says my train of thought is all over the place and I have no common sense, but that's another matter entirely. Looks like the Sargon Padishah's made a wise choice in picking you to lead the mission. Don't worry, the workers and farmers are very fond of you. We know a bad egg when we see one, and we don't hate all Sargonians. Besides, at a time like this, simply participating in the rebuilding of the first temple is hardly crossing any lines, as long as it helps solve problems. Making corn shit would bounce extremely realistically. You know they're never going to do that. Someone else has to. The enemy just need to get to work. Look at the pillars, reliefs, and decorations inside the temple. Most of the details aren't finished. The amphitheater outside, there's no slope with the audience seats, so anyone behind the third row can see what's going on in the center. And the Karasera statue that's supposed to be in the middle of the theater, it's still being polished by its perfectionist sculptor. That's a huge-ass problem. No need to weigh our words, it's not like we're writing poetry. Everyone knows that our progress has been way behind schedule. Have another drink. Opa. Now, there's no hard and fast deadline. Things will get done eventually, even if the pursuit of perfection keeps delaying things. But a lot of people will be affected if the delays continue. Orchard harvests. Sarm selling in cider might not solve things next time. Speaking of cider, you're going through it quickly. Want another cup? Please, I do have a question though. What is it? You help the craftsmen solve their problems and they rely on you, but you don't look concerned at all, even though you're supposed to be the project supervisor. I wasn't ever the supervisor. So what now? The old tradition only calls for a priest, in this case Cassandra, to give the go-ahead. There is no supervisor for the project itself. No wonder nothing's working properly. Jesus Christ. It's not a job for an idle drunk like me, however. You look like a reasonable gal and you catch on quick. Takes another swell. What did you say? I was distracted. No, nothing. You went through a whole bottle already. You sure can hold your drink. My brew's pretty strong, you know? Something's not right. Didn't you say the cider would help my boat sickness? I only seem to get dizzier and dizzier, bro. Booze dizziness beats water dizziness, right? Drink until you pass out, then everything will be fine when you wake up the next morning, including a bit of boat sickness. It's a big shame. I know! The horns and the fucking, what was it? It was the horns they changed and something else. I don't remember what. Man, the horns were nice. I liked them when they were big. Oh, the ears. Yeah, what the hell, man? Oh, we're back on Bakaris' side. Alright. I was perfuming. I'm sorry, Father, Mother. I've been infected with oripathy. Your line of work would never let an infected take over, so now I'm free to do what I want, right? You know, I can't stay at home any longer. I'll move out as soon as I can. Don't worry about me. I'll be able to take care for myself now. I don't need to trouble my family for anything. But if it's alright, could you leave my flower garden where it is? They're just plants. Oripathy won't taint them. Please, let me say goodbye. I'll kill Eroi if he doesn't. Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate, isn't it? Bro, she got way more stacked. What the hell? It's been a long time since I last came back to Athenius. Did I forget the way? Public garden west of the Agora. It should be in the right place. Where's Cassandra? You think a member of the Athenian Council would meet privately with a Rhodes Islander in a public place? That was Lydia. Looks like you've been away for so long that you've forgotten how things work here. Lydia, it was you who wanted to see me. I heard you're the Astynomus of Athenius now. I'd want to catch up with you over sometime, but setting up the Rhode Island branch office took so much time. I know, you've done a lot of things for the infected in the 2 months that you've been back in Athenius. You hardly have found the time to come home. You don't plan on going home, Lydia. Don't worry, you wouldn't run into those vain relatives even if you went back to the estate. What is it? 2 years ago, the Athapolo family declared bankruptcy and quit the herb business. The remaining family members have since moved out of Athenius. I see. Looks like you really don't care anymore. There isn't much worth remembering about the place other than my garden. My mother used to bring you to play with me in the garden. You came to our house after she passed away. I taught you about plants and their fragrances. You showed little interest, but you planted the blue baronias with me together, just like the ones here. You've really forgotten. Don't tell me, this public garden is the flower bed where you studied and planted medicinal herbs. Your parents sold the land to the Athenian government to pay off their debts soon after I became Astinamos. Did you think they would protect it, honor the request of the daughter they exiled? You've changed, Lydia. So have you. Visiting the infected, contacting the healing priest, and even reaching out to Cassandra to make sure the veneration of traditional heroism by the infected would not get in the way of their treatment. Handling procedure used to be your great weakness. Now you've learned to circumvent the parts of city administration where the power structure is yet unclear and go over the head of the newest Astinamos. I see. You didn't come to reminisce about old times. You want to prevent me from talking to the priests. You take the authority to establish and maintain the infected medical system from the Athenian Council and give it to the Astinamos. You picked up on that fast. It'll be the first time Rose Island has dealt with a power-hungry official. What Rose Island does in an unofficial capacity is none of my business. Be it making visits or distributing medicine. You're already doing it without communication with the Astinamos. You know the changes are coming to Minos, be it the rebuilding of the first temple, the visit of the Sargonian mission, or the establishment of an erythritate treatment system. The legends of the Minoan heroes are in our blood, but the same traditions have also brought about convoluted governance, inefficient systems, and backwards thinking. You know that better than anyone else. I want to say you can do whatever you want, as long as an erythritate treatment system is established and the patients get what they need. But you're the only one in the family I still care about. You're my sister, and I don't want you to put yourself in danger. I didn't realize they were siblings. They're not even the same fucking race, brother. What? It's like our dear ambassador actually did go strolling off to visit the temple construction site. All's well, I suppose. She'll be a fine distraction while I dig into this Astinamos' background. Is the ceremony really delayed, or is she intentionally stalling? If she shows us any disrespect, they relied on those two beings. They're not even the same race, dude. I'm assuming they're like half sisters or some shit like that. Make the preparations. We're going to the Astinamos' office. Oh, this guy is scheming. Okay. What the fuck are you? Why are you? This looks like such a playable design. Why is he not playable? What? Who's this girl? Oh, it's a chick. Guards. Beg your pardon, Your Excellency. This is my traveling companion. We hail from Corinnia and Lacedaemon, invited to attend the ceremony as guests. She's passionate about Sargonian culture and insisted on catching a glimpse of the ambassador upon hearing that the mission is lodging here. I couldn't stop her. Ambassador, you have sharp eyes. You were invited to attend, though? I haven't heard anything from the Astinamos. I understand the venue of the exchange ceremony has not been confirmed. No, I shouldn't have babbled in. Perhaps Lydia intended it to be a surprise. I am Periandros, priest of Corinnia. I learned about the diplomatic mission to Athenia 6 months ago. 6 months? That long ago? Yes, the climate of Sargon is very different from that of Minos. Lydia asked me to procure Sargonian-made goods from Corinnia in order to make you and the rest of the delegation feel at home. I hope you're enjoying your accommodations. Ah, so this was your handiwork. Lydia has devoted tremendous time and effort to ensuring that the ceremony is a success. Unfortunately, some of the fabric meant for the costumes for the play have yet to make their way to Carrera Cassandra, resulting in a significant delay. Did she mention anything? Have voice acts for the characters, yes, not for the actual stories. Which is why I was so hesitant to start the game, like, on stream, because I'd have to read literally everything. The play. The Astinamos did mention that plays are part of every important occasion, and it kind of makes sense. Like, with how long the stories are, it would just be, I think, too prohibitively costly to, and like, in terms of, scheduling to get people to actually have full voicing. But who is this Herrera Cassandra? I thought this matter was entirely managed by the Astinamos' office. That all makes sense now. I almost misunderstood what she meant. No wonder she left specific instructions not to use the traditional fabric for classical plays. I'm so grateful for the heads up. Cotton used for this event is a hybrid of Sargonian and Minoan species. They make a smooth and strong cloth that signifies the lasting peace between our two nations. That's why Lydia insisted on waiting. I see. So this is the reason she delayed the ceremony. Let's check the scripts anywhere. Maybe you could just use text-to-speech? Yeah, but isn't text-to-speech just kind of jank, isn't it? I believe there's a website that actually has just the entire event playthroughs. I don't know if the latest events though on English. I'm so sorry about that. I really apologize for the trouble. I hope you will not take Lydia's best intentions the wrong way. Very well. It would have been polite to rush her if she's taking the ceremony so seriously. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. You're too kind. Please make yourself at home for a few days while preparations for the ceremony continue. I feel like this is going to be playable at the very least by the next time we come to Sargon. Or Minos. Don't look at me like that. I came with you when you made 3 rounds of the food stalls in the morning. Only fair that you should come with me here. I'm not sure what you said was actually true. The Sargonian delegation has entered the city, and Nistimos invited us to attend the ceremony, but she didn't tell us anything about her arrangements. What choice do I have but to figure this out on my own? Damn, gross. Enormous racks later, if we get through this, which honestly might take the entire time. I assuaged his concerns for her, didn't I? The merchants of Corinthia would not be famous throughout Terra if profit were the only things on their minds. And now it's not polite to say that out loud. Insane if that was just an NPC design, yeah. Well, okay, so you say that, but there have been NPCs with similar quality designs that have been in fucking NPC jail for years. So who fucking knows at this point, man? What is this fucking team, bro? Oh, right, you just use her.
Pray with all your heart.
Just use brown eggs, bro. It's easy. It's this guy. What skill is she using? Oh, okay, monster. That is no, it's placeable target.
I'm not the one who will regret letting things get to this point.
The blueprints check out. Let the construction work begin.
It's been decided for Arknights players who mugs assets even. Wait, I gotta show you some of the designs because there have been some fucking designs in this game, man.
Very well. Cover your ears.
What? Okay, they just walked through, so that's great.
Very well. Cover your ears. This might get loud. Very well. Cover your ears. This might get loud. Close your eyes. I don't want to scare you.
Wait, is this actually gonna lead? I don't have anyone to stop them.
I've experienced more chaotic scenes than this.
Why is she using that skill? What the hell? Oh, they know each other too. Say no issues with the respiratory tract or vocal cords. The crystals in the lungs have not spread. Oh, he doesn't want to debate because he's got aura 50 in his lungs. Neighbors and people doing their morning exercise. That's generally how it goes, right? We're not the good guys here, man. We like exclusively hire war criminals. Meaning that when you came to Rose Island office a few days ago and stared blankly at our medics, it wasn't because your condition prevented you from speaking. I have a beach skin from GF2. Yeah, yeah, boy. And a lot for the infected of Athenius. And Rose Island's medicine is far more effective than what we had before. We all appreciate what you've done. I won't take up any more of your time. Checkup alone isn't enough. Your own policies are relatively lenient when it comes to the infected. With the exception of certain occupations like the priesthood, the everyday lives of the infected are usually not significantly affected. Many people still believe that oripathy saps the Minoan heroic spirit, though. That's why many patients are indifferent about treatment, even trying to hide their conditions. How many fingers am I holding up? 4. Thank you for the concern, Kyria Athopoulou, but my condition is mild. The illness has not affected my vision. And why did you visit the Rose Island office 4 times in the past 2 weeks? Well, you're no great liar. Besides, I saw Rose Island monitoring bracelet on Xanthos, your mentor. Have you been obtaining medication on his behalf? Yes, he forgets his appointments because he has so many things on his plate. It's only reasonable that I should pick up his medicine for him. But you did not register his name with the office, which means there are no records of him having contracted oripathy. He saved my life, taught me the lore of the water and the art of combat. He's been a good mentor to me. I didn't want people to know. You know that he couldn't be a hero. Visiting the oripathy clinic may color how others view you and Xanthos, but it will not change the path you chose for yourselves. I'm not Cassandra, and soothing the heart isn't my thing, but I know that both of you need proper treatment. I'll move the 2 of you up to the priority list and follow up closely on your conditions. You can prepare yourselves for a lot of nagging. No more tenacious than you look. I wouldn't have to be if I could buy your cooperation with a few grains of corn like the fowl bees perching on your bow. Sorry, where is Xanthos anyway? If your recent reports were indeed his, then he's suffering significant fluctuations in internal origin levels during this time. He needs rest, as I said. I told him, but won't tell me he went to the crossing again. I'm busy preparing boats for the fruit farmers and craftsmen. Make it quick, Hecademos. Why isn't Lycaon around to help? I never thought he would let you out of the sight. He took a day off, home visit by a Rose Island doctor. And visit? The medicine he picked up not work. Is he so sick he can't even walk? You came to communicate with the Estinimo's suggestion. You're wasting your time. Tell her I'll deal with the problem of the crossing. There's no need for her to worry. Actually, she sent me to inform you the problem has been resolved. Resolved? Alice acted quickly this time. No, it wasn't her who came with the solution. Who was it then? Cassandra calmed the people down, or did the Estinimos pull another one of her little tricks? Neither. It was the Sargonian ambassador who resolved the dispute between the craftsmen and the fruit farmers. A small feline with dark skin and black ears. Black-eared feline. Colombia and I ferried at the secondary crossing that morning. He was a Sargonian ambassador. Ancient Minoans saw the beauty of marvel and sculpted legends and epics with hammers and chisels. In the Carasera walked through war and plague, throwing out 30 pairs of shoes before she arrived at the mountain-rimmed garden. At the site of the first temple, she saw a boulder split and received a revelation from the gods. Her gentle and wise visage reflected the Athenian morning sun. She protected the refugees who followed her and drove the outlanders out with her sword and her harp. Sings only the tale of the heroes. Familiar with the Carasera. I love it. I've read it so many times I could practically recite it from memory. Carasera gave me my first impression of the heroes of Minos. A hero must be a paragon of justice and kindness. A hero must face fate bravely when it comes and carry their own burden. You weren't exaggerating when you said you could recite it. But reading words printed on a page doesn't compare to the experience of standing in front of Carasera's statue. Even if the sculptor exaggerated Carasera's miracles, even if those were not her original arts, perhaps it's this artistic license that makes it feel so alive. I can easily picture it standing on this fertile soil a century or 10 later. Are you thinking you'd be willing to wait a decade or more for Carasera's first temple to be completed to the standard of this statue? Not quite. I want to see as much as I can before the exchange is done, and I have to leave Minos. So, Carasera's statue is complete, and the amphitheater has proper steps now? Thanks in large part to your suggestion. The fruit farmers have been working even harder than the craftsmen in the quarries in order to get sunlight to the orchards as soon as possible. I meant for the temples being used on the amphitheater first. I read about it in the books, but the Minoan love theater really is something. Heroes come from the people, and the people aspire to become heroes, even if only in drama. Have you identified the inspiration for your statue? Carasera and the Outlander, Chapter 11 in the Carasperea. It was adapted into a famous classical drama that is often used in temple ceremonies honoring the heroes. But I visited a few theaters in my time here, and I haven't seen it on the program anywhere. Are plays meant for religious ceremonies banned in normal theaters? No, Carousel and the Outlander is part of the standard classical repertoire. It has not been staged for a century, however, even in the temples. Century? Could it be? Yes, it was banned during the Sargonian occupation. The play's setting dates back to before the establishment of Minos as a nation, and Outlanders refers to those not of the ancient Agamemnon kingdom in general. These statues aren't actually supposed to be. Yeah, right, they're supposed to have actual color, just all faded out, right? Well, imagine made this not even. Yeah, I could have made sheer game. Damn, bro. When the Sargonian Padishahs banned the play, the Outlander executed by Caracera took on a certain meaning. The ban is no more, but to play the Outlander in the play means playing our Sargonian, and no Athenian would be willing to do that. What a shame. Perhaps, to the Minoans, players are more than just entertainment and art. Be it the ban on performances or the burning of the theaters, the heroism inherent in the history and legend depicted by the place is not so easily forgotten. Even if no one performs it and the music accompanying the play can no longer be heard on the streets, any Athenian can still recite its most famous scenes. That's enough? No. What is it? The first temple was destroyed by war, and Caracera and the Outlander was banned. There's no denying that Sargon has brought great pain to Minos. Padishah's order to return the Minoan relic is not so much compensation as political posturing. My role as a Sargonian ambassador is just to escort the relic to its destination. I'm not from an influential family, nor do I have a distinguished career. There isn't much I can do. I'm still the curator of the Varjavandabad Museum. Knowledge will not betray me. The relic I'm bringing is associated with Caracera and has a great significance to Minos. It should not be a mere political bargaining chip. Titi looks up at the statue of Caracera with a harp, beautiful and awe-inspiring. He seems to hear the harp sing a song that only the heroes are meant to hear and see the familiar stories and legends flash before her eyes. The amphitheater is barely finished, the scaffolds and tarps have yet to be taken away. In them, however, Titi feels something special. Something that belongs only to Minos, written in the epics, carved into marble by the stonemasons, something that has endured and still stands tall even after a century of oppression. I want to hold the exchange ceremony here. That's an interesting idea, but matters concerning Caracera's first temple must be discussed with the temple priests. Cassandra, what brings you here today? Forgive me for interrupting. There's something I must discuss with Palace in private, Your Excellency.
Wait a moment. I need to collect tissue samples.
Is she a sniper? What is she? So Ethan, there is this one character. Do I have her? What fucking class is she? I don't even remember, man. Is she a defender? No, right? Probably not a guard. It's not a caster. Damn, she has like her fat fucking tits out, it's great. There she is. Look at this thing, bro. It's a fucking snake and it's got the fattest fucking thighs in the world. What the hell? There's also another snake. It also has really fat fucking thighs. Like, what? Come on, man. Let's put an actual workable team out. You... Sure that works.
Oi, Largo, get that thirsty boss and me a couple shots of whiskey to wet our whistles.
This is the first time you've shown since that young acolyte of yours glared at me last week. It's not easy managing Endymion Temple and the rebuilding of the first temple at the same time. Polly is just worried that I'm overworked. She knows we've been friends since our preschool days. Which made it all the harder to accept that I brought you trouble as soon as I got back, I guess. Alice, I knew we were both in trouble when you showed up at Endymion Temple to have your dream interpreted as an ordinary Minoan, instead of using the priest passage 6 months ago. In most cases, divine revelation can be classified into certain common categories, whether it came in the form of a dream or a sudden vision. I know, we learned that by heart at school, so ordinary priests without special talents could guide those who received revelations. But the vision that you brought was not found in any classical tale. I had no doubt that it was a powerful revelation, which made me very uneasy. Don't worry, we'll find a way. You shouldn't have quit the priesthood. You might have been able to find help. And hide my condition, continuing to be the legendary goddess of victory on the border. I didn't want to complicate things, even if another has taken up the title. Besides, the heroes came a long way to call me back. I had to be honest with myself. Looks like Rose Island has treated you well. Of course, did I ever tell you that I founded a Minoan League on Rose Island? Are there so many Minoans who left home to seek treatment? There are plenty, though Arado and Vulcan are the only true Minoans in the League. The others are in it because they have a spiritual fascination with our country. I'll introduce them when we have a chance. They're all full of heroic spirit with great passion for poetry, art, and brewing. We founded a drinking league. That's one way to put it. It's not quite the same as having you around, though. You may not hold your drink particularly well, but no one in our year brewed better than you. Remember how you tied up your sleeves and pounded the grapes like a seasoned winemaker at the intercollegiate conference? You looked amazing. I see you have a craving. What happened to the formula I gave you? Lost it when I went to Croti. I finally escaped my torment when my Sarkaz bodyguard gave me the recipe for a secret brew of Kazdel. I never worried you would have trouble making friends. First Sarkaz bodyguard, now the Sargonian ambassador. You heard about the fruit farmers in the Craftsman. He can be trusted. I don't doubt Kitty Shire's cleverness or her friendly outlook towards our country, but her position remains sensitive. If I didn't stop you, would you have put her in charge of the play that we already discussed in addition to the venue of the exchange ceremony? Is it that you trust her too much, or... You're frowning again, Cassandra. I just let myself get a little lazy, having been away from the priesthood for so long. You would never become a legend in the Borderlands if you were the type to shirk responsibility. I don't mind taking charge of the rebuilding project on your behalf, I just think it's a shame. You're better at dealing with people and the craftsmen trust you. I thought you made the proposal to the people so they could return I thought you made the proposal to the people so they would return to heroic tradition and remember the heroic spirit. I did. And that's exactly why it doesn't matter who's in charge. Our people venerate the heroes, but they've gradually forgotten that Minoan prosperity was not only built by a few heroes. The heroes came from the people, from all walks of life. You could always read my mind. I know what you're trying to say, but with the rebuilding of the temple entering its final stage, it's even more important than ever to have a supervisor. I think we'll have one soon. What is it? I saw Lydia heading to the temple square. What do you think this is? What do you think this Astenamos, who has quietly been at odds with us from the beginning and is trying to take the play out of the priest's hands, is going there for? We meet at last, Your Excellency Ambassador Messiah. And who might you be? I am the Astenamos of Athenius, called Lydia. I am overseeing this relic exchange between our two nations. I'm sorry, Astenamos. I should have visited you first thing when I got to Athenius. I didn't think. You came into Athenius by the ancient route to follow in Caracera's footsteps, didn't you? There's no need to apologize to a Minoan for your love of our epics, our culture. If anything, I should be thanking you for resolving the dispute between the fruit farmers and craftsmen. The rebuilding of the first temple could not have proceeded so smoothly without you. I simply did my part. I believe you already met Benoit. I take it the venue and details of this exchange ceremony have not been confirmed. Correct. Rather than do it behind closed doors in a private room, what do you think of holding the ceremony beneath the statue of Caracera to be witnessed by her and all of Athenius? You want to hold the exchange ceremony at the first temple square? Yes, you are aware I brought the most precious treasure of the Vajravanabad Museum to be exchanged for the technical data that the Sargonians left behind during the construction of the three polis. It's a part of many heroic Minoan stories and closely linked to Caracera herself. Seeing the completed statue in the square was an awe-inspiring experience. Her brave visage and the relic that I carry complement each other. I understand the exchange ceremony is supposed to begin with a classical play in accordance with Minoan tradition, but what better place to do it than the first temple's new amphitheater? Would that be a problem? Oh, Cassandra from the Endymion Temple reminded me that any use of the first temple should be discussed with her. Cassandra. It's the Astenamos' office's responsibility to lighten the burden on the busy priest by handling trivial matters. I'll communicate with her. I was concerned about the lack of proper supervision in the rebuilding process because of the emulation of ancient methods, which has resulted in significant delays. I thought it might not be the most dignified of venues. I don't mind. However, all of our problems could be solved if you are officially made the supervisor of the rebuilding project. Say what now? The rebuilding of the temple is entering its final stages, so we reach the point where decisiveness and efficiency are more important than careful planning. I'm sure you already have a fair idea of what's going on, having befriended the craftsmen and solved their issues. Besides, I understand you received an advanced education in museology in Columbia, including studies in architecture. Putting the finishing touches on the temple and readying it for opening shouldn't present too much difficulty, should it? I mean, it's true that I designed and supervised the expansion of my museum, but it's not nearly as big as this temple. Besides, is it really appropriate for a Sargonian ambassador to supervise the rebuilding of the first temple? Yeah, it seems a little questionable. Your request that the exchange ceremony take place at the first temple is ample proof of your understanding of the relic and Minoan culture. I am in full support of your proposal, and I'm sure the ever-considerate Cassandra won't object. But I didn't expect the ambassador to be such a polite and humble young lady. Heriandros. Greetings from Cornea, land of trade and merchants, Your Excellency Ambassador Meshire of Sargon. I am here as Cornea's representative to the exchange ceremony. At the Astynomus's request, I happened to overhear your conversation and couldn't help but stop to listen. May I ask you a question? Would you participate in the rebuilding of the first temple if your status were not a concern? Of course. It would be a great honor to participate in the restoration of such a wonderful example of Minoan architecture, not to mention the knowledge that could be gained. I would be delighted just to hew one piece of marble for it. In that case, why trouble yourself unnecessarily? What is this guy's deal, dog? Doesn't seem trustworthy. From myself, what? I have a little suggestion that might solve our present problem. As I see it, the two of you are in full agreement, but for this little issue of Ambassador Meshire's status. It's a sensitive issue, and Ambassador Meshire's concerns are certainly well-founded. On the other hand, the Astynomus here is seeking a capable supervisor who has the support of the people in order to keep the temple project on track. What better way to resolve this than Minos' most ancient process? You mean a vote? A referendum held on the first temple square. Let the citizens of Athenius participating in the rebuilding decide whether to accept Ambassador Meshire's supervision or not. Oh, there it is. There's the boy. He's really the Sargonian ambassador. Travesty. The theater of Caracera's first temple was not built to host a diplomatic farce. The Sargonian says she brought a relic in exchange for the technical data from the three polis. I knew that cargo didn't feel like movie figurines. The shape, the weight, and its relevance to Caracera. Could it be Gal to use stolen Minoan treasure to buy Minoan trust? Mind if I have anything to say about it?
Let's go! If they're making my life difficult,
Okay,
I'll
let's
make
put
theirs
you
twice
here.
as hard. It's always been that simple.
Actually, I should have put the vanguards first. Fine.
My spear tactics sharpen the mind.
Here you go. Civilizzato classico. Ah, めんどいのが来た。
You know what? I should add golden glow to this team as well.
I'll make you shriek so loud the stars will hear you.
Oh, they heal when they drop the thing.
All units, spread out!
Oh, I was fucking running at it. Bro.
The bad news is too bad, so sad. Not even ashes left.
Bartender's choice. Custom-made quagmire.
Fuck are you? Red Caracera, gentle and brave, not even the night can hide your splendor. You brought us a wise duo to solve our problems and help us build our temple. The insects sing the song of your harp. Your laurel is woven into the shape of victory in the moonlight. Oh, sorry, it's not moonlight that shines upon you, but the spotlights that we installed last week. Don't drink too much. We're here to vote, remember? You don't want to hurt your hand engraving your Ostracon. Of course I remember. I'm here to vote for Titi. I almost fell when I was working on the statues by myself in the temple. I wouldn't be drinking here right now if Titi didn't save me with her arts. You don't believe me? Let me show you. I tripped over the statue's sash that trails on the floor, and then... look out. Several white ribbons fly out of the shadows towards the drunken fort girl, helping her steady herself. They let her go once they are certain she's unharmed, straightening her hair while patting her horns in reproach. See? Those ribbons saved my ass, just like that. Oh, Titi, what are you doing here? Let's get a drink. Alice told me about a girl in the moving crew who's small but strong. She loves drinking and has a tendency to stumble. I didn't expect to see you stumble a dozen times in just 3 days, Kantia. Thanks, Titi. She doesn't hold drinking better than the average Minoan, which is to say she's supposed to drink in moderation, but she has a drunkard's soul. You need a swig, Titi. Do I look that nervous? Not in your face, but we've all figured out that your tail doesn't lie. Who's the guy in the scaffolds wearing a leaf-shaped ring on his gray tail? Seraphim from the paint crew. He's only motivated in working with big, muscular dudes. Nobody believes him when he says he's just lazy. What about the Lafia sitting in the corner, not talking to anyone? Lefteria from the consulting crew. She always stays out of the sun. I've only talked to her a few times, but I know she's obsessive about her work. That's more than most of us know about her. Most of the craftsmen barely know she exists. I don't know about the others, Titi, but to me, you're one of us. Thanks, Manos. Manus? Manus? Can you be comforting your friend? She looks nervous. Comforting people is your job, Cassandra of Endymion Temple. What Titi needs now is not the reassurance of a friend, but the support of the Minoans participating in the temple project. Kiriama Shire has been reciting her speech silently before those two craftsmen struck up a conversation with her. She subconsciously clutches her tail whenever she trips over a word. Twice she accidentally grabbed her little pet instead, much to its annoyance. Even observing her carefully, I think you'll like her. This alone is not enough to prove that she's worthy of trust. I just didn't want to surrender my own judgment to prejudice. It didn't take you too long to... It didn't take you long to decide that she was the best choice to supervise the project. I trust your judgment. Tonight there's no shadow of confusion in those reflected in Caracera's eyes. Everyone has made their decisions. They do not need the words of the heroes to guide their way. I have some personal matters to attend to. Excuse me. We're going. The Extendamos must take the absence of the supervising priests from the voting as a form of protest. Astrakhan is already in the box. Besides, Lady has no need for such blatant excuses, if she wants to pick a bone with the priesthood. If the exchange ceremony takes place at the first temple, then the ceremony will play to honor the heroes. I'll talk to Lady again, at least to get her to defer to the priest when it comes to choosing to play. That's all for another day. Let's hope tonight's vote goes smoothly. Based on my experiences these past few days, once we solve the issue with the stone, I believe the structure is essentially complete and ready to welcome visitors. We'll be ready to open in a few days once we put on the finishing touches and complete inspections according to plan. There won't be too much work to do to set up the exchange ceremony in the square. We just need to clear some room for the ceremony itself and have a separate area for logistics. We don't need to change anything with the rest of the building, and it'll be ready to open once construction is complete. Okay. I'll create an actionable proposal based on my knowledge and experience overseeing construction projects. If I'm elected, we will work together to complete the wonder that is Caracera's first temple. Such a lively sight. It seems this Kiriama Shire has made a lot of friends in a short time. It would undoubtedly be a massive boon to the friendship between our two countries, not to mention the temple project if she's elected. What do you want? I'm not sure what you mean. I'm here to attend the ceremony at your invitation. A son of Kernia's merchants just happens to pass by as I'm talking to the Sargonian ambassador and casually drops a solution to the problem at hand that leads to tonight's vote. Was this all Karasair as well? Why not? Tradition dictates that any Minoan who has received the hero's blessing must visit a temple the following day to declare it before a priest. But you will not see Kara, Cassandra, no matter what, no matter how close the Astinamos' office is to Endymion Temple, will you? Crossing the line, here is Periandros. You know as well as I do that the election of Kariam Shire will be more than just a feather in your diplomat's cap. Your foremost concern will always be Minos itself, as it is for me. Speak your demands. You can spin all the words you want, but I will not assent before seeing the terms and conditions of the deal. Have patience, honored Astinamos. Reputation is the most important thing in business, and I will bring my business to you personally once the dust has settled. It's not that time yet. In accordance with tradition, please etch yea or nay onto the Ostrakhan you are holding, and place it in the box face down. We'll tally the results once everyone has cast their Ostraka. If more than half the votes are in favor, Titi Kiriam Shire shall be named supervisor of the temple project until the exchange ceremony is completed. Begin. The crowd walks up one by one to place their Ostraka. There is some distance between the box and the center of the square where Titi is standing, but she can see the smiling faces of the friends she has made these past few days. They nod to Titi as their gazes meet. We cannot see the words on their Ostraka, but she knows what vote they cast. Who would have thought that she would be in charge of the construction of a Minoan temple? It should have been a tremendous honor. It would have been a tremendous honor, even in Padishah time. How should she repay the kindness the Athenians have shown her? What a joke. It's the boy, isn't it? A voice interrupts Titi's thoughts and causes the square to fall silent. Oh, no, just some dude. Oh, yeah. It's the first guy. Is this the year 1100? I thought maybe we were at the turn of the millennium and the Sargonians had come back to rule us. The war is over, I guess. For you, maybe, not for me. The hated Sargonians continue to hound me in my darkest dreams. I wish I was forgetful as you, but our heroes tell me in my dreams that I must not forget. Did a priest interpret that for you? No, but these recurring dreams are the heroes' voices. I alone know their will. I will never smile and work alongside a Sargonian. I will not stand for it, no matter what good things you may say the Sargonian has done. Fair enough, bro. Titi watches as the Minoan passes in front of her without so much as casting a glance her way. He tosses his Ostrakhan as he passes by the box. It hits the side and falls onto the ground, rolling a few times before settling face up. The Ostrakhan is blank. Titi realizes that this hatred of Argonians is such that he would not dignify this vote by participating. Her cheeks burn as though she had been slapped in the face, but she trembles as she feels a chill run up her spine. Everything seems to grow distant. It is as though there is a thick screen separating her and the others and all the sounds around her. In her day, she seems to perceive Talus stepping up and the craftsmen casting concerned glances at her. She wants to say that she is fine, she is alright, that she was prepared for such treatment as an envoy of peace sent by the erstwhile invaders and oppressors. Besides, it's not as though the Minoan has done anything to her. He simply said he did not want to work with her. This is fine, no one can be loved by everyone after all. She wants to smile, that famous bright, carefree smile of Medjehtiqedti Bound, which has charmed so many visitors to her museum. But she cannot find the words or her smile. The words of the Minoan who tossed the Ostrakhan echo in her mind. She recalls the ferryman who questioned her the day she arrived in Athenians. The time she spent with the temple craftsmen meant something. They still trust her. But to the countless Minoan strangers out there, she is not Titi, the curious lover of Minoan legend. She is a Sargonian. Everyone's gone and the lights are out. How long are you planning to keep yourself curled up here? That fort girl and the craftsman are worried sick about you. What are you gonna do? Tell them to go on holiday while you fix a temple overnight with your hands and ribbons? That'll make things square, will it? I've been circling your feet and winking at you for ages. It never occurred to you to look down. I'd never noticed that something wasn't quite right. Did you notice that that a-hole deputy excusing himself from the voting ceremony and distancing himself from the whole thing? Did you notice the words or ulterior motives written all over that astinamos? No, you just couldn't resist jumping into the grave that's been dug just for you. Now look where it's gotten you. Really, you're crying over that? Can even tell you how many times I've seen it in the City of Gold, where licking boots and stamping on faces is as much a part of everyday life as eating and shitting. Besides, I doubt you're crying for the people who used you. I told you when you got the Padishah's assignment that it wasn't going to be a pleasant vacation. The scars of history that run deep, the Minoans who are still recovering from the pain, and your position as the ambassador of Sargon all serve to remind you that it is not just an exchange of relics that you have to deal with. The proud creature tries to catch a glimpse of the young feline's face in a rare show of concern, but her head is bowed too low for it to see. Mia sighs and pokes Titi's hand with its head cuddling around her and gestures for her to pet it. Very makes one happy. Your words. I gave you special permission to stroke my tail, fluff the hair on my back, or wipe your tears on either. Actually, I take back the last one. I hate getting wet. Why did I even pick a troublemaking little thing like you, Now I'm on consolation duty. If I am really so fragile, you wouldn't have picked me when you left the Grand Bazaar, would you? Just this one time to lift your mood. Don't you dare get carried away. Thanks, Mio. Feeling better? Yes, some people voted for me. It means they trust me and have hopes for me. Manos called me one of them. People don't always get along, even in the same family. And I'm in a country that was deeply hurt by Sargon in the past. I'm not a hero of legend. I can't miraculously solve everything with a song, a poem, or a speech. What I can do is get Karasera's for temple completed as soon as possible and return to the Minoans, to Karasera the things that belong to Minos. Moonlight shines upon Karasera's complexion, wearing a laurel wreath with her hand on her heart. She gazes into the infinite distance. He stands beneath the marble statue, bathing in the same silent moonlight as Karasera. She closes her eyes and makes a wish.
Naturally.
I need to use the restroom. 2 minutes. Plus I need to let my voice rest a little bit. Fucking hell. The greasy. I'm surprised you didn't need a toilet break. Yeah, all that caffeine catching up. It'd be cough. What the hell, man? It's dense. It's some dense shit, brother. Fucking hell, man. Alright, ME4. Burdens too heavy to bear have a tendency to drop when you can least afford to bear them. I don't know if this server will.
Victory belongs to the faithful.
And so, Caracera, the singer of epics, the gentlest hero of Agamemnon, hung her harp upon the branches of the laurel tree. Its body made from the tallest firs atop Mount Himnoi, its strings made from the bravest bird and beast that roamed the Agnes plains. When it played, all things in the land of heroes sang together, riding upon the winds in freedom. No wonder you came up with the idea of holding the exchange ceremony on the temple square when you saw the completed statue of Caracera. You brought Caracera's true harp, the one that used to be displayed in the first temple of old Athenians. Yes. Legend has it that Caracera was inspired to carve a massive harp from mountain rocks and firs after hearing the mountain tell their stories beneath Mount Himnoi. It was a blessed harp that only sang on important occasions or when played by a great hero like Caracera, offering a song that touches the people's hearts. The first temple was destroyed when the Sargonians invaded old Athenians. Grieving the tragedy, the harps sang no more, and afterwards went missing, until Padishah Kari found it in his collection. I don't know how it ended up in Sargon. Perhaps a Sargonian soldier looted it from old Athenians and sold it to the Padishah's ancestor. I don't think anyone alive in Athenians has ever seen the original harp. The only people who would know anything about the harp are a few priests well-versed with ancient texts or aura benders like Cassandra who directly communicate with the heroes. Does it still make sound? Yes, they performed an inspection on the strings. They're a little aged, but still in playing condition. I see. Perhaps the silence of the harp was simply a metaphor, as is often the case in Minoan stories. Where are the ferrymen? We pay these outrageous rents to be by the canal and get fresh fins. What's my CPU? 12th generation i5, I think? Honestly, I don't remember. I honestly don't remember. The goods are here, keeper. Why, is there a problem with the stream? Should be fine, right? Nothing's dropping. Finally, many more delays and we won't be ready for the diplomatic delegation. Should I unload the goods for you? Why is the boat docked so far today? People will be falling into the water trying to unload stuff. Bring the boat closer, please. As close to the kitchen as you can. Okay, thank you. Why are you the one delivering today, by the way? It's usually Xanthos who does it. I'll see any issues? Okay, good. I apologize. Master Xanthos had business. Well, it's no problem. As long as the food gets here and the kitchen can get to work. You've been with Xanthos for a few years, haven't you? He must have his reasons for planning it this way. Not concerned at all. Hey, I play Crimson Desert and Monster Hunter. Which Arknights is this? This is the OG Arknights, brother. This is the current event that's running on the Greece one. I can't say the name, it's too difficult. Sorry, Palace. Everyone in the temple has their hands full today. I simply can't free up anyone from the moving crew. I wanted to get the harp into the first temple ahead of time to see how it fits. I don't know what that was supposed to be. I should have had someone big and strong to help with carrying the harp, though. It's just the two of us. Caracera was not particularly tall, according to historical records. People took particular note of the contrast when she stood next to her harp. Maybe I could even do it myself. Don't cost anything to try. That's true, yeah. Like, it's free, man. You can just take them. It's heavy. Is this box full of lead or something? I was told it's giving the true 4070 absolute lobbies under the case straight bottlenecks. Yeah. I mean, gaming doesn't typically use a lot of CPU, does it? It's mainly on the GPU. So, unless you're playing fucking Minecraft, in which case, what the fuck do you have a GPU for? Well, we entered Athenaeus by the ancient route, which is pretty rough. We couldn't risk any damage to the relic. I had the museum staff prepare a packaging that's fireproof, waterproof, shockproof, and impact-proof, which, unfortunately, added a ton of weight to it. On the other hand, it wouldn't get a scratch on it, even if an earthquake suddenly shook a whole house down onto it. I can see you take care of your museum and collection. I went to Columbia to study museology because I was curious about everything, and ended up working in a museum when I went back to Sargon. But my father died young, and my family is a far cry from its past glory. Honestly, I'm not sure why the Padishah shop picked me to lead the diplomatic mission. But it's my job now, and I want to do it right. Still have to play AAA Babes Vanilla, yeah. Yeah. Right, it's not really a problem. Did I ever tell you? I don't play AAA games, shit. Did I ever tell you that you... Oh, what's happening? You dying? What's happened? Everything okay, TT? Don't worry, the harp's unharmed. I was asking about you. Speaking of earthquakes, good thing the relic is well protected. We were just going over that, weren't we? What's all the commotion downstairs? Looks like a boat ran straight into the... What the fuck? Oh. Burn AAA paranoid for that kind of con. Yeah, actually, though. It's over. It's all over. It's an isolated incident, don't worry. What kind of ferryman are you? Full sails from 5 meters away, on a windy day like this. You knew your boat would go even faster than Hermes the messenger. You wanted the boat as close to the kitchen as possible. I didn't mean inside the kitchen. Bro. Make way, make way. Peace officers already dispersing onlookers. Don't crowd around like this. I need to see what happened. Actually, speaking of AAA, what would I even play? What would people even want? Now that I'm thinking about it, because I can't think of any AAA games recently that have been, you know, interesting. Hop on Love in Deep Space, Mr. Paranoid. Alright, you know what? We get the 5k subs, I'll play some fucking Love in Deep Space. Peace officers already... Okay. I can. You'll uphold justice, won't you, Grammateus? I just wanted the boat bringing the ingredients to be closer to the kitchen, but this kid rammed it right into my place. I'm sorry, I don't know how to operate a boat, brother. Who do you think you're fooling? You've been studying with Xanthos at the crossing every day for years. Theoretical knowledge does not equal practical skill. What is this this guy's deal, bro? Why are you... You've seen the stick figure ads they did for... No, I haven't. The only Love in Deep Space ads that I have seen are the ones where she's fucking the guy. Which I'm very surprised they show on YouTube at all. But hey, a little achievement is gonna take us... Brother, if we get to 5k in 3 years, I'd be surprised. Alright, I've been stuck at 2.7 or so for the last year now. Because I don't make fucking content. Because it's a lot of work. Enough. I can testify that this man never passed a single chariot racing test back in preschool. That doesn't explain how he didn't see this huge stop sign, does it? The boat ran right through the fence. Didn't see. If you look at the stick figure ads, they were for April Fool's Day. Okay, we'll take a break after this node, and then we'll look it up then, because I do need to take a little... My voice is not doing well. Has our apathy spread to his perceptual system? Is that why Lena made a home visit? This guy has been laboring under a misapprehension this entire time. And he's still doing it. I can't. Why do you look like you think I'm going to die soon? Who thinks you're going to die soon, brother? Don't say that, even if it's true. Okay. It technically is not gay, right? Because the target audience is women. So it's actually extremely straight. Excuse me, Grammatius. I know the two of you used to be classmates, but you're here as an official, and my kitchen has suffered significant damage. Here, This is your coin purse. I'll pay for the damage. Take what you need. I'm telling you to pay for me. You never got a proper job since you left preschool. I know Xanthos takes care of your room and board, but I doubt you have much money saved. Don't worry about it. Spend your money on treatment. Don't forget you still owe me a debate. Fine, really. Cough, but yeah, that's coughing. Coughing. An acute attack. Doctor, I need a doctor over here, brother. Just smoke, you idiot. Go get someone to fight the fire. Grammatis. I feel like this is definitely a more lighthearted event compared to the usual shit. The fire is getting stronger. Looks like the boat hit the kitchen stove. What's all the smoke? Need to get out, get away from the smoke, but the harp is fireproof. Harp's still protected. I see the officers are already organizing people to fight the fire. Could be under control soon. Besides, the stairs are too narrow. The harp could get in the way of other people evacuating. Besides, are you alright, Palace? Right, we need to leave. We can come back when the smoke's gone. Let's go. Oh, the harp's fucked, isn't it? Almost certainly. The fire. Oh no, my luggage is still in my room. Don't worry, the fire's in the first floor kitchen. It's not going to spread to the guest room upstairs. Just wait for them to put out the fire and the smoke to disperse. The fuck has the story been going? We've got a terrorist attack on our hands now. Stop crowding and clear the area around the door. There are still people coming down from upstairs. Sir, now's not time to go inside. Feeling better, Palace. I'm fine. I just inhaled some smoke. We should be good to go back to the room in 10 minutes. I'll help you take the harp to the first temple just in case anything else happens. Thanks. We're just gonna get stolen. Can't simply overcome racism in 5 minutes. Story is lighthearted for Arknights standards. Well, considering one of the earlier events was due to the racism basically genociding an entire country, a guy goes off and decides to genocide another country. And we recruit him at the end. Yeah, no, it's pretty lighthearted. Oh, sorry, it's so crowded here. Hey, Palace, did that guy look familiar to you? Who? You hear? The kid at the crossing was the one who ran the boat into the kitchen. He usually looks pretty smart, but I guess he's as dumb as it gets when it comes to piloting your boat. He's absolutely can steal that harp, man. Or was Xanthos? He's the one who usually delivers the goods. Too busy, maybe, but it's not like him to it's not like him to let an inexperienced apprentice get into trouble on his own. True. Remember now, it was Xanthos, the ferryman, who ran into me just now. Yeah. Why the fuck do we got Adolf Hitman on the payroll? Because it's funny. We just hire people, man. If they're useful, we just hire them. Xanthos, are you sure? If he had the time to come to the hotel, why would he let an inexperienced apprentice steer the boat and cause an accident? Wait a second. I have a bad feeling about this. As do I.
Hello, space. Housekeeping here. Ready to clean.
Just put you here.
My benevolent shall save lives.
Okay, this girl is a 4-star unit, and she's probably the strongest fucking character in this game. I'm not even kidding.
Hear her words.
Ooh, I have to get serious now.
Oh shit. Time Shanka reincarnated the Arknights. No, this dude, this dude, like, he just hates people. He just straight up kills dudes because he doesn't like them. It's great.
Bravery shall overcome evil. Get around, guys!
Ice and snow know not mercy.
Bartender choice. Custom-made quagmire.
Orders, please. I'll carve my name onto every little bit of Erythnium out there. We're counting on you again today, little apple.
they're not gonna move forward. Alright, well.
They will cough up some useful information. I hear that your wounds have been rather striking.
Waiting.
Just gonna go down to a natural ship.
Ooh, almost dozed off.
With wind operators with state-of-the-art guns or Greeks with catapults. I'm sorry, those are trebuchets? Come on. Meme where it goes alien invader invades Earth with Adolf. I don't know that meme. What? Huh? There he is. The room of the Sargonian ambassador. This is the relic that was stolen a century ago. The tall Minoan peers at the massive wooden box as he starts to motor on his serrated ore. Oh, it's supposed to be an ore, I see. Repurposing the tool that he uses to cross the river to pick the lock open. Yeah, I don't know if that's picking the lock necessarily. Tomato, yeah. He carefully lifts the cover of the box. The instrument of Garacera, which should have come home long ago, is safely packaged in a dust cover. That is a damn... That's what I'm saying. It's a fucking chainsaw, brother. Garacera's heart must not be used as a bargaining chip by the Sargonian hypocrites. Be shut away in this pretentious, suffocating box. Let the harp down, Xanthos. He will praise you for proposing the rebuilding of the first temple as soon as you return to Athenia's palace. I voted in favor myself. Thank you. But you should not have cozied up with the Sargonians. You instructed your apprentice to ram the hotel kitchen and cause a fire, letting you sneak in to steal an artifact of great diplomatic significance to our two countries. It's an ill-advised act. The streets outside the hotel are packed with people. You can't possibly escape with the harp. You're jumping out the window. This is the 4th floor. Directly above the kitchen. The boat that rammed the kitchen wasn't just a distraction. It's his escape. He had this planned. The door will take too much time. How about you give me a ride? Wisdom. At least, unless the people are also in on this. Oh, they're definitely in on this. They do not like the Sargonians. It's always odd to me how just random NPCs get, like, different designs in this game. Fire is under control. Grammaticus, as for the hotel's losses, I'll report the incident to the Astinomus's office per official procedures. As for the damage to the kitchen, I've already settled up with the innkeeper. I see. We'll station someone here to make sure no one's trying to take advantage of the chaos. For instance... What is it? Look up. Hecademus looks up. A pair of 4 torms, pitch black under the sunlight like the twin moons, flies over the head of the crowd, their owner landing upon a haystack on the accident boat before leaping off the boat and fleeing along the river. A few seconds later, a white figure leaps from the window off the end of a silver chain. The black feline's landing is softened by several cloth ribbons surrounding her. Xanthos the ferryman and the Sargonian ambassador. What's that huge thing Xanthos is carrying on his back? Don't tell me. You're right, officer. Someone is trying to take advantage of the chaos. Understood. Clearing the scene and impound that boat. Send someone to follow Kyrian Shire and bring Xanthos into custody. Get to the toast, but game companies can find some voice actor, yeah. I kind of wish they did have voice actor for this game. It would be so much easier. Just in general for everything. The harvest is done. We need your help. We'll need your help again packing the apples and crates. These guys again? No problem. You guys help a lot with the stone for temple after all. What is this shit? Oh, alright. Well, excuse me. Oh, well. Xanthos, what's the hurry? That TT chasing after him. Hey Xanthos, hey Thanos, make way. This is a race. Where's the finish line? Go, TT, go. You can't lose to Xanthos when he has so much stuff on his back, right? No, I can't. Careful with the apples. Where exactly does he intend to go? Like, really? Our Sargonian is persistent. This is as far as you go. Xanthos, the river is just ahead. The harp is out of its waterproof packaging. The water will ruin it. I don't need a Sargonian to remind me, not when your people have ruined countless renowned treasures. Is he just gonna destroy it? He's gonna destroy it. Santos. Pretty nice for asking, not just putting the twinks in a full Nelson. We have a very different definition of twink, man. That one guy was not a twink. That's the sound. There's a boat and there's a pier. He had this carefully planned. It wasn't an impulsive act. No, don't go. Okay, so he's just trying to get away. Where is he gonna go? Everyone knows him. Arts control ribbons fly towards the package on Xanthos' shoulder. Nefortin instinctively jumps back, placing the harp at the stern of the ship. The ribbons wind themselves around his arm, helping Titi jump onto the boat. Xanthos, it's swaying beneath my feet. We need to clear the air between us. Let us talk about this on dry land, shall we? I have nothing to say to a Sargonian. Let me apologize, then. Two keep their eyes fixed on each other, one at the bow, the other at the stern. Xanthos clutches his oar and starts its motor, while Titi begins to glow with the light of her Originium arts. Ribbons fly from her clothes, grabbing the harp and pulling it towards the bow. Xanthos cuts the ribbons, only to find that Titi has closed a distance with the harp. He runs to the bow, causing the boat to tip. The bow causing the boat to tip violently, throwing Titi off balance and interrupting her arts. Both of them reach out desperately. It's going in the water. That shit's going in the water. The dust cover on the relic is removed, revealing the legendary lost harp in all its glory. Every Minoan has heard the story of Caracera and her harp, but precious few have seen it with their own eyes. It remains proud and glorious, despite the passage of 1,000 years. Sunlight falls on the metallic leaves, decorating its pedestal, surrounding it with a gentle glow. The rare fighting of the harp has no time to admire as they watch the harp's trajectory change, less than a second before it hits the ground. Yeah, that sounds about right. Medjehtiqedti had never thought of herself as lucky. The glory of her noble house had long faded away by her father's generation. Her father was obsessed with literature, while her mother, so clinging to old aristocratic habits, showed little interest in spending time with her daughter. Titi spent most of her free time in her father's library alone. The knowledge she learned there was basic, shallow, but it nevertheless expanded her horizon and instilled in her a strong sense of curiosity for everything. That's why she saved money to pay for her own studies in museology in Colombia. She was excited but nervous when Padishakeri appointed her to be the ambassador to Sargon. On one hand, she was drawn to the wonders of Minoan culture and the stories of heroes. On the other hand, she was acutely aware of the challenges that the burden of history presented. The little joy that she gained from working with the temple craftsmen, the last vestige of fantasy and daydream in her mind, would be shattered with the falling harp in less than a second. Xanthos was not so arrogant as to think that his plan to take the harp back from the Sargonians was flawless. He might go to jail or have an Oripithy attack while carrying out the plan. He did not care that he was risking his life on something that would seem ridiculous to most. To him, the only place where he would find peace was the battle on the border where Thakos went 5 years ago. There was no point in asking the meaning of anything that has happened since. But the trickery of fate is even more cruel than in the heroic legends. Xanthos thought of many ends for himself, but never this one. The precious harp is about to hit the ground, and there's nothing Xanthos can do about it. Either be angry, sad, fearful, or simply laugh at his own helplessness. The emotions that fate has impounded have returned to his empty chest. The tall Minoan warrior sees everything flash before his eyes. The breeze of the Delphi Canal brushes against Xanthos' back. It has never felt so cold. He cannot help but tremble. He can see the Sargonian woman's face. It is deathly pale. He knows that his own face is the same. It's a harp hydrogen bomb. There you go. Shit's done. We've arrested Xanthos the Ferryman and his apprentice Lycaon on charges of robbery, Your Excellency. I sincerely apologize for the damages you suffered. I know it's not a place to ask, but can the damaged item be? Thank you for your concern, officer. The item that was damaged was a personal effect and not particularly— That's a fucking lie. It was Xanthos the Ferryman who ferried me across the river when I first came to Athenius. This was simply a minor misunderstanding. You can send the onlookers on their way. Yes, Your Excellency. If you don't intend to pursue this matter any further, then we will take the two suspects and proceed in accordance with the law. You two think... Oops. Thank Kyrie and the Shire for her magnanimity. Magnanimity. You don't know how to steer a boat. Prometheus, Academos can testify to that. You could have gotten off easily. Why put yourself in this situation with me like him? You instruct me to provide a distraction on the boat because you know I'm a poor liar, Master Xanthos. I knew about your plan and took action to help you. I must accept responsibility with you. Besides, I do not think that what you did was unreasonable. A personal effect, as if the officer believed that. She saw your courtesy as a way out so she wouldn't have to prosecute her own people. Relic that is at the center of the first cultural exchange between Sargon and Minos since the establishment of diplomatic relations was stolen and damaged during its retrieval. This would be more than enough to start a war if we were in Lithuania or Syracuse. Yeah, well, I checked the harp. The damage was minor, only a crack on the pedestal. It can be easily repaired by filling and painting over the crack. Under normal circumstances, I would have kept it untouched, but these are what we call extenuating. I can fix it so nothing looks out of place for the exchange ceremony in a few days. Definitely unreasonable. Wait a few days to get the national treasure back or destroy it forever. Yeah, like, brother is... He was not thinking straight. That's not so bad. It's the principle of the thing, bro. You may be descended from Sargonian nobility, but you've inherited none of your ancestors' political acumen. The Minoans are entirely at fault here. This is a perfect chance to punish the offender severely, establish Sargon's authority and prestige. Brother, this is not what we're doing. I know you're proud of your family's military exploits in Minos, Benui Effendi, and to you this is like revisiting old stomping grounds, in a sense. The times have changed. Padishakere appointed us to visit Minos with Karasera's harp, not to show off Sargonian glory, but to repair the relationship between our two nations. As emissaries of Sargon, our priority is to carry out the exchange ceremony successfully, not our own obsessions and interests. Am I wrong? Yeah, it was different that morning, yeah. Bro's on some shit.
Flawless victory! I was pretty good, wasn't I, Doctor?
Alright, let's look up that stick thing, because I need to rest a little bit. It's gonna be too long, right? And I am curious, like, what the fuck? Do I just look up, what is it, deep space, stick figures? I am curious as to what this is. Yeah, I set the source here. I'm gonna kill this music for a little bit. Alright, I'm assuming... Okay, that's not it. That's a reaction. Dick figures. Alright, bro. I don't know which one to look for here. I'm assuming it's this reaction video, but I don't know the original. Is there a link to it? See, if I look up ad, what I'm gonna find is actual porn. How is this game showing ads on YouTube? I don't understand. That's for April Fools, right? So that should have been like 2 months ago? Yeah, if you can find that that link, that would probably help, because there's not a chance in hell I'm finding this on my own. It's no longer up. Oh, that's a shame. I don't want to watch someone else's reaction. That feels a little disrespectful. I guess that's all for the break then. Damn, I'll see if I can find it later though. Or if you can like find it. Alright. We are halfway done. We're making pretty good progress actually, what the hell. At least I assume it's half. It's usually about 8 nodes. Actually, I can check. Quit game core break. Yeah, actually though. Oh, I unlocked the boy. Hell yeah. 8. Yeah, there's 8 stages plus probably 2 cutscene stages.
The doctor, is it? Lena said I would find you here. Give me an order if you need me to do something. Just don't put me together with any Sargonians.
Music is really loud.
Everyone that way.
Let me turn this down. I don't know how it is on your guys' end, but I cannot hear shit. The music is playing. How? I prefer my music to be a little bit less. One more chapters of Turbo Racist, man. Shit, yeah. I'll have people in Arknights just use chainsaws. There's a surprising number of characters that use chainsaws. I'm not even. So they're usually under Centurions, yeah. These are all chainsaw users. Let's level this guy up. We'll use him.
Did you give the orders in all these battles?
Did we get these in the shop? I love how they're advertising the big guy. Look at this idiot ruin everything. Well, he's free, so technically they don't need to advertise him. You just get him. Oh hell yeah, guard tokens. Nice. Why the fuck is there a COD character in the... Oh, well, because they had a... This is Rainbow Six. They had a Rainbow Six collab. They also had a Monster Hunter collab. Actually, what else do they have? They had a Sanrio fucking collab. They're gonna have a My Little Pony collab. That's fucking weird, isn't it? I think it's weird. Oh, they had a Dungeon Meshi collab as well. It's fucking Marseille, bro. I can't remember what else they did. They've probably done other stuff. Wait, I want to include this guy actually, hang on. How do I have an assistant? Hang on. I wanna an assistant. Oh, you just select multiple ones, right? There's Sentry. Where do you fucking go, bro? Oh, they had a Ave Medjehtiqedti collab, which I don't know anything about because I've never seen Ave Medjehtiqedti. This is by acquisition date and MLP collab. But you're actually though, I'm so surprised with that one. There we go. There we go. Which meant you don't need a huge battery for it, and it doubles as a tool like how Valkyries always use it. Yes, it's essentially a generic power source. The club with such a gooner series. Footage theme, IS next to the My Little Pony teaser was so fucking... Yeah, actually, it's so funny because the found footage shit was our first time going to Mexico, essentially. So... I don't know what they meant by that. That's pretty fucking cool. Alright. Let's level up Bakaris and then we will go back to it. Because I do want to use this guy. He's kind of cool. Even if he is a little bit stupid. Where is he, man? It's a card, right? There he is.
You have my gratitude, but I must decline. I'm willing to fight for you, but I'm not interested in commendations. This one is for saving the pothos plant in the doctor's office? Thank you. I'm honored. Did you give the orders in all these battles?
Can I craft these? cannot. Damn it, I wanted him at E2. It's fine. That works. Alright, back to it. ME5. People come and go, the situation inevitably spins out of control. Really just gunning our team right now, aren't we?
Edimos.
You have so many 6. I have been playing this game since launch, man. Like, I'm... I have quite a lot, yes. Snores. Scratch his ear. Really? That's the first line of the node? I'm gonna fucking kill myself. Medjehtiqedti. As if it wasn't enough that you went off by yourself first thing in the morning, now you're slamming doors and disturbing my net. Have you prepared the harp, or have you been enjoying Athenia so much you forgot about your job? My opponent's just full of R34. Why would AK devs collab? I don't know, man. I'm just surprised. I haven't heard anything about MLP in ages. Actually, Magic the Gathering did an MLP collab as well. 2 of them. There's no use trying to repair the harp. Giving up so soon. You can't fix tiny crack like that. What were you doing in all those classes you took in Columbia? Just filling in the crack and painting over it isn't hard, but it's not just the harp that was damaged. It was also your fragile bleeding heart. Bro, this cat is such an asshole. It was also Sargon's reputation. What? Karasera's harp was one of the best preserved relics I've ever seen. Wooden instruments are highly sensitive. The slightest blemish on the body could change its sound. That was why we were very careful during the appraisal process and avoided any destructive tests. I've heard it a million times at the museum. The ornament, string material, and lacquer are typical of the Minoan style. Historical records indicate that it very likely belonged to Karasera herself. But something didn't feel right when I was repairing it last night. The wood chips that fell from the crack indicated the material was mountain firs, the kind that ancient Minoans often used, but something was off with the cross-section texture. The weapons of the heroes are made from ancient trees. They'll have some pretty deep texture. No, it didn't look like the natural texture of wood. It was reminiscent of a certain moisture retention technique developed in Sargon. I read about it in old books about instrument making. Minoan plants are rich in moisture, while the climate in Sargon is generally dry. Wood imported from Minos had to be specially treated to prevent them from cracking due to the dryness. The cross-section I saw showed signs of such treatment. You mean this was not Karasera's original harp, but a replica made by Sargonians using Minoan wood? You sure you're not overthinking it? I didn't want to believe it, but I just took the wood chips to a lab. Testing revealed the presence of Sargonian resin dating back about 100 years. The harp is fake, yeah? Oof. Yeah, harp fake, oof. The harp looked perfect. It was virtually impossible to tell that it was a replica without destructive testing. I doubt Padishakari knew anything. I have to tell the Astinamos, you can't give the Minoans a fake harp under the eyes of Karasera's statue. The exchange ceremony must be stopped. Ambassador Medjehtiqedti's mission was to carry out the exchange ceremony. Anoyan Fendi. We made an oath to the Padishah before we set out. How can you continue to call yourself the ambassador of Sargon if you fail to retrieve the engineering data from the construction of the 3 polis? Yes, I have my duties as ambassador. As an archaeologist, however, I can't overlook such a mistake, much less intentionally participate in a lie. That's why I say you have no political acumen. You see yourself as a museum curator, not a diplomatic envoy. The important thing about the relic exchange ceremony is not the relic, but the exchange. Who cares if the harp is a replica? It still makes a sound. You want to offer up a fake harp at the ceremony? Absolutely not. And what is your bright idea, Medjehtiqedti, without the authentic harp and a ceremony right around the corner? In the halls of Menatamite, you told Padishakari that you loved the legends of Minos and wanted to see true heroism with your own eyes. Is your idea of heroism clinging to your obsessions and bringing shame to your country at the very first cultural exchange between Sargon and Minos since the establishment of diplomatic relations? Are you and your useless father one and the same, brother? He ruined your family, turned the name Nasutu Mashire into a high society joke. In his obsession with literature, he abandoned his duties, even his duty to his daughter, forcing her to chase the shadows of heroes in books, failing to find any heroism in her father. This has nothing to do with him. I only love Minoan stories because, as emissaries of Sargon, our priority is to carry out the exchange ceremony successfully, not our own obsessions and interests. Your words, verbatim. I'll find a way, before the ceremony, no matter what it takes. I can't let her fade. Obstinate fool. Very well, you can meditate while I act on your behalf and carry out the duty that the Sargonian ambassador was supposed to perform. It's not as if it changes anything. To the Astinamos and the guests, you're nothing more than a curious girl, an enthusiastic volunteer for the temple project while I negotiated with the Astinamos. Okay, it doesn't matter, just give the harp the importance. Just give the harp the importance of his gesture itself. The harp itself just means that is true. Like I agree here. But this dude is not doing it for that. He is clout chasing hard. I am, for all due intents and purposes, the true ambassador of Sargon. Hello? Maybe you don't remember me, but I visited this ranch quite a lot lately. The herder Melita knows me. Please stop leaning on the fence and let me through. So, alright. It was not my intention to interrupt your nap. Perhaps you'll enjoy this grass. The dew is still fresh on it. I also brought some berries. She's just talking to this thing. Well, I'm out of bribes. In that case, would you like a dream interpretation? Kyrios? Maybe Kyrio? Brushes teeth on the fence. Cauliflower is a girl. Berries are too sweet for her and grass isn't filling enough. You need carrots to draw her attention. Another one. Jesus. You find a burning beast has a fever and not even its favorite food can coax it to move. Just scoop some water with a leaf and spray it on its horn to cool it down. You really know your burden beast, Melita. I didn't know there were so many tricks to getting a burden beast to move. Of course, they're not beck beasts, which are used to take commands. A herder needs 100 tricks to coax burden beasts into doing what you need them to do. It's this understanding that builds a bond between burden beast and herder. Right, Cauliflower? It's up and leaves. Maybe it's a talent to know one more way to get burden beasts to move than other herders. Thanks for getting Cauliflower to move, Melita. No problem. The priestess of Endymion Temple gracing us with her presence means that this place is blessed by the heroes. We couldn't be happier. As long as it doesn't cause any trouble for you. Of course not. All you can do is admire the sights and look at the fence. A little while back, I was concerned that a foal could slip through the cracks in the fences. A few days later, you filled the gaps with strong threads. Just doing my part. Very kind deed. I won't disturb you anymore. I have a few hooves to trim. The fur and also fur hair is weirding me out. Yeah, like it looks like a very different design. Like this looks like a Squeenix design or something. Like from what was it called? The one game that EOS'd a while back. On her lean toe is the filled fence, where delicate threads stand in regular intervals, gleaming in the sun. They have different. Yes, they have. There's a bunch of different artists for this game. Yes. She plucks on her threads, hearing nothing except the breeze blow over the pasture. That EOS, that doesn't. I know it doesn't. I'm just blanking on what it was actually called. Of course, it wouldn't make a sound. Not even a burning beast running until it did. There isn't much time. When will you sing again? Oh, these are the threads of the original harp, aren't they? So she's been keeping it. I know what you're here for, Kyrios Binley. Rest assured that the relationship between our two nations is the highest priority. A little incident will not be allowed to affect it. A little incident. Xanthos came to Athenius 5 years ago, working as ferryman and manager of the crossing. He took in an apprentice, Lycaon, a former preschool student. Sermon turquoise was how she used her government. Wait. I'm assuming you mean butterfly, but I don't remember that part she did that. They're accused of attempting to steal from the room of Ambassador Medjehtiqedti. They are being held in custody pending trial in accordance with the law. Since the ambassador has elected not to press charges, a justification to comfort the ignorant people by a naive girl moonlighting as supervisor of the rebuilding of the first temple, not the decision of the honored ambassador of Sargon. I see your views differ from Kyria Mashire's. I will of course take full responsibility for this matter as Astinamos. However, I would ask that the two of you come to an agreement as to how we deal with it. You know what I mean, Astinamos. My view is that of the Sargonian delegation. This tragedy, the theft and destruction of the harp, would never have happened if the exchange ceremony was not repeatedly delayed. I have reason to suspect that you have intentions other than promoting the relationship between our two nations, that you have intentionally delayed the ceremony and everything that took place did so on your orders. I hear the position of Astinamos was newly created following the administrative reform of the Athenius, and you were rewarded with the role because of your contribution to said reforms. If something goes wrong with the first cultural exchange between our two nations since the establishment of diplomatic relations, then I congratulate you on being the only Astinamos who the people of Athenius will never forget. The exchange ceremony is certainly my most important task. I admit I was negligent for not arriving at the scene promptly due to a busy schedule. In that case, how would you define this incident, this theft and destruction of the harp? The brutal, barbaric, ignorant, baseless hatred of the perpetrators, the robbery and destruction of the symbol of friendship between Sargon and Minos was a most despicable act. In my 30 years overseeing culture in Medjehtiqedti, Sargon has received many letters from Minos requesting the return of the cultural artifacts that were removed during the occupation. Shouldn't these plunderers of Minos' national treasure be severely punished if you Minoans truly value it so much? It will be tried according to Minoan law. As far as the punishment is concerned, though, I have no intention of leaving the impression that Sargon is trying to bully the people of Athenius. We are emissaries of peace, after all. This is a most sensitive time, however. Just because Sargon and Minos signed a truce 5 years ago doesn't mean that all is peaceful and well. The potty shells are used to solving problems with force of arms. I would not give them a reason to get angry if I were you. Santos and Lycaon conspired to steal and deface a national treasure and sabotage the exchange ceremony. Their actions are tantamount to treason. They will be put on death row immediately. Alright, buddy. Thank you, Astinamos. I look forward to the exchange ceremony in a few days. And crazy, let them keep their weapons in here. What's going on? It's not normal to transfer prisoners so suddenly before we're officially sentenced. I'm just following orders. Move quietly and behave yourselves. Maybe there will be a chance for clemency. You really believe the Sargonian ambassador would protect the Minoans who tried to steal the harp? You heard what she said to the officer. It would have been easiest to make the accusations while everyone was watching, but she didn't do it. You can never tell what someone is thinking. Submit an official assessment of the damage, put pressure on the Astinamos and peace officers. There are many things that the Sargonian delegate can do. Death row away, or getting the royal treatment. You should regret it, Lycaon. Destroying a hotel kitchen is nothing compared to the charges we now face. And the more reason we have to take what's ours back from the bandits. The harp of the Caracera sings only for the stories of heroes. It will not and must not sing for a false peace. I know your past, Master Xanthos. I may not have experienced war for myself, but I respect your decision. I couldn't let you risk everything by yourself, having known about your plan. You saved my life 2 years ago. It was your classmate from preschool, Hakademos, who carried you down from the archery range after you were injured by an Originium shard. I just took in a former student who wasn't willing to continue in the priesthood, that's all. An infected can never become a priest. It's divine work, communing with the heroes and guiding the way of the people. I couldn't do it. As for Hakademos, all he wants is someone to debate him. Do not fool yourself like him. It'll only make the pain worse when you finally have to face it. Master Xanthos. My friend brought technology from the nomadic cities when he came to my homeland after receiving divine revelation. What's Xanthos in here for? He stole the harp. He had tried to steal the harp. He built a village in the barren swamps with us. Diplomacy crime, basically, yes. Essentially, diplomacy crimes. It's all political maneuvering. The people in the village respected him a lot, but he always had a dark look on his face late at night. I lied to myself and tried to convince him that the river in his dreams wasn't red with blood. It was red because of iron that the river brought from upstream, and the revelation was supposed to bring him to us. But he didn't believe it. He was prepared to go to war from the beginning. I was fooling myself. Young people these days are foolish enough to fight the Sargonians to the death because of a dream like that. And the two of you are here because you stole things from the Sargonians. The harp of Caracera belongs to Minoans. Even less worth it. Who the fuck are you, brother? What truly belongs to Minoans these days, after the Sargonians invaded 100 years ago? And why are you here? What did you do? Why are you on death row?
Earlier opening hours. You're the boss. Interessante. Agnese, Vargo, don't get in my way.
My spirit bravery shall overcome evil.
It's Arknights Medjehtiqedti, and he's like, yeah, for some fucking reason he's here.
I'm in a gorgeous mood right now.
I'll manage them right away.
It's happy hour!
Oh, these things are tanky. I think it's time to put down W.
I'll carve my name onto every little bit of Iridium out there.
Oh, I want to use this guy. That's right.
Ready to move.
Yeah, that is not more, buddy. Oh, he's not leveled. He's dying. He's dying. Bro is fucking dying.
Speak your mind just a second. Then this lands will pierce your heart.
Come on, let's see what tricks you jackasses kept up your sleeves. Mission accomplished.
You're the one who invited me. Say something. I skipped the banquet celebrating the completion of the first temple for you, you know? You were a big part of getting the work across the finish line the day before the exchange ceremony. Tradition calls for a full day of celebration. The craftsmen began drinking and reciting poetry in broad daylight. Not all of them hold their drink well. I guess the peace officers will have their hands full tonight. Pantia from the movement crew, right? She's really taken to you after you helped her a few times. Yeah, it's been like a dream coming to Athenius. There you are. First day in Athenius, you solved the dispute between the fruit farmers and craftsmen. Then you became the supervisor of the final phase of the temple rebuilding project. And you chased Xanthos over multiple blocks after the harp was stolen. Way more interesting than just escorting a relic, isn't it? Yeah. My job was to ensure that the exchange ceremony goes smoothly and promote the friendship between our two nations. What's the matter, TT? This isn't like you. Alice, the harp of Caracera you brought. It's a replica. What? I would never have known if the harp wasn't damaged during my scuffle with Xanthos. Now my deputy, Benui, wants to fulfill the Padishah's mission by handing over the fake harp in the exchange ceremony, but I know that's not right. The ceremony's tomorrow. Do you have a solution? There's no good way to do this. We'd need a miracle. I read through every relevant book I could borrow from the Medjehtiqedti of Athenius. I learned that the harp of Caracera was lost to war a long time ago and it hasn't been seen since. It's likely that the Sargonian craftsman who made this replica had only seen the blueprints, not the harp itself. Could the true harp still be in Minos, or was it destroyed by the fires of war long ago? I'm sorry. There's no need for you to apologize. What do you plan to do if the true harp is nowhere to be found? It's otherworldly to see people use 6 stars, it's just fire explosion in the state. It's Wizardell. Wizardell just clears everything, man. But yeah, it's something. Until you get to integrated strategies, in which case you just get blown up no matter what, so fuck me, I guess. I can't publicly announce my capacity as Sargonian ambassador that we brought a fake harp. It's more likely to lead to conflict than to reveal the truth. A very reasonable concern. And so I'll have to stop the ceremony in my personal capacity. What do you mean? I'm getting rid of the fake harp before the ceremony can start. You can't go in. Look, I know special visitors permit is required to visit and deliver supplies. I just forgot. Can you accommodate me this once? My old classmate went in a couple of days ago. All of a sudden, his family asked me to bring him some stuff. Didn't Palace have a sarcasm? She had a sarcasm bodyguard, yeah, but she's kind of just doing her own thing right now. I don't know where the fuck he went, honestly. Alright, to tell you the truth, he's pretty sick. The Athenian jail has a doctor in basic medicine, but it's not as effective as the Rose Island stuff. He could have an attack while in custody if he doesn't get proper treatment. Save your breath, it's no use. Alright, I didn't want to do this. Here's my pass. Hecademos, Grammateus to the Estinamos. I'm authorized to enter detention facilities, even bring in suspects for questioning. Open the door. This is an order. I will file the necessary paperwork later. You wanted to see the two thieves who came in a few days ago. The town is not... Never mind. Yes. You can't. What? Why not? We're authorized to see prisoners held at the jail, but the two you're looking for aren't here anymore. Where are they transferred? This is unusual. Has Kyria Athapalooza or empathy treatment system been implemented already? Where were they transferred? Don't bother, Hecademos. I don't know who they are to you, but not even the Grammateus to the Astinamos is authorized to see inmates on death row. Death row. I forgot Perfumer was here, what the hell? Sorry, Kyria Athapalooza. Does the Astinamos really not have the time? I heard that Xanthos and his apprentice were arrested for theft. They're my patients and in a key stage of treatment, as the Rose Island Clinic already reported. Xanthos' blood originium crystal density is particularly high, which could potentially lead to an acute attack of neuropathy. I'd like to deliver medicine to them. Shaggy dog guy, yeah, they just keep introducing more furries into this event. For no reason either. Like, I don't think we're gonna see the little orange one again, and we haven't seen the first one in a while. I don't understand any of the medical jargon you're throwing around. We are all very grateful to you for returning to Athenius, bringing back medical knowledge that you learned abroad and establishing an neuropathy clinic, but... I shouldn't talk too much, but you're a good doctor, and the Astinamos' sister. You really should keep your distance from her for a few days at least, if only for the sake of your relationship. I'm sorry to understand the MLP collab. Perfumer god, that's what I'm saying, dude. She was not this stacked in her previous form. Why? Yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot of furries in this game. The official line says the crime is theft, but the Sargonian ambassador came here a few days ago and said the thing that was stolen wasn't the ambassador's personal item, but an important relic for the exchange ceremony. He put a lot of pressure on Lydia. We're probably going to be publicly charged with treason once the ceremony is over. Treason, but according to Minoan law, most of the issues the Astinamos faces cannot be solved through legal procedures. She wants a new, modern Minos, and she's willing to give everything for it. That's why we're willing to work for her. Perhaps you're not aware, but she gave up her family inheritance, even chasing her other family out of Athenius after taking office. She gave up her inheritance. I thought the business failed. This exchange of relics is an important part of her administration. There must be no mistake, at least not on the surface, even if it means sacrificing 2 lives. It's not like they're innocent, after all. I'm sorry, I have to get back to work. What is Lydia? Well, she wouldn't meet with me, and I doubt I can convince her even if we did meet. But Xanthos and Lycaon need to be tried fairly. I can't let Lydia make a mistake like this. What do I do? Tremendous. Sorry, I was lost in thought. I don't know why they bothered shading out his face. Kyriathopoulos. Even staring out the window, Westernos. Apologies, Sierra Cassandra. Why not let Kiriathopolo in? I have to discuss the establishment of an orthopathy treatment system with her anyway. Thought you wanted to get extra help to plead the case of the 2 infected who were arrested a few days ago. You know that ferryman Xanthos quite well. I believe you were the one who found him at the job at the crossing. The police officers will deal with this theft. Neither of us need to worry about it. I'm afraid I don't have that luxury. If this incident affects the trust between us and Sargon, then this incident will become more than a simple theft. What? It's my own business. It has nothing to do with the priestess of Endymion Temple. Back on topic, Herea Cassandra. The opening play for tomorrow's exchange ceremony has been decided. It is to be King Perseus, a popular classic across Terra. Oh, his side was out in the open, shitting his face, ain't gonna do it. Yeah, exactly, that's what I'm saying. We've seen that before. All the priests need to do is attend. There will be no need for complicated rituals. A few weeks ago, I came to discuss the priest-directed ceremonial play for the completion of Karasera's first temple. I have not seen you at the Astenomos' office since. I apologize. My schedule is a busy one, I certainly remember. The exchange ceremony also requires an opening play, and you can kill 2 foul beasts with 1 stone this way. We need not bother the priest, however. Excuse me, but the rebuilding of Karasera's first temple is a symbol of the people's spirit. Now that it is complete, traditional calls for a proper ceremony to invite the heroes to enter the temple and give Minos their blessing. The council is not trying to usurp your administrative power, and the exchange ceremony does fall within your responsibility. However, Minoan drama began as a ritualistic performance. Every single detail is carefully arranged, from the props to the program to the performers. It's not enough to simply put on a popular play. Immortal legend, witness of the oracle, heroic relic. Do not think that I am completely ignorant of traditional ceremony, or that I am one of those radicals who calls for every tradition to be abolished. But even if you have your choice of the program and control over the troop, there is still something missing from the traditional rituals that you want, isn't there? Your Sargonian mission brought Karasera's harp. Oh, you do recognize the relic's ritual significance. What do you mean? I'm neither an archaeologist nor a historian. As of Stenemos, however, I understand every priest who sits on the council, including you. You are the head priestess of the Endymion Temple and endowed with the divine gift of speaking on behalf of the heroes. Your knowledge of heroic epics puts most scholars to shame. You show no interest about the harp of Karasera, that the Sargonian mission brought with them. You didn't even ask to see it. I don't know why exactly, but I can tell the harp the Sargonian mission brought was not the heroic relic that you knew. The ceremonial play could not have been performed to begin with. No, I have nothing against the council, Herrera, Cassandra. If you present a legitimate heroic relic for the ceremony, I would be more than happy to give the choice of play back to you. For the past century, however, the temples have mostly used crude replicas in place of the true relics for your ceremonies. I don't need to tell you what the link between us and the heroes is weakening. That the link between us and the heroes. As a modern state, Minos can no longer rely on ancient legends to unite people's spirit. No need to worry, however, the temples and priests will continue to exist. You can continue to contribute to historical research and tourism.
That's how we do it, and that's how we're gonna keep doing it until this stupid, never-ending Originium's all bombed to bits. Then I'm gonna go home and get some sleep for once.
The fake is not going to work. Nope.
Gonna have to rebuild Kazdel.
This voice line is still going, that's crazy. Legends covered in dust, the past forgotten, poems that linger in your ears. This is map look like. Oh no, there's 2 entry points. It's fine. It's getting late, Palace. We should split up and make our own preparations. Are you really sure about this, TT? Yes, ever since the Banui learned the harp was a fake, he's had it under guard by our retinue. He's not letting me get anywhere near it. He's definitely going to post more guards tonight, so nothing unexpected happens. But it'll be a different story tomorrow when the exchange ceremony takes place. I'll have to leave it exposed in public, which is where we'll find our chance. Right. But what comes next? Next, the Sargonian government will probably give a formal apology about the whole affair. while sending more diplomats to discuss things with the Astinamos in private. On the outside, it'll look like a Sargonian mission, taking a Minoan national treasure and fleeing, but the people in charge of both nations will know that all they lost was a fake. That's not what my question was about, TT. I want to know what will happen to you. Execution, brother. Me. I'll take the fake harp and Mio and leave via the ancient route. I can't go back to Medjehtiqedti. Medjehtiqedti's guards would definitely chase me across the entire city. If I really do get caught, then it doesn't matter if it's by Benui or Medjehtiqedti. Either one would most likely eliminate any inconvenient evidence and push the blame onto Minos. I'll have to keep running. Only then would Sargon's lofty nobles not dare look too deeply into this burglary without authorization. What I will carry away with me is not just a fake harp, but the truth as well. Truth. Look, don't try to talk me out of it. I'm all for better ideas. Believe me, I don't really want to carry a big, heavy harp around Terra either. Go home, Palace. Let me be alone for a while. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Fine. Titi leans against the back of the seat in the plaza and looks up. The night sky is always perfectly clear in Minos, a great boon to stargazers. It is this heavenly advantage that caused the ancient Minoans to associate their heroes with the position of the stars. Yeah, the stars don't fucking exist in this world, brother. There's a star pod above the entire planet. When she was young, Titi's father would look up at the stars and tell her the stories of these heroes. Some you can find in the history books. As for those with no source, perhaps they were simply cooked by her underachieving bookworm of a father. Though illness took him from this land prematurely, Titi still remembers clearly every story he told her. Within those tales of Minos, will she find one of an exiled hero carrying a fake harp? While the stars sparkle silently in the dark sky, Titi does not find her answer. It's late. I clocked out a long time ago. Whatever it is, it can wait until my shift tomorrow. It is I, Granteus. Cassandra. Forgive me. I know you're resting at the moment. May I ask why you have deigned to visit me in the middle of the night? Oh, you know. I should know if the Astinamos has told you anything regarding the theft involving Master Xanthos and his apprentice. I called upon the Astinamos' office earlier to discuss the ceremonial play with her, and when I mentioned the case from a few days ago, she became evasive. The Astinamos most likely has her own concerns. It's the exchange ceremony tomorrow, after all. She not only has to deal with the entire process, but also the Sargonian delegation. Therein lies my worries. If the delegation were to ask for the case to be re-examined in the name of bilateral trust, as the Astinamos in charge of diplomacy, Lydia could hardly refuse. I could tell she was a little tense while we were talking, and her side desk had piles of Minoan law codices and incident investigation reports. She most likely is already having her hand twisted by the envoy. This means the charges against Xanthos and the apprentice will only become more severe, and if it were not for your schoolman's oripathy, nearing a crisis point, I do not believe there would be a Volpo tail behind your sofa's armrest. Who's a Volpo? Oh, it's Perfumer. We finally meet Lena Thopoulou, head of the Rhodes Island branch office. Yeah, so she's definitely not the same race. They're definitely not related. Or I guess their parents are mixed. Yes, ask, Cassandra. Xanthos and the Kion are her patients. She simply wished to give them their medicine while they were jailed, so she came to me for help. Came to you for help. If this were any ordinary jailing, she should have no difficulty in sending medicine to convicts if she so wished. It seems my conjectures are not too far from the mark. Lydia really is going to punish those too heavily to satisfy Sargon's demands. They most likely already been moved to death row. I never thought Hera Cassandra, dream interpreter of Endymion Temple, would be so skilled in reasoning. You should know, Hecademos, that not even the Astinamos' Granteus can visit prisoners on death row. Unless you entertain some very dangerous ideas, such as a jailbreak. I can't have Lycaon and his master dying in prison from an oripathy attack. They might have done wrong, but the punishment is too severe. They have not visited me tonight, Cassandra, and do not know about the sentencing on this case. Could I ask you to help us keep things discreet? If all the heroes are up in the sky watching us, they would not sit idly by and allow something so ridiculous to happen. Are you doing this to save lives as well, Lena? I am. I want to save my patients and save my sister. I understand she has ambitions as Astenamos, but she has burdens to bear too, and she cannot keep making mistakes. The eyes of the people will be on the exchange ceremony tomorrow. I've already obtained the prison blueprints through personal connections, and I have a route. So long as we get them out, even if it's just to jab an emergency inhibitor into them, it'll be worth it. Route is not enough. You need someone to buy you time at both the Astenamos' office and the prison. I'll go find Lydia. Ask for the prison. I can help you. Curious, you said nothing truly belongs to the Minoans. But how can that be? Curious is a title, I'm assuming. The burning beasts we heard. You've seen them before. Scars and veils draped on their heads we use to control what they see. Are they not a Sargonian invention? I'm afraid you are off on the symbology of those scarves. Those are actually... Don't try to give me something like they are a subtle reference to the scarves that Sargonians forced us to wear during the occupation. What difference is there between ridicule and praise? Are they both not marks that they have left on Minoan culture? I fail to see how you can conflate the two. Still being stubborn, are you? Then let us speak of the ground beneath our feet. More than 100 years ago, Minos spread its roots, drinking deep of this paradise of rivers, but now? Shamala, queen of the far shore, gathered the engineers of Sargon and Minos alongside countless laborers, moving 3 poles atop steel tracks. Athenius is far, far away from its former resting place. That is obvious sophistry. Even if the Sargonians had not come, we would have eventually moved our cities onto nomadic plates ourselves. It's the inevitable march of technology. Yes, well said. But you spent time at Theros' temple, boy. However, there is one point you have overlooked. The very language you are using in this debate right now is mixed. He actually is just fucking... He is. It wasn't even a joke. He is Diogenes. The old tongue of Minos was eroded away during the occupation. The modern Minoan language the priests worked so hard to assemble. How many words do you think were taken from the nation you so hate? You... Enough. You understand the man's meaning, like him. There's no removing the scars of war. A truce does not mean everything is in the past. We can no longer fight for the Minos in our hearts, for it no longer exists. Damn, he actually understood. You with the helmet, you're actually somewhat interesting. Judging by your age, you could not have experienced the occupation yourself, but your words reveal a deep understanding of the period. Not waste precious time guessing of the history of strength. Okay, well, what do you mean by that, bro? This guy looks ancient. He's a tramp who doesn't care if he dies on the streets or in prison. I once had a decent son, but he was stolen away by his dreams. One morning, 9 years ago, he ran out of his room, shaking me out of my hangover, telling me he had dreamed of a river, and that he should set off. A river running red with blood, and not have to visit the priests of Endymion. I do not have to visit the priests of Endymion Temple to understand its meaning. I can't believe Diogenes got isekai, but yeah, actually. What the hell, man? If that boy was not trying to get away from me, then he was thirsting for battle. He forgot what our ancestors had experienced and forgot why his father is a useless, drunken gambler. Divine revelation. A river red with blood. You are Ithacos' father. Okay, but why is he on death row? Why are you back so late? I thought you were busy fleeing from justice. You might actually have to flee from justice, Neo. You what? You spent all that time walking about to come up with this brilliant plan? You want me to suffer alongside you? Take the fake heart far, far away and place all the wrongs on one person's theft. That's the best way to resolve this I can think of. I mean, you can just let it happen, man. That's certainly not the best way, but it's definitely the most Medjehtiqedti way. Medjehtiqedti. Huh? 3 years ago, when the delegation left Sargon, you said you wanted to experience the route Caracera took when going to Athenius for the first time. So you followed the ancient route, even though it was a massive pain. You could see Benui's guards talking shit about you, but you didn't want to make a big scene. And you were worried they wouldn't treat the relic right, so you took that big, heavy harp with you by yourself. There was a time a few months ago in Medjehtiqedti where when you were helping that Pepe girl out of a bind, you and then poured an entire jug of wine all over yourself. Okay, I did not read through this one, I'm not gonna lie. The Pepe event. We both know you spent a long time grumbling to me about that afterwards, saying stuff like how a curator's salary isn't enough for all that dry cleaning. But you didn't blame Pepe. After all, you believe this is what friends should do for each other. If all your best ideas keep ending up with you taking on the burden yourself, then you should just quit already. What's so funny, huh? Nothing, it's just after hearing your words I'm even more convinced I'm doing the right thing. Like how Xanthos and McCown did not wish for a relic that is rightfully Minos' to be used as a diplomatic bargaining chip, so they stole it, bearing all the consequences. I might not understand, they're too intense, but I believe their deeds are worthy of being recorded in the tales of the heroes. Right now, I'm just a copycat. I don't dare assume I understand what makes someone a hero, but I want to write my own tale. Even though I can't be considered a real hero, even the protagonist of the story can only run away. I never expected you to come to such a realization, Kiriyama-shire. Sandra. Stop having a hero complex. No, that's like her entire character, man. She only wants to be a hero. Do you not blame Xanthos and his apprentice who attempted to steal the harp? If it were not for their meddling, your cultural exchange would have gone smoothly, even if what you have is but a fake. How could I blame them? I have a feeling Benue will try to seize the initiative to pressure the Estinamos into handing down an unjust sentence, but it's those two who will reveal the truth. If I can shift the focus of the issue onto myself by stealing the fake and free both Xanthos and Lycaon, then it'll be all worth it. Wait, how do you know the harp the Sargonian delegation brought is a replica? Please come with me, Kiriyama-shire. She only has the strings though, doesn't she? Home of Remembrance. Right, there was a map. The fuck is this guy, man? It's fine, W can take care of it.
Carve my name onto every little bit of Originium out there.
Noia. Zaro, Cesare, sweep the place pronto.
Hear her words.
They will cough up some useful information.
Who's the prey? Oisa, here you go.
She plays herself, what the hell?
I will hand your useless tricks will only make your death more miserable.
Cold winds care not for whom they chill.
Is there a trigger? Is there a condition to kill this guy?
They will cough up some useful
Oh,
information.
she's dead, okay. Well,
As you wish, my time is over.
yeah, no, he's not dying.
The good news is, too bad, so sad. Not even ashes left.
I hear them.
He'll only be killed when he's not blocked? What is the condition? Oh, I probably need to use the mechanic for this, don't I? Which means he's just gonna leak. Yeah, that's not gonna do anything. Alright, bro. Just go. Just fucking go. You fucking dick.
Was that a yawn from me?
Yeah, alright, buddy. I need to check what his condition is for killing. So I'll have to bring a healer if that's the case. Really sure about leaving the village? I'll be off at first light tomorrow. The fields have already been replowed, there's plenty of seeds and grain, and the storehouses have also been fixed. As for the faring, I've taught a few of the young ones, don't worry. I'm worried about you, Santos. You've never left the marsh before, and now you want to run off into the distance all to find a stranger. If you're in character. Yeah, alright, shit, bro. Damn. I need to look it up. Tacos is my brother. He's helped us all out before. It's been an entire year. Maybe he's already headed back to Athenius. That's where he was from. It makes sense. The things he agreed to do, he will do. Once the war is over, he will return. He promised me. Have you ever considered if he's already healed the water thing? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I didn't bring a fucking healer, though. And I shall avenge him. I shall avenge the Minoans. Northern Mountains, Minos. Don't get so worked up, you got the wrong guy. I'm really not Medjehtiqedti or whatever it was. You're the one getting worked up is you, friend. I merely recognize the armor you wear. I belong to Medjehtiqedti, my brother. Before he left, every family in our village donated leather and iron for it. I was the one who made that set of armor presentable and forged him his weapon. Forgive me, I've been battling for so long now. Big battles, small ones, and it's been a long time since I had some proper sleep. My mind's... Here, there's still some calming herbal tea in the pot. Can you tell me who you got this armor from? Another guerrilla friend. We ran into a skirmish, he took an arrow, and before he died, he gave it to me. But his name wasn't Medjehtiqedti. You see all these marks on the armor. It must have passed through a lot of hands to get that many. You might not know this, but we guerrillas aren't like the Sargonian army. We're not well supplied. Everyone gathers up weapons, armor, and food, which get given out depending on the mission's priority. I can tell you that fallen guerrilla's unit number, and that'll get you where you need to be. Alright, let me give you the armor back first. Keep it. It's still of use to you. Just telling me the way is enough, friend. If you insist, but are you sure you want to search the mountains? These mountains are our stomping grounds, and where we battle the Sargonians. And I'll join you. You ever seen a battlefield before? Shakes head. Before all this, I only ever held oars and farm tools. Yeah, oars. Yeah, alright, bro. But we have no other choice, do we? Sorry, I don't really remember the smiling long-haired board you mentioned. How are you joining a guerrilla unit you're building? Yeah, they're gonna see this man coming from a mile away. Not a chance in hell, man. As for these boots, I got given them when I joined the guerrillas. According to the friend who gave them to me, they belonged to a middle-aged guy who was missing a chunk out of his left horn. There's a hole in them. Sorry, they're a little small for me and I haven't had time to mend them. The Sargonians have been chasing us this entire time. If you hadn't shown up to support us in the nick of time. Sit down. I'll help you mend them. Nasai, hello. Wow, you got big hands, but they're nimble. How long have you been one of us? 4 months. I came here to find someone at first. Keep the boots. Fighting, marching, hiding, reorganizing. You bleed, you die, or you wipe your sword, then you jump into the next battle. Days like these are long ones. There's the man who gave you those boots. Just point me the way, friend. Twink. It's just fucking Horopedia, bro. Or, that one guy, what's his name? I don't remember. The one from Squad 12. I knew this letter carved on the corner of the shield meant something. You're saying it should be Medjehtiqedti, and you carved it. Odds. So you spent half a year wandering the battlefield, staying with pretty much every one of our bands, just to find this guy. It seems you don't have much you can tell me either. Sorry, Xanthos. Also, I don't plan on giving the shield back to you. Which is how many blade marks are on it, and these black marks, Sargonian arts can barely make a dent in it. I need to keep it. It'll let me protect more of our friends, maybe even keep me alive long enough to go home one day. If that is the case, then I couldn't be happier. Let the name Medjehtiqedti stay by your side. Let our blood, our eyes be the witness to our victory. This is where we part, my friend. Just point me the way, it is all I ask. By changing hands, Ithapos was left-handed, which I kept in mind when I made this arts unit for him. I knew it. I knew something felt off about the power levels. It's already been a whole year, Xanthos. Time flies as swift as a melted river. You're already the most famous gorilla in the mountains. You fought the most fights, walked the most battlefields. Everybody sings of your heroism. Are you really going to keep searching for your brother? I have no reason to stop. Like how you will not turn and leave the battlefield. Alright. Your accent. You're from Lacedaemon. I sure am. Well, more specifically, my hometown is on the route nomadic city follows. It's a river valley, absolutely beautiful in spring. I just told you about my hometown. The village Ithakos and I founded together. You should tell me more about yours. We've been losing this war for over 100 years. We don't know how it will end. We should remember each other's hometowns. We should remember each other. I'll be more than happy to, my friend. I continue my search tomorrow. Just point me the way, friend. Sargonian officer. Why must I suffer the indignity of being tied to this tree, Minoan? Like I said, answer my question. Ithakos, 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 always about Ithakos. Fine, fine, Tosfik. I've had enough. 2 years ago, my troops met with Minoan guerrillas near here. They were escorting some wounded. I remember their ensign, matches the unit you mentioned. You wiped them out. The Ithakos you keep talking about should have been one of them. You happy now? Did you seriously set up an ambush for the sake of a battle 2 years ago so you could capture me and have your revenge? You're mad, Minoan. An absolute lunatic. You might not believe me, but this is all just a coincidence. Before today, I was not thinking of finding Ithakos or killing his enemies. This battle is no different to the ones of the past year, no, the past century. You invaded the land that doesn't belong to you, Sargonian, and we have no choice but to defend our home. I have simply become accustomed to asking everyone I meet, have you seen Ithakos? But have you seen that smiling long-haired Forte? He's from Athenius, but he has a South Country accent. Such a thing truly does mean I am, as you say, mad. I have found his armor, his boots, his shield, his arts units, everything he left behind on this wooded mountain I have found. I have found him. I never once thought you invaders would remember the name of every Minoan you met. Your Padishahs hardly care about what every line in your book of merit actually means, do they? That said, Ithakos, remember this name. It is our passion, our love, and your crime, your punishment. Now tell me, where was that battle exactly? Which of these firs was watered with the blood of Minos? Xanthos looks up and sees countless Minoan firs standing tall. The wind blows and the entire forest rustles. This land, these woods, they remember many things, but they do not speak. His brother, his friend, the youth who followed his revelation and left home, he died here, somewhere, everywhere. Ithakos, countless Ithakoses have left not even bones, all for the sake of the land beneath their feet. Xanthos lifts the giant oar in his hand. After an entire year, it has forgotten the river's burble. Now all that can wet it is the blood of his enemy. To avenge Ithakos? No. Just as I was about to smash in the head of that Sargonian with my weapon, my friend stopped me while the bugles cried out. You never told me the campaign you experienced was the final battle before Minos and Sargon signed a ceasefire. Minos, which had lost for 100 years, had finally won. That friend of mine desperately held back my hand. He had a broken leg, yet he could still bring such strength to bear to rein me in. I turned and saw his face full of tears and his eyes full of fear, not towards the Sargonians, but towards me. I knew what he was so afraid of. He was afraid I would destroy this hard-won peace. He was afraid I would bring about new conflict, that I would extend this cruel war. He was afraid he would become like Ithakos, forever unable to return home. My pent-up rage and grief had nowhere to go. All I could do was watch that Sargonian officer kneel on the ground, numbly listening to the bugles, the same numbness I felt. It was that moment I knew the war will rage on in our bodies. It had begun, and it would never end. You're right. The Minos in my heart no longer exists. It died on the battlefield many years ago, alongside the Ithakoses. But I will not allow the enemy to defile our land again, not even if they had built this city. Not even if they had built this city. So even the textbooks say that nowadays. What do you mean? Ithakos went to your village so full of passion, unlike me. He must have taught you many building techniques. Indeed, he renovated nearly every important building in the village. His techniques were passed down from his ancestors. During the occupation, my own grandfather was pressed into service by the Sargonians to build the nomadic cities, thanks to his mastery of engineering. What? The mobility layer of this Athenius might just be his handiwork. Forgive me, I was far too rude to you earlier. Do not bow your head for that, boy. I'm not the engineer who built the nomadic cities. I don't have proof of how much our ancestors toiled building Athenius. All that data was taken away by the Sargonians. The Sargonians wanted the Minoan engineer's data, but why? The engineer's notes will always have something more than just jargon and modification blueprints. He had to keep track of the quantities of building materials while coordinating transport and construction teams, so he was a meticulous planner of manpower and remembered the names of every worker. Not Sargonian workers, but the name of those from Minos and where they came from and how the Sargonians forced them to do their bidding. Minoan workers. As I recall, current mainstream thinking is that the Harishamala did not use any Minoan workers for heavy labor while the three polis were being built. You mean to say... history was not written by us, not even our final victory. But there's evidence of wrongdoing, evidence that should be shared with the public. Do you remember where these engineers' notes are? What should I know? Ask the Sargonians. But those Sargonians are probably dead by now. Ask the Sargonians. Construction of the three polis. No. What is it, Master? The Sargonian mission is not using the exchange to obtain technical data, but rather the notes detailing proof of the Sargonian sins.
In the end, our gain
Damn,
is greater
2-star.
than our loss.
So sad.
Before the snow hides
Alright,
their
2 more
footprints,
nodes, I think.
we must
I'm gonna use the
discern
restroom again.
which
2
bad
minutes.
habits it is time to let go.
Apparently I was supposed brother, I'm not good at any fucking games. Are you kidding me? I am 30 years old. That's time is long gone. Ah shit, it's 3 more nodes. There's a story node. Alright. Medjehtiqedti 2. I'm assuming there's 3 of these. There usually are. Miracles do not happen on their own. Even when you leave things in the hands of fate, your heart is yours alone to discover. At 30, you lose all gaming skills and become uncle. Like, I can't even refute that. You see, what am I supposed to say to that? That's entirely correct. Shit, bro. This is the true harp of Caracera. Way too long for one stream. Yeah, I'm thinking that as well. Look, it's probably gonna be around 4 hours, is my guess. Which is honestly about the same length as a reverse event. So probably for the next one, we split it up the way we do for reverse. And when it comes to the story, main story, that shit's long, so that's gonna be split up even more. The priestess of Endymion reaches out her hand to brush away a corner of the fence running around the burdened beast pasture, pulling out a few overgrown blades of grass, revealing a harp built into the fence itself. The simple instrument has nearly become one with the pasture. Not far away, the burdened beast leisurely munch on the radishes the priestess had brought along, humming in satisfaction. Its coloration is darkened. The paint on the base is mottled, and while the decorative elements are still there, their surfaces have burdened beast's bite and hoof polishing marks. The whole thing looks like an ornament in the corner of the field. I shouldn't question you, but this, I find it rather hard to believe. We're specialists in your field and no doubt have a repertoire of techniques and standards to confirm it. We may examine it in detail. Damn it. I lost the sneeze. Fuck, that's annoying. You say so. The wood used for the harp's body is definitely from the firs that grow near the site of old Athenius. As for its design, it's simpler than the one I brought. The strings are far too new, though. These are metal strings, only popularized in the last few years. The original strings snapped a long time ago. I replaced them recently. I tried using traditional beast gut strings, but no matter the type, the result was always the same. Legend has it that the day old Athenius fell, Caracera's harp fell silent, never to sound again. Metal, beast gut, once a month I would come here to try and play it, but I could never make it sing again. However you put it, it's the harp Caracera used. Assuming what you say is true, the Sargonians aren't occupying Minos anymore. Why keep it hidden in the field? Why, when I suggested holding the ceremony at the first temple? No, even before that, when the Astinamos agreed to conduct an exchange for this relic. You're a priestess, you must have known. Why didn't you bring it out earlier? Our harp that doesn't sing is merely a beautiful piece of wood. It can be a fence in a field or a toy for the burdened beast, but what it cannot be is a centerpiece around which to gather everyone together for a ceremony celebrating the completion of a temple. This makes no sense. Even the fakes we brought place notes that move the soul. Which is why it is merely a fake. As for the harp before us, if you don't believe me, try it for yourself. You may touch it. No need for reverence. I understand your hesitation. If you can make it sing, if you can create a miracle, then you may consider it the harp you brought along and use it to complete your trade. I make you this promise, as the current keeper of the harp. Sorry, but one more question. Why me? Sure, I need the real harp, but the first temple also needs it. I'm a priestess of Endymion Temple, Kyriana Shire. We're the Hierophants of Revelation. For the people, we interpret dreams, decipher visions, and divine the future. Sometimes we will offer some comforts of our own accord, but most times we will be passive, deferring to established facts and heroic wills. Words flow from my lips, but they are beyond my control. Like how the things appearing before my eyes are not necessarily a pleasure to see. We might call coincidence fate, but when true fate approaches, all our witticisms and pontification lose their meaning. Do I have the power to allow the sun to shine, the rivers to flow, to dictate all from high to low? You carry the harp of Caracera, counterfeit though it may be, and it has appeared in Athenius. This can only be an omen. The events of the past few days stand as proof. But what is most important is your character. It is because it is you and not your fellow countrymen that I expect your spirit to resonate with the harp. First, try singing heroic odes to it. Try playing it. Give your heart to it and speak to it. Then perhaps you really will be able to make it sing and bring about a miracle. He's finally gone. All that mysterious claptrap. Yeesh. Ready to play already. You really believe her. She's a priestess of Minos and Pallas's friend. I doubt she'd lie to me about this. Also, if we really can bring the real harp to the ceremony at the first temple, it'll sure beat running all over Terra with a fake harp strapped to my back. It doesn't really matter if this is the true fate the priests speak of, or if it's some kind of test for the Minoan people, but I have to give it a try. And how are you going to do that? All that give your heart to it, bring about a miracle, baloney? What's your methodology here? Let's start by playing it. Hey. Holy shit, that sounds terrible. Not good. No matter what I try, it only makes these dull sounds. There's a harp structure damage, but this kind of handheld harp doesn't have a sound box. The issue is probably elsewhere. I've already tried adjusting the tension of the strings, but no effect. Could be a problem in some delicate internal component. I don't have any tools to take it apart, inspect it, and reassemble it right now. What a pain in the ass. I'm thinking we go back to stealing the fake harp. Worst comes to worst, I'll help you steal it. Stealing it doesn't mean having to traipse around Terra. Well, we can still do that if you want. We could go to your Pepe girl for some funding. But now that the real harp is in front of me, making that choice now would be like running away. You can call it a tactical relocation if you prefer. Ever since I was little, the heroes and the tales my father told me, they never run away. It's my bad luck having to take part in this worthless funeral. The useless idiot who squandered every chance the Padishah gave him, this mongrel destroyed our family's reputation. What in front of the girl? What does it matter? I said all that to the man himself. All he did was smile. Didn't even have the courage to talk back. Couldn't quite worth a damn. Had zero skill in managing the family estates. He said he could appraise things, but he couldn't tell good gems from bad. All he ever did was buy a pile of ancient Minoan books. Who knows if that was even worth anything? All he did was think about useless things like that. Maybe he had the sort of romantic soul the poets sing of. Romantic? Savik, would you rather have romance or jewels? You're asking me? It's not like I'm a poet myself. To me, a giant jewel is an expression of romance. The day my father was buried, the nobles of the city spoke ill of him in front of me to my mother. Mother said we were an ancient Sargonian family and that we had to maintain perfect decorum, so all I could do was maintain an appropriate expression on my face. I knew what they said may have been right, because he was a people-pleaser through and through. Someone who amounted to absolutely nothing. But I still didn't want to hear them judge him as they pleased. The heroes of the Minoan tales my father told me were brave, never shirking from their duties. They would meet all sorts of obstacles on their journey, but they were always determined, forever confronting the challenges they had to confront. I never really knew why. My father, he was a weak man. Why did he love these stories? This passion of his, why did it never change him or how he treated people? I simply don't understand. Look, don't shoot the messenger here, but maybe some puny humans yearn for things they don't have. Maybe. But I've always remembered how clear and steady his voice was as he told me these stories. I love those stories too. There's heroes, gentle, strong, resolute, always walking their own paths. That's how I imagine them. There must be some greater purpose or ideal, otherwise I don't know what meaning there is in life. A hero must face fate bravely when it comes and carry their own burden. Other stories always had lines like that. Those tales, Silpi, the hero who suffered in silence, keeping her secrets, Coursera, heresies. I need to think of a way. As she sits out in the field, racking her brains, Titi falls into slumber. She dreams, a dream where she is but 7 or 8. Her father was already ill at the time. With one cold hand, he held her, while with the other, he flipped through the tome atop his knee, slowly reciting from it. He never brought her children's books or chose books specifically for her. He simply went with what he liked, but it didn't matter because Titi liked those stories too. Within those tales, the silent hero Siope does not speak a word for 30 years, all to keep a secret. Sarah, refusing to perform for Outlanders, hangs her harp atop a laurel tree. Perhaps it is a filter of dreams at work, but her father seems to tower over her, the slightly stooped back of her memories now ramrod straight, his voice one of undeniable confidence. All of us had a chance to become a hero. When your duty falls upon you, you need only take it up with courage, Titi. Really? Can I? How can you be so sure? It has been so long since she last saw her father, and she wants to ask him these questions, but it is only a dream, and it refuses to bend to her will. In the end, she cannot ask what she wished to ask. The gentle light of the twin moons falls upon the pasture and upon the girl. Land is painted in silver, a breeze blows, curling up the girl's ribbons, lifting the Burnaby's headscarves. Even the antiquated, marred harp takes on a gentle radiance under the moonlight. A teardrop slowly falls from the corner of Titi's eye. It rolls into the bushes, soon gone from sight. Falling asleep after all that yammering. She didn't even wake me up. Seems a little girl needs her beauty sleep too. What's with the crying? You're always all about that stiff upper lip, always saying you won't cry, and now you're letting me catch you in the act. I need to keep some evidence for later. Terminal, photo mode. How the hell do you use this thing? Press here. Nothing interesting about a crying girl. Forget it. I'll help you out, you crybaby. Call it payback for the free meals these past few days. You wanted a miracle, right? You wanted a miracle, right? Easy as proverbial pie. What? Real nice weather we got today. Gotta herd the burden beasts of the mountain pastures first, and since it's such a lovely day, I better repair the fence. The burden beasts. How'd all the burden beasts get out? What? How was that supposed to help? ME7. You never know what will come stampeding in the distance, sending carefully laid plants flying and scattering handshakes and goodbyes. I feel like I need an actual team for this. I definitely need a healer at least. Let's be Fiala. Yeah. We'll repeat these suppressants for 2. A few days have passed since their last injection. Give them a shot as soon as you see them to prevent an acute attack. The rest are standard medicine. This is a painkiller. These improve cardiovascular functions. This is for blood pressure, and this is for regulating blood oxygen levels. Sando seems to be hiding his illness and may be unwilling to take medicine. Bring it anyway and make him carry it in any way you can. The uropathy suppressant is mandatory. The rest depends on him. Alright, this is all for Xanthos. What about Lycaon? Lycaon, suppressant injections are the only thing that can be done at his current stage. It's that bad. It's not so bad. No need to worry. There's water and cheese pita for 3 in this bag. I'm not going on a picnic. Bring it anyway. Bring it anyway. You might get hungry. Don't worry, I also got you some good stuff. This box contains soporific incense pills, just in case. Make sure you stand up when you use it or you'll put yourself to sleep. Carry that Thopolu. I thought we'd already made the arrangements. Cassandra has obtained the schedule of the jailer shifts. Eastinimus's office has a duplicate key for the jail door and shackles, and I made my own duplicate. It was careless of Lydia to leave them on the table. There hasn't been a prison breakout in ages, so security isn't particularly strict. Knock on the right time, go in, get them out, shouldn't run into any issues. No need to be overly nervous. I know. It's what happens afterwards that I'm thinking about. You're worried you can't distract Lydia, or are you worried about your future? Well, I'm the one who's actually carrying out the prison break. Lydia is likely to find out about your participation. It may obstruct your company's efforts to develop your Athenian office. That doesn't like I honor my patients, even though one of them isn't the most cooperative. When I made the decision to become a doctor, I also made the decision that I will not leave any patient behind. There are some things that have to be done no matter the price. It's Lydia who I'm really worried about. I need to talk to her. Don't worry about me, but you. Don't worry about me. There's nothing left for me here. The only reason I quit was that I was waiting for Lydia to fire me so I could collect my severance. Not getting it is my only regret. Alright, buddy. I'm more excited than anxious about leaving this nomadic city for broader horizons. I heard you were once forced to leave Athenius, Kyriathopoulos. Perhaps you understand that feeling. Yes, I do. Your situation is now as much like mine back then. Things will get better for you, I promise. Just as it got better for me. Need to find a way to get out of here. We can't just sit here and wait. Yes, we need to get Lena to look at you. Your health. My health is not important, brother. The relic exchange ceremony takes place this afternoon. If the Sargonians are allowed to take the engineering notes from the three polis, they will be able to dictate how the history is told. This must be stopped. Hold it, Xanthos. You have oripathy. Many on the Sargonian border contracted the disease in the conflict, just like you. Yes. Many lost their homes, their livelihoods, but you found your footing after coming to Athenius. You've got a new life. Why do you want to get involved in such things? It's because I have oripathy. I don't have much time left. I must spend what little I have on things that are more meaningful. And you're just another Minoan bound by the heroic dream. I don't think about those things. Oripathy saps the heroic spirit. I have not had the heroic dream ever since I left my homeland. Is that so? Who could have imagined? Ithakos found a good friend out on the borderlands. The hours change shifts into 15 minutes. That's your opportunity to get out. Go out the door and turn left, then take the second right turn, and go right every time you see a crossroads after that. You shouldn't see any guards if you get out within 5 minutes. You'll eventually find yourselves in the kitchen, which should be empty at this hour. You can get out from there. Alright, the shackles. Come over, I'll unlock them. Why don't I leave? My situation is a little different. Not everyone in this prison is scheduled for the death sentence. Some need to be locked up until the day they die, like me. And why should I leave when I don't have to worry about room and board? What difference is there anywhere on Terra? Or did you want to ask why I made these preparations? Came in useful right now, didn't it? There. Thank you. You're welcome. I don't know what you're planning when you get out, but I doubt there will be a place for you in this city anymore. I don't suppose we'll meet again. Ithakos died for his heroic dream. The divine revelation had shown his future. None of us could stop it. But you're not the same. You haven't received your divine revelation yet. Perhaps in the distant future. Until then, live well. All this stone, these incomplete statues, and these scaffolds. Why are they still here? I knew your people are lazy, but I didn't expect you to be so shockingly inefficient, brother. And where is that Astinamos of yours? She's the one who should be receiving me here. We've already discussed the ceremony with Titi. The space has been cleared for the ceremony, the speakers and spotlights have been set up, and signs have been placed around the audience seats. We've completed all the necessary preparations. Things that you noted or not. Medjehtiqedti is nowhere to be seen. I'm in charge of the Sargonian mission now, and it's my needs you must attend to. And I think that your preparations are entirely inadequate for a ceremony as important as the exchange of relics between Sargon and Minos. As you said, it's an important ceremony, and we will do everything in our power in the remaining time to make the venue as perfect as possible. However, I must also put a question to you. What is the condition of the relic you are handing over, which is of paramount importance to Minos in the first temple, the Harp of Kerisera? I heard that it suffered a serious fall a few days ago at the dock, and that your delegation intends to repair it. Are the repairs complete? and I'm curious. Well, I don't know your Padishah and Lydia came to such an agreement. How your Padishah and Lydia came to such an agreement. Does the agreement include an appraisal as well? You're overstepping, Palace. We have an accord with the Astinimals. This will be a massive occasion. She informs me that priests from Lacedaemon and Perennia will be in attendance as well. This is unprecedented publicity for you and your temple. You should focus your full efforts on the preparations. You don't need to worry about anything else. You're right. I look forward to the event in the afternoon. Yeah, what the fuck is this guy here for? What? That Sargonian sure has his nose in the air, doesn't he? I'm surprised you didn't punch him. Or are your plans in motion and you're just watching a clown make a fool of himself? Clown? Are you talking about yourself? You've been Athenius a little too long, Corinian. The apples at the Athenian orchards or sporting to Arena have already been packaged into boxes. Why are you still here? I am a priest of Perennia. It's my job to attend certain important occasions in addition to business dealings. I'm here at your Astinimos' invitation. Besides, to Corinian, a transaction that has already been settled belongs in the past. The important thing is to seek opportunity for the future. Is that why you keep sniffing around like a lost beast in a ditch? What favors did Lydia promise you? Is there anything you won't sell for the right price? Your dignity, your conscience, even your soul? Everything is for sale if you can afford it. I wouldn't pay so much attention to me. I suggest you spend it on the people who are not here. You mean the Astinimals? It's true that she and her Gramatea should be here, but neither are. Perhaps they've been sidetracked by private matters. It's someone else who I'm talking about. As Arkonian said, the Astinimals has invited priests from other polis. The guest from Corinnia is standing in front of you, but where's the priestess from Lacedaemon? Think about it. A Lacedaemonian, stubborn, obstinate, serious barbarian for whom violence is the only answer to any problem. As far as I know, this particular Lacedaemonian was born in Athenius, but she was taken to Lacedaemon from a young age for reasons unknown and grew up in a temple there. She wears certain elements of Athenius, perhaps as a kind of memento, but she was brought up with an orthodox Lacedaemonian temple education. The three-time reigning champion of the Lacedaemon Pancration and the youngest priest in the city's history, having graduated the top of her class. I'm curious, how would such a remarkable figure react if she saw an unexpected scene of chaos? This is the real reason why I stayed. It's Palace. Good timing. Take over for me for a moment. We need someone here who can be in charge. I better find Titi. I coaxed a little bit of information out of the Sargonian deputy. Apparently her plan to steal the harp was unsuccessful. I'm worried for her. If she failed, I'll spill the beans at the ceremony. We have to discuss how to proceed after that. The problem is that I don't know where she is. She wasn't at the hotel. She's at the Burden Beach Ranch on the outskirts. Ranch? Why? Go and find her. Maybe you'll witness a miracle and find all those things you were worrying about that are not a problem anymore. Don't forget what I said to you last night. I think someone's coming, Master. Did we take a wrong turn? I don't think so. Just one person, I think. We've come too far to give up now. Go hide in that corner. When they pass, knock them out and throw them into an empty cell. Okay? Cover their mouth and don't let them make a sound. How should I talk to him when I see him? Whoa. Bro, they kicked his ass. What are you, huh? What are you doing here? Finally got out. Let's hide here for now. Thank you. You mentioned it. Just glad to get you safely out of there. The next part is the hard part. I have to take you to the ancient route. Cassandra has your documents and luggage waiting there. We'll need to be careful and avoid drawing attention to ourselves. Let's hope it takes a while for the jailers to notice. Cassandra. She was very worried about you. Did you want to say goodbye to her before leaving? I can understand. But she's at the first temple right now, where all eyes are on. It'll be difficult. Let me think. Moving over there? The jailers found out so quickly. I don't think so. Sounds like the crying of a beast. Burden Beast. What are Burden Beasts doing in the city? The Burden Beasts are coming straight at us. Master. The cat let him out. What? TD said the harp the Zargonians brought was fake. You're not surprised. I'll talk to her about it later. It's you who I'm looking for. We've been relying on her to handle the First Temple's matters for you these past few days. I thought we had talked about this. Who's in charge is not important. But she can't replace a priest. Only the priests have full knowledge of the heroes that a temple venerates, the ceremony to invite them, and the ceremonial place. Only a priest can gather the spirits of the heroes during a performance. You are the only one who can do it for Karasera's First Temple. No one can do it in your stead, not even me. Stop running, Palace. I know, I wasn't going to run from my responsibility the day I made the decision to return to Minos. She does worry, doesn't she? I should buy her a round of drinks after everything's done. What did she discuss with Titi last night anyway? I forget to ask. What was this miracle that she was talking about? Finally understand the meaning of the idiom, suffering is the price of wisdom. I didn't feel that way when I was a priest, but now I fully understand how irritating their habit of speaking in riddles is. What exactly is Titi doing at the Burden Beast Ranch anyway? Oh? Alice, look out. Bro. It began as a distant growl as Palace rides at a steady pace on the street. Then she sees the distant movement closing rapidly, becoming a herd of rampaging burden beasts. Dozens of burden beasts charge through the streets with unstoppable momentum, leaving peace officers and herders in the dust, sending pedestrians and stalls flying. They wear the scarf of the burden beast ranch on the outskirts. Where Cassandra said Titi was at? Something seems to have frightened these normally docile creatures as they form a tidal wave that rushes in the opposite direction from the ranch. The burden beast at the rear of the stampede. There's something on its horn. Is that a harp? Could it be Karasera's? It's the miracle that Cassandra was talking about.
Honor your orders! Move out! Forward! Discipline strengthens the will. I have to get serious now.
Pray with all your heart.
I'll carve my name. Discipline strengthens the will.
The pebble returns to her hometown.
Bravery shall overcome evil. Ooh, we're counting on you again today, little apple.
I'll manage
It's
that.
a goddamn centaur.
This
Tactics sharpen the mind. The good news is too bad, so sad.
Oh shit, that does a lot of damage. What the fuck?
Speak your mind.
Ice and snow know not mercy.
Benevolence shall save lives.
Your useless tricks will only make your death more miserable.
Che noia. Zaro, Cesare, sweep the place pronto.
We're counting on you again today, little apple. Bravery shall overcome evil. Ooh, almost dozed off.
Jesus fucking Christ, bro.
Refreshing breeze, mixed with bubbling sun.
Does everything do so much goddamn damage? What the hell?
Discipline strengthens the will.
Speak your just a second. Then this lance will pierce your heart.
Does the Lithania thin-tailed grass have single leaves or compound leaves? No idea. There are several methods for extracting red velvet mallow essence. Which one is most effective at retaining its soothing properties? No idea. It's Baronia that you planted. All I did was help you shelter the soil. I have no idea why you planted or how. Have you tested on all of these things, Lydia? The Athopolo family has venerated Flora the Hero for generations, conducting plant-related work such as those associated with perfumes, medicinal herbs, and plant breeding. The elders are very serious about this legacy. You'll have to participate in the traditional heir selection ceremony in a few years. You need to remember these things. Everyone knows you're the heir to the Athopolo family. Uncle Steros can't stop talking about how proud he is of his daughter. I've declared you the Flora of Athopolo any day now. I know my father hasn't been fair towards you. He's already shown as much kindness as possible by taking me in after my parents passed away. Besides, you know I have no interest in plants. My father has scheduled a red test for next week. You'll be punished again if you fail. I peeked into Uncle Steros' notebook. The time harvests have been disappointing. I expect he'll be going to Corinia soon in order to find suppliers to meet the shortfall. Corinia? He didn't say anything. Crouching in the garden again, Lena. I'm going on a week-long trip. Take care of yourself and Lydia while I'm away. Oh. See, there are certain things I'm good at, just like you're good at plants and perfumes. Help somebody, anybody. It's got the tradition. Why did Athopolo have to do the selection ceremony out here in the middle of nowhere? Who finds the rarest plants is the one favored by Flora. Someone's hurt. We need a doctor and emergency inhibitors. You'll hurt your throat shining like that, Lydia. Carrying me is hard enough as it is. Put me down. Well, you can help by throwing away that big heavy plant. There's no one more suited to being the heir to House Athopolo with or without it. I know, it doesn't mean anything to me now. The Flora of Athopolo cannot be infected. Father will never accept it. I'll probably have to leave Athenius as soon as we get back. You don't need the approval of that bastard if he's so cruel as to cast aside his own daughter. But the family needs an heir. Write it down, Lydia. The Raginales, Boraginaceae, Sinoglossidea. God damn it. What do you mean? Don't tell me about it, Lena. I don't want to know. Listen to me. It's a common plant across Terra, but it's only known to grow around marshes, and it has never been found in Minos. It reminded me of you. You just like the family tradition. You have no interest in plants or herbs, as unlike Athopoulos can be, but you're observant and you're a good communicator. You'll make a good heir. At your place. I don't want it. Let's make a bet, shall we? Just like when we were little. Take care of this sort of plant for me. If the elders have no issue with my condition, then I'll never make you come with me to that boring garden ever again. But if father shows disgust at my wounds, you must claim to have found this big, heavy plant. Don't worry, Lydia. No one will bully you anymore, not even my father, once you become the heir. With you, the Athopolo family will be in good hands. Lydia, why did you ask me to come to this public garden? I don't think there's any need for us to reminisce about old times. If you have something to say, say it. I have a lot waiting for me to do. The exchange ceremony is about to begin. Besides verifying the guest list, making sure the ceremony goes smoothly, I must announce to Athenius that Xanthos and Lycaon have been found guilty of treason for the intentional theft and destruction of the Minoan national treasure. Not satisfied with turning from perfumer to doctor, are you making another career change to defense attorney? This is a critical juncture for the relationship between the two nations. I cannot allow an ill-planned, impetuous theft to destroy everything. Century of War didn't destroy Minos. Are you working for the interests of the people of Athenius, or to protect your own position as Astynomos? A cliched moral dilemma. Of course I want to protect my position as Astynomos. How do you think Rhode Island managed to establish an office in Athenius in such a short time? Priests buried in ancient tomes, the chaotic council, the convoluted voting process. You'd have waited an entire year if you followed the traditional process. Charasair's first temple and following the old ways? What a joke. How could the place be ready for today's exchange ceremony if the Sargonian girl hadn't intervened and pushed the final phase through with modern, effective project management? So you judge everything with your scales, not caring that the weights you are using are real people. Do you believe that everything must give way to people, then? Do everything I can to find a solution before things get to the point of no return. My colleagues and friends will walk together with me no matter how treacherous the path. As for your question, I'm a doctor, Lydia. It's the basis of everything I do. The ground beneath him trembles. The sound of howling approaches. Dozens of burdened beasts jump across fences and benches, stampeding through the public garden. I heard steps upon the spacious grass running towards a tall building in the distance, seemingly quite sure of their destination. In the frenzied stampede, a young burden beast is drawn to something to the side. Two solemn human figures reflect in its wet, curious eyes, but it quickly loses interest in them, catching up with the herd and leaving only drifting flower petals behind. The scent of flowers surrounds the two Athopoulos. Their keen sense of smell, honed by rigorous training from a young age, allows them to easily identify the damaged flowers, but not the true thoughts of their counterparts. Neither of us could ever change the other's mind. It's been this way since we were little. But there's a question I always wanted to ask you. What makes you so great, Lena Athopoulos? Lydia? You approached a girl that all the Athopoulos disliked, took her to your favorite garden, and taught her knowledge about plants that she had no interest in, all of it on your own. You gave her the plan to determine the family's heir, and though the family was in good hands, and thought the family was in good hands, and left Athenius, again, all of it on your own. You never cared about it, what I was good at, and it never occurred to you that I stayed with the Athopoulos family, not out of any sense of responsibility or for the heir's position. I didn't dislike the garden, Lena, but you chose not to keep it. You chose to take it back from the family after it fell on hard times, turning it into a public facility. That's our fundamental difference. You hate the name Athopoulos as much as I do, but you're always looking backwards, even trying to get it back, while I never look back. I know you asked me to come here for the sake of the two prisoners. Maybe you're trying to lay me, or maybe you have some other plan in mind. After I became heir to the family, it took me another 2 years to cast the mantle aside. Only now do I have the chance to do what I really wanted to. As you said, though no one bullied me during that time, I played along with your game for 10 minutes. It's my final gift to you. I owe you nothing now, Lena. I see. The gray-haired Volpo gazes at Lena's departing figure. She had imagined their reunion before Lena returned to Athenius. Afterwards, she had imagined their parting. Never before had she been so acutely conscious they were going to part ways forever. The woman before her is no longer her foster sister who took care of her, the Lena who gently but insistently instilled botanical knowledge in her. Lena is a Rhodes Island operator now. She has her own dreams and aspirations, her own home that she will go back to, her own family that loves and supports her. None of it has anything to do with Lydia. Suddenly a thought without any basis whatsoever comes to Lydia's mind. Even if Lena remains in Athenius and continues to work to develop an orthopathy treatment system, and continues to have dealings with the Stenimos' office, this will be the last time she sees Lena ever again. We should be safe from the burden beast here. Where's Master Xanthos? I think I saw him head towards the first temple to say goodbye to Cassandra. Probably. We'll find a way to meet up with him, don't worry. Why are there stampeding burden beasts on the street? Aren't you listening to the Asinolos' Grammateus? Shouldn't you be finding out what's happening? There are already peace officers heading that way. They'll take care of it. This stuff's none of my business anymore. I resigned. We rescued Master Xanthos from prison. That's not necessary, You wanted to say you could have gone out on your own, right? Well, it doesn't matter. I was planning to quit anyways. What exactly is your plan, Lycanon? I don't know what you're talking about. Please, you never passed our classical down with horses, and it shows. You had the exact same expression on your face when you submitted your withdrawal from preschool after contracting out orthopathy. It was the day before the debate contest, and you were practicing archery as usual. You were a much better archer than I was. I was pissed and intentionally fired a shot into the distance with your bow. The accident happened when you were looking for the arrow. I carried you down the mountain and ran into Xanthos. He paired us to the best orthopathy doctor available, but you got infected in the end. And so we missed our 7th debate contest that would have broken our 3-3 tie. Is it really the time to talk about this? Since when did Minoans need the right time to debate? In the halls of Theros Temple, on the streets with drunkards and gamblers, everywhere is fair game. I thought you would only be down it for a day or two, and we'd be back in the competition in a couple of years, but you just ran away. You never decided the winner in all these years. It's about time you gave me back this last debate, Lycanon. What's the topic? Let's say whether an infected can become a hero. Godamos. It's inappropriate. Why? It's a topic you're intimately familiar with. Oripathy saps the heroic spirit. It's conventional wisdom that we take for granted. When the child questions it, he or she is quickly put down by the elders who cite various heroic legends. There are no Minoan heroes with oripathy in legends, no depictions of Riginium crystals on the temple statues. Therefore you, a student who aspires to be a hero, gave up on becoming a priest before the rules had a chance to become an obstacle. Your every deed is representative of your position on this topic. Don't bother trying to provoke me. We both know there's no chance I'll lose this debate. I thought about starting over, and Master Xanthos encouraged me, but I realized that someone who knows he has no future cannot commit himself to anything. Regular suppressant injections, a regular lifestyle, and the newest Rose Island treatment may make the patient live longer. But I'm not satisfied with just living, yet it seems to be the only thing I can do, and I feel nothing but shame about it. The worst thing about oripathy is not the physical torment, but the inevitable deadline that it sets for all dreams and aspirations. Even if oripathy doesn't sap the heroic spirit, even if you could become a priest after becoming infected, even if the door to become a hero used it to be open once, that door is closed now. You understand? I see. In that case, I win this last debate. You said the debate's over. What? You demonstrated your position with your actions. I shall do the same, Lycaon. I will make you a hero of Minos. Have you any idea what you're saying? There's no other way to get you to admit defeat, is there? Xanthos could encourage you, or the deeds of other infected could move you, but deep down you would not admit that being affected or not has nothing to do with one's heroic spirit. In that case, the simplest way is to make a hero out of you. I've already quit my job. Wherever you go now, I'll follow and do everything to make you keep on living, make you meet more people, and make you be a part of important things. Whether there's some newfangled punishment, what do you get out of it? You know I was never the most motivated guy. I grew up to be the guy who always punches out exactly on time and never breaks a sweat when he could help it. Heroes are way too far away from my life, and I don't want to become like them, no matter how glorious it might seem. I'll make a hero out of you, a true hero, one whom everybody recognizes. As for what's in it for me, I get to win our last debate. That's all I want. You're out of your mind. It's a compliment. I'll take that as yes. Oh, but you're late stage, aren't you? That's a pretty big disadvantage for me. Is it true that you have difficulty seeing and you get dizzy easily? What are you talking about? I'm just mildly infected. I don't have those kind of symptoms. Mildly infected? But you keep going to the Rose Island clinic. Kyriathopoulos had to pay you a home visit, and you ran the whole hotel kitchen because you couldn't see the stop sign clearly. You've got it all wrong. It's Master Xanthos whose condition is serious. Xanthos. He never had a plan, Hecademos. Master Xanthos broke out of prison with me because he wanted to do something that was worthwhile to him while he still could, even if the price is his life. You know, come here, Xanthos. People are gathering at the temple. You might have been able to avoid the crowd when you came, but it's going to be much harder to leave. Go now. I came to say goodbye. I don't think we'll meet again. Whether the farewell is face-to-face or not doesn't matter. What matters is that you're at peace. Go back to your homeland, Xanthos. Go see that old river. Even if it has dried up, the melted snow always flows down the mountains. Maybe another water source nourishes your homeland now. I know. The priestess of Endymion watches over all our souls. You always give us false hope. Remember the day you first came to Athenius? It was a rainy night and you walked into my temple with Athakos' bloody chitin. You were downtrodden and lost, but you told me your promise with him when you went to war. You said you imagined yourself faring into the temple on the other side of the city on the Delphi Canal. It was a flame of hope, faint and weak, but burning nonetheless. It is not a false hope that I instilled, it is a real hope burning inside your heart. It was real. It still is, only that I had hoped you would nourish it with life, but it grew into something else as you ruminate over it. Going back to your homeland, you might remember the past that was even longer ago and let your pain be soothed by the voices of the past and the never-changing winds. What about the Sargonians? I know you think about the exchange ceremony. Divine Revelation has already made arrangements. When the harp that belongs to Minos sings its song again, the people will once again be united, and Caracera shall drive out the Outlanders. Divine Revelation again. There's always a question I wanted to ask. What is Divine Revelation? How does it get people to willingly go to their death? It's the power of faith and belief. It's the accumulation of 1,000 years of dreaming about heroes. The thing that makes Minoans Minoan. We don't have gods in the sense that the world word the Outlanders use. Our gods are our heroes, each and every one of them. Our hero, Karisea, was once an ordinary woman. It was the guidance of divine revelation that led her to sing the songs of heroes and unite the suffering Minoans on a path that leads to where we are today. Divine revelation represents your deepest desires. Believe in it and it will guide your path and make you a hero. You mean that Ithakos longed for death? 9 years ago, Ithakos came to the temple and asked me if his dream of a river running red with blood was divine revelation. I wanted to say no and tell him not to go, but I couldn't do it. Divine revelation poured forth from my tongue, but I could not stop it or alter it, because it was not my place to deny someone else their most earnest desire. As for Ithakos, their blood and tears shed in the construction of the nomadic city of Athenas run deep in his bloodline. It was ever in his mind, even when we served the temple together. He sought a way out for his soul, a place beyond Athenias that he could build and protect. But death was the inevitable price for this wish. Perhaps you're telling the truth, but I have a hard time accepting it. I know, suffering rages in your blood, which pale words cannot soothe. Nothing I say can truly console you. But I wish you could. It's been 5 years since you came to Athenias, 5 years since we met. Spend most of your time at the river, you never come to the temple, and we rarely see each other except in front of Ithakos' grave. I never needed the guidance of a priest. But I was always watching you. You were Ithakos' friend, the last trace that his life left behind. I could find some small comfort if you lived well. It was one little bit of selfishness that I allowed myself, outside of my duties as priestess. I'll watch you acclimate to Athenias' rivers, watch you take an apprentice, and watch you two of you go about your days together. Lycaon is an honest, serious boy. It made my heart at ease when he was taking care of you. Empty words could not comfort you, but what about these details of life? Have you not found comfort in it, even for an instant? Was Athenias everything you thought it would be? There must have been something that was better than you expected, wasn't there? Maybe. You go think back to it, and think about back to your past, and think about whether you've forgotten anything that was more important. You need to live well, even if only for Ithakos' sake. I hear something outside. I need to take a look. The hour is near, Xanthos. Leave quickly and avoid the crowds. Hey, this kid is here. Temple's so big. How do I get the audience seats of the theater from here? That Korean priest with the long name said he was going first, or was it going away for a moment? Is he coming back? What do I do? What's that sound? Burn beast. Oh. Huh? Celery, onion, eggplant, wait for me. Not a single burden beast responded to me the whole way from the branch of the city. What's going on? Did something frighten you? Tomato, were you waiting for me at the rear of the herd? I guess the extra care I gave you was worth it. Just give me a moment to catch my breath. Oh, Tomato, come back, wait for me. There are a lot of people in the city. It's dangerous to run around like this. Besides, it's rude to run and make noise in Karasea's temple. That's right, good one. Burden beast, they've stopped. All she did was gently put her fingers on the burden beast's head. Even Cauliflower, who's normally the grumpiest, said that even burden beast could understand the music that Karasea played on her harp. I always thought it was just a legend, convinced myself that it must be. I never thought I would actually meet someone who could talk to burden beast for real. Who are you? How do you talk to burden beast? Can you teach me? All you need to do is open your mouth. You can do it, can't you? How do the burden beasts understand what you're saying? They don't. At least I don't think they do. The girl lifts the finger that was on Cauliflower's forehead. The angry burden beast immediately lowers its shoulders and stomps its hooves, preparing to charge. The girl puts the finger back. So the strength left. Impressive. Are you the herder? Give me another minute. She'll settle down when she's out of energy. The rest of the herd will calm down once the leader does. We just overpowered Cauliflower with a single finger so easily. It usually takes 4 or 5 strong guys to keep her down, and even that's not a guarantee. Cab beneath Cauliflower's fleet is cracking. That should do it. The girl lets go and Cauliflower's knees buckle as she lies on the ground. The girl does it to the rest of Cauliflower's herd one by one, calming all the burden beasts in no time. It's the last one. Huh? What's that on your horn? Thank you for your assistance, our distinguished guest. Sinissa, honored priestess of Academy. Oh, she's the priestess. As for the harp you're holding, please give it to me. It is the harp of Caracera, belonging to the first temple which we have been waiting for. Found you at last. Did you follow the stampede of burning beasts at the temple? What happened at the ranch? I just fell asleep at the ranch last night, then I heard a huge commotion before me woke me up, and I saw the harp was gone. I saw the burning beasts running down the hill, so I followed them and ended up here. What are the burning beasts that brought the harp back to the square? Yes, it's the miracle we've been waiting for, the true harp of Caracera. Now the only thing missing for the ceremony is the play. Which isn't so hard. I memorized the Caracera roles in all the plays. Once we settle on the program, we can find people who will play the rest of the roles. About that, I would like to select a play for the ceremony in my capacity as the supervisor of the first temple's completion. Why are you so serious all of a sudden? What's the play you have in mind? Caracera and the Outlander. You mean the play that was banned for political reasons and afterwards remained unperformed even after the ban was lifted because no one wanted to play the role of the Outlander? Yes, it used to be the most popular classical play used in traditional ceremonies. I will play the role of the Outlander. You don't need to do this. We all know how kind-hearted you are. No, I want to do it. I thought long and hard about it last night and realized that this was my responsibility as a Sargonian here and now.
From watching you and Gladia discuss your battle plans,
Here,
it seems that the two of you share similar lines of thought.
Last node, maybe. There might be another story node after this one. Such beauty. The warm winds welcome the gentle waters of Delphi through the mountains. On ruin and rubble we have built our temple, now the sacred flame burns bright in the fragrance of flowers and incense. The song and legends of heroes have given us courage to gather here this beautiful day. Remember how greedy outlanders invaded our land, enslaved us, and silenced the song of all? But our faith held strong. The outlanders could not break our will nor chain our free souls. We, the people of Minos, formed in union, our faith and will victorious, still going, almost done. Now we drive the last outlander from our soil. As she recites the line, Pallas seems to see the old first temple in the mountain-rimmed gardens to Caracera's own eyes. Once the people who had lost hearth and home gathered before Caracera, just as the citizens of Athenius gather before Pallas now, sitting and standing. They're all holding their breaths, waiting for the most important moment. The moment that comforts the hearts of all Minoans and shows them that the long night and nightmare have passed, and the beautiful future that divine revelations and heroic stories spoke of lies before them. Agamemnon soldier, the last outlander is here. Her heart beating wildly, Titi steps on stage slowly but firmly. This is what she has chosen, her play and her role. There are words that she must say, things she must do. I repent for all that was done by us, our fathers, and their fathers before them. We have trodden upon soil that was never ours, whether by choice or under the guise of impulsion, out of greed and baseness, out of fear and cowardice. Lands that should have nurtured families tore the families of others apart. The spears that should have protected their own nation were pointed at innocents. We must pay for all that we have done. Your dagger, my lady. Caracera picks up the executional dagger. Weapon has accompanied Caracera ever since she hung her harp on the laurel tree. Years of fighting have taken their toll in the form of chipping across the blade, but the tip remains sharp enough to take a life. The Outlander relaxes as Caracera prepares to make her move. As dramatic music begins to play, Pallas, playing Caracera, hesitates a little. Titi suddenly recalls the soldier who gave the blade to Caracera. His face is covered, his figure unfamiliar, and his motions somewhat halting. Was he one of the actors she picked for the play? Titi begins to feel unsure. The stage of the theater is wide and empty. The audience seems so far away, but Titi can hear their clamor. Are they excited about the play? Kill her and make the invaders pay. Or was it for the Sargonians standing before them in the theater? She looks up at the dagger in Pallas's hand. The tip of the blade, which should have been made of rubber, reflects a metallic gleam in the sun. All must end here. Only then can we retrieve the harp from the laurel tree, drink fine wine, and return to the mountains and land that nourished us. The play must go on. She must believe in her friend, and the heroic spirit of the Minoans. DT closes her eyes. Despicable. Disgrace. Have you no pride, Minoans? Have you no honor? Have you no heroic spirit? The audience falls silent. They slowly part to let the tall figure through, walking toward the stage with dignity and resolve. He walks on stage and kicks the Agamemnon soldier standing in his way to one side, swapping the dagger to make a murder look like an accident. Since when did Minoans learn such underhanded methods? That is what I wanted to see. A surprise, something unexpected. Of course, it would have been interesting too if you hadn't held yourself back. Athenius' business should be handled by the citizens of Athenius. We should trust Pallas, even if this man didn't make an appearance. Please excuse my impetuousness. Estenomos, what is in the Parisha's name is going on? It's an insult to have a Sargonian play such a denigrating role, and what did the man mean when he talked about the dagger? The emissary of Sargon I cannot allow. Kindly collect yourself, Kyrios Benoi. It is Kyria Meshire's own decision to play the role. It is hardly becoming of an emissary to shout like this during such an important occasion when the dust has yet to settle. Santos, so you never left Athenius. Santos remembers the day when he raised his oar at the Sargonian he had tied to the tree. But then he heard the horn of victory coming from the foothills, and the joyful liberty brought news of the truce. A frightened Sargonian stumbled and fell as he fled. Santos's comrades held him back and prevented him from killing the prisoner. Slowly but surely, resentment began to build within his heart. Life and vitality were gone from the soil of his homeland, but the marks that the Sargonians left behind lingered. Their banners, their landmines, the dam they built, which killed the river, became an indelible scar upon the land. He saw many Sargonians make a hurried retreat towards the border on his way to Athenius. He never joined the Minoans, who threw rocks and spat at him, but it was not enough. In Athenius, he rode his ferry on the Delphi Canal day after day. He watched over the ebb and flow of the canal, but he could not keep the river of his own heart in check. Rage roiled in his heart, seeking an opening. Now, the opportunity he had waited for so long had finally come. He clutches his oar. I, a criminal thrown into the death cell awaiting trial, have awaited an eternity for this moment. No matter what punishment awaits me for all these reasons, I will stand before the Sargonians and my own people with nothing to hide and ask my question of you. The audience is hushed. Even the haughty Sargonian deputy falls silent. I lost my home and my dearest friend in the war. I followed in his tracks and saw countless of our own at death's door along the way. The dreams we once had were trampled underfoot by the invaders, never to be rebuilt. Why, I asked the invaders, did you set foot on this land that did not belong to you? And what makes you think you can shamelessly come to Athenius just a few years after the truce, acting like nothing ever happened? He looks over the two people in the middle of the stage. The Sargonian woman opens her mouth but closes it without saying anything. Pallas lowers the dagger. My people, I am surprised how quickly you forget. A century of colonization and oppression leave nothing behind in your hearts. The Sargonians destroyed our homes and cities, distorted our culture, extinguished our language. Is his memory not enough for you to be on guard against the Sargonians? How can you cast the past aside? How dare you continue to deal with them? Culture, exchange, fine words. They're not just taking the technical data from the construction of the three polis, but the blood and sweat we had shed when we built them. Taking away evidence of their crimes, rewriting history, creating an illusion of Sargonian friendship to wipe away the memory. All of you are accomplices and accessories. Santos looks towards the audience. The Sargonian deputy is furious, while the Stenemos of Athenius is utterly impassive, as though she fully expected him to be here. Saunders looking at him with a weird expression a short distance away, while his apprentice Lycium is watching the shadows in a distant corner alongside his old classmate. The two people on stage look stunned. He does not know how much of it is an act, and how much of it is his own imagination. Lying beneath their feet is a soldier whom he kicked aside, looking equally surprised. Yes, the war is over. It seems like we would forget all the hurt and pain and begin a new life. So we dug out the divine revelations, dramas, and legends from old paper piles, built temples and altars, and thought we were continuing the legacy of the heroes. Does a life of leisure really bring inner peace? Do pale words really comfort the departed? It's the only conspiracy, scheming, and selfish desires. Where is the spirit of Minos? Where is true heroic spirit? All is silent, then the Sargonian woman steps forward. I can see the frustration and yearning in your eyes. You want to cross swords with the Sargonians face to face. This is your heroic spirit. Here's your chance. Come, as a Sargonian, I owe you this battle. Bro. Alright, so we're killing him.
You are slow, like you're caught in an undertow.
Need a healer.
I will slow down and wait. Try to catch up.
Forward! Benevolence shall save lives. All units, spread out!
Who's the prey?
I'm here to help. Tactics sharpen the mind. Ooh, I have to get serious now.
Every battle deserves to be enjoyed.
Bravery shall overcome evil.
As you wish. Playtime's over.
This execution is not worth witnessing.
Posting story of lives of the dude.
Ooh, I have to get serious now.
It's probably this, and then one final story node, and then that's it. Probably by 8:30. Oof. My throat hurts so bad.
I'll make you shriek so loud the stars hear you.
Your wounds will be rather striking.
Oh, that's him. That's the boy. I'm assuming the mechanic knows who it is.
This execution is not worth witnessing.
The good news is, yelling doctor, your friends are waiting.
I hear them. The depths will devour your bones.
It's mechanic. Oh, there's a sorcerer here, I see. What the fuck?
Hear her words.
An insta-kill? What is this about? Oh, he does a lot of fucking damage. Wait, shit, that's not good. Hang on.
Let's share it then.
She's dead. Holy fuck, we are getting destroyed. Please, brother. He's running. He's running.
Forward! Bravery shall overcome evil.
Ready to move.
Yeah, that wasn't working. Right, what about... Hang on, are we actually fucking cooked here? I need that thing to die. We... Something about it. Holy fuck, brother. We are so cooked. Hang on.
Humbly awaiting your... There's no escape. Waiting is a
Okay, so she can probably deal with that.
Let's share it then.
At least until I have my healer back up.
As you wish.
So I can keep over there. Two of them leave, that's fine. I'm not concerned. Wait. Huh? He's over here now. What the fucking hell? Hang on.
They will cough up some useful information.
Oh, we need the mechanic up. Fuck me, bro.
My patience is limited, Doctor.
Healer.
The lava surges on. Never
Your skill.
turning back.
Fuck. Okay, I can't believe I actually lost that.
For placing my trust in you.
We need
Don't
a
worry.
lot of fucking
I'll
heals.
bear the responsibility together with you.
She's not gonna do much here. Monster alone.
When necessary, you'll see a more
Can't
familiar
have
side
this
of
guy
me.
fucking me up. Mountain. I don't think he sustains hard enough though. Damn, I thought abyssals would be enough for that. That's
This will
crazy.
be a path paved with sacrifice.
But I guess a lot of it was just the fact that they kind of one-shotted everything in that region for some fucking reason.
The scent in the air is changing.
Forward! Discipline strengthens the will.
You hold this lane. Put you here.
They will cough up some useful.
Here.
Right away.
Probably be able to kill her in the first.
Zaro, Cesare, sweep the place pronto.
Every battle
I don't know if it's an
deserves to be
auto
won.
retreat or if it's.
The rainbow brings a refreshing breeze. Mixed with bubbling soda.
Hey, those flowers up, buddy. Come on.
Oizer, bartender's choice, custom made quagmire.
Oh, almost knocked off. Monster, in position.
You know what? She's probably using her first one. No, she's not. Okay.
Linked.
Fine.
No orders, Doctor.
I hear them. Who takes joy in the fall?
Time's over.
Deployment? Sorry. I used too much force.
It's one down. I don't know what his mechanic is.
They will cough up some useful information.
That's
Bartender's
bolts.
custom made.
Who takes joy in the
We'll
fall?
burst him down. It's fine. Heals. Oh, with the flowers are not people with boxes. That's probably what it is. Doesn't matter.
Speak your
We're
mind.
gonna die.
Granted you the permission to run away.
There we go. Wait, there's a copy of him here. Why is there a copy of him here? Turn that on. Drop down to him. Go here.
Deployment ruined and restored.
Alright, there we go. It's been a long time since I last felt hot blood flowing in my veins. Not since I left the battlefield and left my homeland have I. His vision begins to blur from the loss of blood. Everything seems covered in a white glow when he instinctively closes his eyes. He hears the song of a harp, but he doesn't know from whence it comes. He forces his eyes open and sees himself in an unfamiliar space. He seems to be floating in midair, people passing in front of his eyes without acknowledging him. It is as though he's in a dream. I'll never work with Sargonians. Beat me, torture me, kill me if you want. You don't get one word out of me about the gorillas. So there are gorillas. Scarta. I'm so angry. I thought Minolans liked logic. That's what the stories of heroes all say. Trying to butter me up? I'm not talking. I don't need to be so on edge. Just want to have a conversation. I don't like interrogating people either. But I'll be reprimanded if I don't spend enough time in here. Nothing I can do. What are you doing, Mashire? Are you so stupid you can't do something as simple as interrogate a prisoner? I'm on it, sir. Piece of trash. Some noble. Huh. The prisoner watches as his interrogator jumps up from the ground nervously while his superior leaves after casually hurling a few words of abuse. Both seem used to such a situation. It's as though the officer causes and abuses the guard on a daily basis. The guard's complexion is young and pale. He is thin and mild-mannered, very different from the villagers' impression of Sargonians. The prisoner warns himself not to let his guard down. Sargonians are cunning. Perhaps the two of them conspired to put on an act. Well, I have to act like I'm interrogating you. Did you say something? Anything? Anything. I've got a litany of curses for you. I'd go on for days. Talk about something else. Something nicer. Something that can help us forget about our struggles and helplessness. Tell me some Minoan heroic stories. I know some of your legends from ancient books that I collected, but they're not easy to find in Sargon. Is this? This is TD's father, isn't it? You already told the story a couple days ago, I remember. Anything else? Think. Oh, my phone just fucking died. Okay, there goes the camera, boys. Yeah, that thing fucking died. Alright, let me, It's fine. Almost done. Notice I going to love Minoan legends so much is something not right with this guy's head. Only told 100 or so, there must be more stories and legends in the land of heroes. And provoke me, not falling for that. Fragments you heard from the elders or as a child are fine, it doesn't need to be complete or popular. Kind of story that would make a little Sargonian girl dream about Minos. There must be more, right? Hang on, let me actually... Yeah, the camera is. Yeah, I'm so glad we're almost done. Next time it's gonna be half and half, just like we do it reverse. Holy shit. Silent Hero. my throat is gonna be busted after this, man. It is the strangest experience the person has ever had. No one would believe the story if he told it. He decided to take it in into his grave if he gets out of here. Oh shit. Why did that? Okay, now that's dead too. That's fantastic, bro. Hang on. Oh wow, everything is falling apart. That's great. Calm back, buddy. We're back. Okay. Okay. Well, brother finally got him back for the day. I don't know how I was so good at making stories, but brother, if I ever get out. Oh, the story wasn't even real. That crack in the door. That Ilithios forget to lock the door. It's been a long time since he last saw the stars. It almost feels like he's dreaming as he breathes the air of freedom again. Is he out? Is he free just like this? Useless trash. You've been in that Minoan cell every single day and you haven't got one scrap of intel about the gorillas. Sorry, sir, I've been taking records, but he contradicts himself every day. I'm afraid nothing he says can be trusted. I know you couldn't get anything done, incompetent fool. I'll interrogate him tomorrow while you watch and learn how things are done in the Lord of Mira's army. Yes, sir. The fugitive hears the guard and his superior talking in distance. He hastens his movement through the bushes. The movement seems to have drawn the attention of the Sargonians. How did the prisoner get out? After him, Mashara, you worthless shit. You're dead if you don't catch him. Hearing a sound made by the skinny guard's ill-fitting armor sets the fugitive's hearts at ease. He knows a single Sargonian could never catch him on this Minoan land. He takes one final look back as he escapes the Sargonian camp. The fugitive sees the frail guard stumble and fall. The guard's luxurious armor, probably an heirloom, weighs him down so much that he struggles to get himself off the ground. Or perhaps he just wanted an excuse to not get up. Did he really forget to lock the door, or did he finally find an opportunity to leave a crack? The prisoner does not know. The only thing the prisoner knows is that he will never forget the time he spent at the Sargonian camp and the ridiculous-looking Sargonian. What is this? It is my father. Santos turns around in surprise and sees the Sargonian woman standing in the same vision as he. There is surprise on her face, yes, but also nostalgia and poignance. I know he came to Minos in the Lord Emir's army, but was sent back to Sargon for his incompetence. He would have received a heavier punishment, but what little glory the House of Mashar had left protected him one last time. He never really achieved anything, and it wasn't a surprise that he would mess up after he was conscripted. He liked to talk about his time in Minos, and I never asked. I know this is where the stories of the Minoan heroes he told me came from. He's very different from my image of the Sargonian. Yes, he was always weak and soft, never talking back, even when insulted to his face. I always wondered why he loved heroic stories so much when he was the furthest thing from a hero. No wonder he told me the story of Siope, the silent hero, so many times, the hero who kept a secret for 30 years. He planted the seed of heroes in your heart. I have high hopes for you, Medjehtiqedti Bound. It is an honor. understand why I appointed someone like you to lead the mission, someone so young and inexperienced. You must have your reasons. You're much smarter than your father was. The house of Mashara was a noble house with a rich tradition, and I was on good terms with your elders. It pained me to see the family fall in hard times under your father, who was frail and idle. I arranged a cushy post for him in the Lord Emir's army in Minos, safely away from the front lines, and he almost got himself into a court-martial. Minos came up again after all these years. You were the first person I thought of. Young Medjehtiqedti is much sharper than her father, I thought. I'm sure she will have no trouble bringing a harp to Minos and bringing back a few blueprints that belong to Sargon with it. You'll do a fine job and do your family proud, won't you? Yes, exalted Vidisha. I love the legends of Minos, and I've wanted to see true heroism with my own eyes since I was little. I'll make sure the Minoan mission goes perfectly. Aisha said a bunch of flowery words to me before he left, but I never understood why he made me head of this mission. I guess it's because it's easy to get rid of me if something goes wrong. And I had no idea those blueprints contained such detailed records. Frankly, I don't really care about doing the Mashire name proud. I came because I wanted to see this land that I've always been fascinated by with my own eyes, to chase the legends that I've only heard about. Or perhaps I wanted to find some answers about my father. What is this line of heroes that father talked about really liked? And what is the heroic spirit really like? I want to learn, to find out. That's why I came to Minos. You found the answer. Yes, what about you? I was once like you, Xanthos. Alice, you too. I've seen with my own eyes how our people died shielding their comrades from the Sargonians, and heard the screaming of the wounded being amputated in village huts. Hate flowed in your heart and mine, in the hearts of every Minoan. Even now in my heart, I know. But have you ever stopped to think why we love to drink? Besides the sweet fragrance of wine and the joy of harvest that it represents, the inspiration and joy that it brings us. Besides all that, it's also because it makes us forget, if only for a while. Too many things trouble us and make us hurt, but we can't forget them completely, because to do so would be a betrayal. So we drown ourselves in drink, seeking a moment's forgetfulness. But then I had to leave Minos. Your palace, aren't you? This is such a fucking whiplash, holy shit. The medics told me you often drink here. Yes, I am. What is it? You're Minoan, right? You've been in the Lacedaemon competitions? Do you know the Caiopoulos, the Blood Knight? Did you ever fight him? We've actually fought this guy as boss before. No, but I've heard of him. A Minoan infected who participates in the Kashmir's majors, I think. Actually, the competitions in those two places are not quite the same thing. But they're both clashes of physical ability and skill, aren't they? Well, I know it. The principle of strength are the same everywhere. The Blood Knight must be strong because of his Minoan upbringing. I wanted to meet the Blood Knight, but he's retired now. So it's an honor to meet another Minoan master. Can I have your autograph? Anywhere's fine. How about my t-shirt? Quietly signs. Thank you so much. So, do Minoans have a special way of training? I heard you love drinking as part of your training. Accelerating blood circulation with alcohol and increasing... Brother, you need to stop. The medics also say you can fall asleep anywhere. This must be a way to save energy. You only fully utilize your physical ability when necessary. See, this is why the Blood Knight was so explosive. These are just my personal habits. I don't know how the Blood Knight trains, but I doubt. I get it, just fantasizing about things. Did I get carried away? I hope it didn't cause any offense. It's alright. You really love the Caiopoulos, don't you? I lost a hope of learning I have empathy, but the Blood Knight gave me the will to live again. I watched recordings of his bouts so many times, I even started training myself, hoping to join an infected nightclub on some day. He's still going, brother. I am... My camera is dead, my throat is shut. We're almost done. We're almost done. There's probably one more thing after this. His bout with the Radiant Knight was one for the ages. I was there for it, and I cried when they took the podium together. Wasn't sure why I cried. Maybe it's because I saw a flicker of hope for the future. It's infected, according to conventional Minoan wisdom. Do infected heroes have some kind of special title in Minos? No. He's a hero, yes. No one can deny it. No Cam Knight, yeah. Traditions don't stay changed forever, Xanthos. The stories of the heroes define and shape who we are. Yet because heroes arise from among us, we in turn possess the power to define them and to shape what it means to be a hero. It's called a minute. I learned that after I left Our goddess of victory is back. You destroyed another Sargon cavalry unit that tried to sneak across the border. Told you not to call me that when we're in the village. It's embarrassing. There's the title we gave to Pallas. Whoever leads us to victory is our goddess of victory. That's what Pallas said when she left. You can use this overblown title however you want. If it scares the Sargonians. As long as you still have our goddess of victory, you'll keep the Sargonians away. Yeah, all those Sargonian raiders still come every now and then since she signed the non-aggression pact with Sargon's border tribes on behalf of the villages in the area. The raids have been getting fewer and fewer after we won a few victories. It's all thanks to the reputation of the goddess of victory. Besides, inheriting Pallas's title makes me feel like I can't give up, which helps me pull through in tough battles. It doesn't just scare our enemies, it also inspires our own. That's what heroes are for. The village of Pakroti brings back so many memories. It's very much like my homeland. All the villages of Minos are alike. The same soil nurtured us. It's not just because of the same soil that we're a single nation, it's because we know the same stories. Only we, upon seeing the olive branch, remember how the hero Medjehtiqedti ran from Athenius to spread the news of our victory over the Sargonians to the other cities. He was carrying the olive branch of Athenius, and so it became the symbol of victory and hope to us. This is what truly belongs to us, something that outlanders and invaders cannot take away. As long as we keep living, we'll carry on these stories and change traditions so that the legends of Minos' heroes may continue, that the spirit of Minos may continue. Jesus. Minos is wherever we are. It is a strange scene that unfolds before the eyes of the citizens of Athenius and his guests from Sargon and other city-states. It is an exhilarating battle, but when the oar-wielding Minoan's warrior's blood falls upon the strings of the harp in the hands of Caracera's statue, the ancient harp begins to make a sound, like an old machine starting up after a long slumber. Its gears slowly beginning to turn. As the harp begins to sing, the trio on stage slows down, entering a trance-like state, sometimes angry, sometimes sad, sometimes laughing, sometimes weeping. When the Minoan challenger is finally overcome by exhaustion and slumps down by the statue's pedestal, the other two on stage finally break out of their trance. They look around themselves in confusion before running towards the challenger, reaching out to him to try to help him up, but getting no response from him. The shouting, the cheering, the angry yelling have all ceased. Those present begin to realize they have witnessed a miracle. The harp that stopped singing after the Sargonians invaded has returned to where it belonged and declared, the tradition continues and a new chapter is written in the stories of the heroes. The harp's music echoes in the sky above the square. Bro's fucking dead. Xanthus looks up. No, he's not. The autumn sun is painfully bright. For some reason, it seems to bring back dim memories, back to the day he said goodbye to Thakos. You believe that the guerrillas can defeat the Sargonians, even though we've been losing for a century. I haven't received any divine revelations, and I can't tell the future. I can't even leave with you. But I will promise what I can. I'll protect our village, our houses, our farms and flower beds. Perhaps you can go to Athenius, where you came from, once you're victorious. I'll still be a ferryman, ferrying you to your workplace at the temple on the other side of the city as the sun shines upon the Delphi Canal. I've been imagining the scene ever since you described it to me. Are you listening, Ithakos? Hi, Chip. How are you? Welcome. Minos is in for a cold winter this year, brother. But spring will be all the warmer for it. He finally remembers what he said to Ithakos. And he remembers the warm smile on Ithakos' face at the answer. The pain and anger of losing a dear friend had clouded his memory and caused him to forget what was most important. But things will get better when spring comes and war is over, when life gets back on track. The wounds of the earth will heal and the snow melt from the peaks of Heria will continue to flow, bringing flowers and reeds home. Holy shit.
I was pretty good, wasn't I, Doctor?
Is there a story note at the end? I'm fucked. Alright. Final stretch. Holy shit. New arc. Yeah, we just finished. I mean, we are finishing. This is the very last thing. Medication suppressants that need to be administered on a regular basis, fresh from the Rhodes Island office. But I could one tap and pull on Lorelei. God damn. Wait, Laura, what game are we? Wait, what game? Lorelei. Temper press charges against you for helping them escape. Yes, I learned later Lydia guess our plan to intentionally make things easier for me. Sense the reason she couldn't pursue the matter. The three of you still had to leave Athenius. Yes, staying will only give my old classmate ideas. He needs to see more places, meet more people, do more things. I rarely see you so honest like him. I wouldn't have had 3 operators keep an eye on you if you were like this when you were my patient. Sorry for the trouble I caused. Looks like Xanthos' actions at the first temple had a considerable influence on you. How about you wave the white flag and admit the Oripathy doesn't sap the heroic spirit after all? In your dreams. Talk about a hardhead. You should go or you'll miss the ferry. Xanthos' substitute is not as flexible about late passengers. He won't wait for you. Scatta, let's go, Lycaon. Thank you for the medicine. Kyria Popolo. May we meet again. Hey, Stapalon, I just worked on it. Well, I suppose 2 young men won't be nearly as destructive as a whole horde of burden beasts. The flowers in Grassy Ruin haven't been cleaned up yet. Too bad about the Blue Baronia. It would be that one that got destroyed, isn't it? Sob. Don't cry, Lydia. If bad guys were in your house like they were in my old home, where you won't have home to go back to, what would you do? Don't worry, I'll never leave you behind, even if the house is gone, even if we're separated. I know, look for this garden if you're far away from home and don't know the way back. Garden. Plant Blue Baronia here so you'll know you're home when you see it. And if you find the way first, mark it the same way, won't you? Alright, it's a promise, Lena. The public garden's lawn, once filled with flowers and herbs, is now filled only with burden beast footprints. Even if it was temporarily lost its beauty, however, the blue petals remain in the soil. So many Blue Baronias. You think of the past too, don't you? Thank you, Lydia. I'm home. I brought this year's apples, Cassandra. A portion set aside for temple's offerings has been sent to the cellar. I save this for you and the others at the temple to share. Thank you. It's very kind of you to do it every year. Our good harvests are all thanks to the help of everyone in Athenius. Besides, you help so much with coordinating the temple. You seem to be in a good mood today. Plus, nothing matters more than a harvest, and a good harvest brings happiness. Nothing matters to us more than everybody's happiness, and the harvest is an important part of it. Counting on you, I'll take my leave now. The pomegranate will be ripe for harvest soon, and there will be branches waiting to be trimmed. Sweet apples. Determine the first temple is included in the ferryman that you were caring for has found hope. All is well, isn't it, Herrera? Why do you look so sudden? You're the one I'm worried about. Me? Why? I've been thinking about what you said when you came back to Athenius. You said you saw the beginnings of Minos in your dreams, saw Caracera and her first temple. You said you brought a lot about Minos' past and future, about your own goals and direction. All this is why you came back. The events of recent days seem to corroborate my appreciation of the divine revelation. It's not a beautiful future of smiles and flowers. The unease lingers in my heart. Divine revelation is simply a direction the spirits of here has shown us. It's not an inevitable future. Oops. You learned about that in preschool. That's true for ordinary revelations, but... For example, I wanted the harp to return, but the peculiar manner of its return makes it seem so inevitable and unchangeable. Look at it from a different perspective. While the final goal was the return of the harp, the manner of its return was wondrous. Perhaps the same for my revelation. Or perhaps your interpretation is not the final goal. It's only one of the trials during the process and the goal lies elsewhere. Hope you're right. Besides, the recent events have demonstrated that it's right for me to come back. Minos needs me and I need it. But you don't want to take over the first temple despite the fact the bulk of the work is done. Is it because you believe your oripathy will be an obstacle to priesthood? But Xanthos told me about the vision he saw in Temple Square. I thought you didn't worry anymore. Traditions can be changed. You were right. I can initiate a vote at the council. No, I didn't propose rebuilding the first temple to become its priestess. I want to unite the spirit, not just Athenians, but other city-states and Minoans too. I heard Lacedaemon and Corinne have changed a lot. I want to see them for myself. You did come to say goodbye. Not quite yet. I want to see the temple project through to the end. I'm not missing the completion party that Tanti is already planning. Carefree as always. Thank you for the kind invitation. It was quite an unexpected play. Athenia is about to depart along its planned route, and it's time for us to depart as well. Hope you'll excuse the unpredictable events that occurred. It seems I did not plan for every possible contingency. On this, there is something I'm curious about. Ferrymen openly accused you of making secret deals with the Sargonians on the Temple Square, and you were summoned to the council yesterday for an emergency hearing. But you are back in your office, safe and sound. You have a trump card up your sleeve, or is there more to this matter than meets the eye? More than meets the eye is overstating it. I simply made a certain arrangements for the follow-up to this matter. The council heard the explanation and is satisfied that I remain competent to govern. As for the details, I regret that I am unable to share them as yet. They will reveal themselves in due time. What to know is that you remain the Estonomos of Athenius, with sweeping authority over major matters of administration and governance. I'm glad to hear it, and now I have a formal proposal to make. I'm sure both of you understand the dramatic changes that are happening in Minos right now. It is the case in Athenius, and it is the case in Lacedaemon, where a new arena is being built, one that will host competitors from far and wide. Our sober tradition is not quite music to your ears, Estonomos, but don't you think that now is the time for us to revive the old traditions? Changes are happening across the land. How about the three polis set aside their rivalries, return to the old city-state federation, and revive an ancient festival? Scattered villages and minor polis will surely answer the call, and the nation will grow stronger. It will be a perfect opportunity to restore Minos' glory and to spread the sacred flame across the land. What do you think? This is why you've been snooping around Athenius. You're investigating us. Old merchant habits die hard. Can't go into the market without doing research. I apologize if I cause any offense. You're good at causing accidents, right? I can't give you an answer right now. So they're setting up an next event, alright. It's not a problem, it's a right to be prudent. What about you, Priestess Siniska of Lacedaemon? Cannot make decisions for Lacedaemon myself, however there is one thing of which I'm sure. Lacedaemon never turns down a challenge. I'll take you across the river, then you should go directly back to Sargon. And I feel like a prisoner being deported. Just kidding. I understand your friendship towards Minos, but you're still a Sargonian. Last brother is not changing, and I had a hard time abiding Sargonian feet upon the soil of Minos. I understand. I've been thinking about whether there's anything else I can do for Minos for the mistakes of my forefathers. Whether I should leave the engineering notes on the three polis and bring only the blueprints back. After all, the Padisha only told me to bring back blueprints. And I thought it wasn't enough. It's just a half-hearted compromise, an excuse to run away from my responsibilities and lessen in the feeling of guilt. I should bring them back and display them in my museum so that the Sargonians can see it and know that their history books are lying. Your Padisha won't be happy about it. Who cares? My family was never particularly good at making the Padishas happy. Besides, I met with your Estonomos, that rude Volpo, yesterday. I learned that she had already made preparations. How is she a Volpo? She has horns, brother. She had scholars compile and photocopy all the documents, even wrote a paper on it to be published in a Colombian journal once the exchange was complete, and I brought the documents back. She asked me to write a foreword, but from the perspective of a Sargonian, providing endorsement for the paper. She went to leverage connections they built while studying in Colombia to invite experts to study some valuable historical records. She said she would name me an honorary Minoan for this. I admire her courage. Just doing what my father couldn't. Besides, I enjoyed my time in Athenius. I went to the pieces of the Endymion temple yesterday. She said the vision I saw on stage was a divine revelation. I was surprised because the book said Minoan divine revelations only happen in dreams. Divine revelations tend to occur in the form of dreams, visions, or voices, but dreams are the most frequent form to take because they are an important way for us to interact with the spirits of the heroes and the departed. So the priestess said, told her about the vision I had on stage and the dream I had at the Burning Beast Ranch. She gave me a very detailed analysis. Finally, she told me in that solemn and mysterious tone, "You may not believe it now, Kiriama Shire, but I believe your revelation is a sign you will one day become Badisha." How'd she get that? She wasn't messing with me, was she? I'm an honorary Minoan now. I'll actually believe that what the priest of the Endymion tells me. Free to believe. Divine revelations are simply a form of guidance. Believe in it, and it will bring you strength. Perhaps a lot of tragedies could have been avoided if Badisha like you ruled over the Sargonian border. I think I understand now. Then I'll take it as a sign of the responsibility and may have to bear in the future. I'll do my best. Public announcement, is it a referendum? Yes, I'm going back to Athenius after taking across the river. Citizens of Athenius will vote on whether to banish me from the city for my recent actions, but you did it for Minos. Regardless of the reason, I must face a judgment for my actions. It is a responsibility I must bear. Time, let's go, Kiriama Shire. So I thought I was again in the vision, as well as the river of my homeland. Was it still red with blood as it was in your dreams? No, it was quiet and gentle as I remembered it. Not pristine, but carrying the sand and mud that nourishes the soul in life. A beautiful revelation. You'll be able to take up poems again, no matter where you go. Yes. Whatever the result of the referendum, whether he stays in or leaves Athenius, Xanthos will accept it with grace. He walks towards the square. Three months later. this letter from a Lateran scholar. The most stunning revelation in the study of history is a continuous process of seeking truth by eliminating misconceptions. I am impressed by the courage that your nation has demonstrated. In this editorial in the Columbia newspaper, Sargon shows integrity through proper recognition of history. I've been calling in favors every single day to repair the damage you've done, ever since that special exhibit you held after getting back from Minos. I hope you understand that such maverick methods only work once. If anything like this happens again, you better think about what you'll do once you remove this curator of the Rajavandabad Museum. Is this your will or the Padishah's? Is there a difference? My will is a Padishah. This fucking guy, man. I thought we had a consensus before we left Minos. The success of the exchange ceremony and the mission of friendship with Minos is all thanks to your leadership. In turn, it will be your responsibility to explain things to Padishah. However much of what you say is entirely up to you, as long as the Padishah is happy. The exchange ceremony is completed under my leadership to begin with. Besides, how was I to know that you'd be so audacious as to... Don't think you're in the clear just because I smoothed things over for you this time. There won't be a next time. Besides, and don't you dare say I didn't warn you, this matter has had a significant impact far and wide. Like a connection that told me the city of Gold sent as a herald to Medjehtiqedti. You will watch your words and behavior from now on. Who the fuck are you? I see that news of my mission precedes me. A manticore. Such noble elegance and dignity. You must be the herald of Shanhansha. Your presence honors this humble museum. Have you come to see the exhibits? If you want to see a new special Minoan exhibit, I can used to put, I will guide the exalted herald. The exhibit can wait. I can communicate the Shanhansha as well. His Majesty has heard of the mission from Medjehtiqedti to Minos and he is most interested. You can escort me. It's my greatest honor. My family is one of the most honored houses in this land. It is always my greatest dream to serve the Shanhansha in the City of Gold. I knew that one day I would... It's not you I seek, Effendi. Kindly close your mouth, for it is making too much noise. Medjehtiqedti Mashire. His Majesty awaits your presence in the City of Gold, that the King of Kings might hear of your time in Minos in your own words. Okay, when does she become playable though, bro? You make your preparations quickly. The Shanhansha is eager to hear from you. Do not keep him waiting. Of course. Holy fuck, that's it. Oh, we finished. We actually fucking finished. I'm so dead. Yeah, that's it. That's stream. I'm done, man. The camera's dead. The event is done. Throw this shot. It's over. Holy fuck. Alright, I'm going to bed. Thank you guys for coming in. Thank you guys for sticking around. It's been 5 hours. Holy shit. Alright. Bye-bye.